What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. The boys are all back together. I know Landfill missed us. Me and B back in studio. Had a busy week. A lot of Ashburn, 1757
A lot of work.
Purple Heart Foundation Golf Tournament. Then yesterday we were at OTAs for the Commanders. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, man. What's happening with you?
Did you watch the puck last night?
Yep.
Yo, the group text thread was hot with the puck last night.
Oh, yeah.
And it's 1-on-4. I'm the only Oiler fan in town, apparently. Even the guy that's Toby Altizer just picking fights with everybody all over the place.
Toby just said a little something. You gotta stop being so sensitive.
Nah, but Toby last night was coming at me about he's a Panther fan. People are trying to act like I'm not American.
He say I'm a fan of Panthers. They ain't coming at you. He just telling you a Panther fan.
He was just messing. Here's where I land with Toby. Feel free to mess around with me on Twitter. We're all good.
I'm gonna start messing with everybody in the station. I'm gonna just start cracking on everybody's comment.
I mean,
text. I'm just going all this stuff and just start saying, "Oh, you suck."
Here's the Landfill. The part of Brian's statement that is incredibly inaccurate. He said, "I'm going to start messing with everybody at the station." You mean you're going to start doing it online?
No, I don't mess with everybody at the station. I talk to y'all.
Oh, you mean like everybody?
Everybody. I'm going to just start going, because I know now everybody's damn sensitive, got their little panties in the wad. I'm going to mess with every damn body.
You have my full
support. Grow the hell up and stop being so sensitive around this damn place.
The puck was awesome last night. It was an awesome game. I don't know that I needed overtime for like my sleep arrangements, but I really enjoyed it. If we get a series like that, which frankly I think should be expected, these are the two best teams. It's a rematch of last year. This does not have kind of Lakers, Celtics, energy, just big markets and whatever and stars. But like having these two teams run it back in the Stanley Cup Finals is juicy. And you've got, Florida's the best team. McDavid's the best player. There's stars all over the ice. The fact that the Panthers' third line has Schmidt and Marchand on it.
They got some people, though.
They are just loaded, dude.
They got one got away
everywhere
from them last night, but I think this thing may go all the way to 7.
Bro, last year it did.
Yeah.
Listen,
they're good.
Yo, I talked to AD last night, by the way. Remember last year for Game 7, we went to World of Beer?
Uh-huh.
It was a great night.
Yeah.
He told me, oh, by the way, I got a Capital Grill gift card I got to use.
Oh, so we go on to Capital Grill? we go to Capital Grill? I'd rather go to Capital Grill.
It's got a nice bar downstairs with big TVs. We can watch hockey at Capital Grill.
Good food, too.
Yeah, man. So I enjoyed the puck. It was a lot of fun to watch. Obviously, yesterday we were out at OTAs. We got NBA Finals starting tonight, which is going to be a ton of fun. We also have a packed show. You're going to hear from Dan Quinn today. He said I asked him a question that I thought was the best answer he's given yet on trying to explain what it is he does that brings a team together. I really enjoyed talking with DQ yesterday. Peter Rosenberg is going to join us. Joe Varden's going to join us. Dan Miller from Detroit is going to join us talking Lions. Our boy Doug Riley's going to join us. Contractors Against Cancer. A busy day. We are going to open the phones at 11 for Bleep You. I have an oddly specific Bleep You.
You going that early?
Yeah.
I already did a Bleep You yesterday.
Who'd you bleep yesterday?
You forgot who I bleep you on the show with me?
Brian, it's
Penderbrook.
Oh, yeah, you were
mad. Those weeds. Not no damn fescue. Weeds in the middle of fairway. It used to be a fairway. Is weeds.
I know you well enough that I know you don't care. The folks at Penderbrook can't be very happy with you. You are naming names, dog.
Do I care?
I said I know you.
I paid to play that trash. So I don't care about that. If I'm paying to play it, then it needs to be up to standard. They are cut the grass. You got a John Deere, use it.
There you go, Penderbrook. The
wine was good though.
There you go. The gauntlet has been thrown down, Penderbrook. I've never played. I'm looking where this is. So
it's right by what's called right off of 50, right past. Right
not too far from
Farrell's
your house.
Mall. From Farrell's Mall.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's right by Oarsman Fairfax Toyota.
Mm-hmm. Right up the street.
Yeah, dude. So I had an interesting morning, B. I was asked to come speak at Career Day at my kid's school.
You already, that's why you came in here looking all fresh.
Yeah, dude.
You just woke up.
I had a shower. I had to do everything. And I think it was
I'm glad you washed your ass, JP, before you went there.
So this is third grade at kids I was talking to. I think it was, I don't think my daughter knew I was coming.
Which one?
Shelby,
Oh,
third grade.
Shelby?
Yeah.
If it was a little baby, she'd be like, why you here?
Yeah, she definitely would. She'd probably just throw me out. It was very cool though, man. And kids ask funny questions, and the by far biggest question, what do you think it was?
The football team by Jaden.
Jaden.
Yep.
Jaden.
Mm-hmm.
Have you met him? And I tried to just explain to these kids, because I guess because it's like college graduation season and kids are probably working on like final projects or whatever. I've had a couple of calls like where college kids have asked to interview me about their career and trying to get into media and everything. And I can't stress enough to anybody that asks. Luke McCaffrey said this yesterday. I thought it was really, really interesting to hear it from Luke. He said there's no secret to success. It's just working your ass off.
Yeah. Most people don't understand that.
Well, and I think in media, especially because we've like evolved into this content creator
but no.
world.
Even to the content creators, those that make it, they work their ass off.
Right.
That's all they do. Hell, if you think you're gonna become one of those guys and you're gonna do this every other week, every other blue moon, you're not gonna be successful.
Well, and
if you got garbage equipment, you're damn sure not gonna be successful.
Right. And I think everybody just wants the cheap, easy path. And the reality is, if you want to do something cool, there is no easy path.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just not how it works. And so these kids were just asking me about Jaden Daniels, and I was like, all right, how can I like make this a life lesson that I know Jaden? And I tried to talk about how hard he works, right?
Mm-hmm.
He works his ass off. But like for young children, they're just not going to really understand that. So then there's a bunch of kids in there.
They understand it, Jay.
My buddy Flazier's daughter, like his whole family's huge LSU fans, right? Mm-hmm. And then there's like all these boys wearing like Caps jerseys and Commanders gear and Redskins gear and whatever, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm like, all right, well, do you guys know where Jaden went to college? And hand shoots up, LSU. I'm like, well, that's not where he started. And they're like, what do you mean? And like, even a dude like Jaden Daniels, number 2 overall pick, Heisman Trophy winner, NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year, like he started at a different college and it didn't go so great. And he had to transfer and find the right place. Mm-hmm. And I was like, do you know what Jaden's first year at LSU was like? And they were like, no. I was like, it was okay. It was good, but it wasn't mm-hmm. great. There were real questions about him. Mm-hmm. And what he did is he just kept working and kept working. And hopefully that resonated. I don't know, but
it will. This like you should have just broke it down as simple as this. Okay, what grade were they in?
3rd.
All right, in 1st grade you started doing math. Maybe you didn't understand it.
I don't think I should be talking about math.
Well, all right. So in 1st grade, you got the social studies. You didn't understand everything, but as you begin to read a little bit more, study a little bit more, work hard at it, you begin to now you can just regurgitate stuff. Sure. Same thing. It's the same in sports. I don't care. I was talking to one of my friends this morning about running, and it was like, "Oh man, I'm not that fast. I'm not that fast." I say, all I ever hear from you is how fast you're not. I say, have you ever just let your guard down and run and see? You know what I mean? Like, well, what do you mean? If you never push yourself and you automatically tell yourself you can't do something, then damn it, you will never do it. So sometimes you got to just say, okay, last time I did this mile in 11:40, and you look at your clock and you at like 11 right now, you got a short distance. Run faster.
Sure.
If you get there at 11:39, guess what you just showed yourself? You can run a little faster.
Yeah.
And I think it's like that comes to everything in life, man. Everyone thinks people, once you see them on TV, you see them in a certain level, they started there. Everybody started at the same point, a starting point, a beginning point. But those who just felt like, oh, I'm faster than Jimmy already. And then all of a sudden, in 5 years, Jimmy is leaving you. He's lapping you. Because Jimmy started working. You were happy.
Right.
You were happy where you were. The problem is so many people decide in life, they look at where they are and they're satisfied instead of looking where you want to go and work to get there.
Totally.
You know what I mean? No, kids understand way more than you think.
Well, and it also made me have this realization. And one, I'm not going to tell anybody how to feel as a fan about the name. I'm out of that business. You guys do whatever you want. But I had this realization when I parked in the garage and I was walking over to the office building that when we talk about University of Maryland, my alma mater, like when I was there, they were in the ACC. When I was a kid, I went to games with my parents at Cole Fieldhouse. They were in the ACC. Like I feel this deep affinity for the ACC. I think of Maryland Duke and Maryland Carolina, and Maryland Wake, and whatever, right? And that's just not what the ACC is now. I mean, freaking Stanford's in the ACC. Stanford SMU is an ACC game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you don't even have to be that young anymore for Maryland being in the Big Ten to be all you know. Maryland, how long have they been in the Big Ten now? 15 years?
It's been that long?
I don't know. I'm asking.
I don't think it's been that long.
Look it up for me, White Brian, please. I bet it's at least a decade.
Huh?
I don't know. I bet it's about 12-ish years or so.
2014.
2014, 11 years.
11 years.
So if you're
Damn, I thought it looked like 5 years ago.
right, that's what I'm saying. So it just kind of goes fast. And my memories of what Maryland and the big ACC were are just so extinct.
Yeah.
Like Pitt versus Syracuse in my head is a Big East game.
Yeah.
BC playing Louisville is a Big East game.
Mm-hmm.
That's all ACC, right? Maryland playing Iowa is what a lot of people have known for a while.
And now that you're saying this, what it reminds me of, Jay? When I was here with North Turner, and we ran an offense. Then I went to Andy Reid's offense. Same stuff, different terminology. And Andy says, stop. You'll never learn this offense if you keep comparing to what was. He said, just focus on this offense. He said, you're a football player. You'll get this easy. And as soon as I stopped caring about what was, because I always try to put the certain play and compare it to the play name in the other book.
Sure.
Soon as I started just focusing straight on that, it was a matter of a week, and I had it down. But those first 3 to 4 weeks of going through this stuff, I was confused as hell. And I think it happens to us like every time we think about where the team is now, where Maryland is now, we always go back to what was. You'll never ever see what is if you keep worrying about what was. That's that little thing I say, big ass windshield, a little bitty rear view mirror.
Sure.
Look at what's the biggest.
Well, and it just today was such a reminder that kids right now all over the DMV, wherever your kids at school, Virginia, Maryland, DC, West Virginia, DMWV, wherever, they're obsessed with Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
And they're all Commanders fans.
Yeah.
And so we can say whatever we want. Like nobody needs to get rid of their old jerseys, and you can love John Riggins, but for what is happening today and certainly tomorrow and tomorrow's from now is Commanders. And it's like you can have an emotional response and maybe you don't love the name or whatever, but like this, it just is what is. You know what I mean? And seeing these kids was just such a realization of it. And it was just funny, man, because kids ask funny questions and, I don't think, and I don't know how much resonated of me trying to tell them about blogging in 2011. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're just like, but I asked the kids, if any of them listen to podcasts or radio or whatever. And I think one kid said 106.7 The Fan, but how some little kids are super outgoing and outspoken. And then some little kids are just quiet and kind of mumble like this, and you don't really know what they're saying. But it was just a cool, fun morning, and the organization was very cool about supporting it, and I enjoyed it, man. If you get a chance to go talk to your kids' career day, go do it, or your nephews or nieces or whoever.
I did it.
Well, I imagine you would be a pretty damn cool one to come for career day.
When Maya and Aaliyah were at Stone Middle School, I did it.
Did you get
even when Bria was in school? I did that.
I imagine if B Mitch is coming, you get a full. What do they call it? What do they call it when all the kids auditorium? What do they call that?
I did
assembly.
I did.
Did you get a whole assembly?
I did assemblies before, and I also did just the class because, the lady at the one class knew Monica, and it was Axe, and then as I walked through the hallways, you saw everybody hanging out the door. So, and eventually having another class that joined that class in their class.
Landfill, B. Mitch gets assemblies. I just got the third grade class. But I mean, hey, I got both classes. But, not just Miss Rowan's class. It was both classes.
Hey, man, you might have got the best class, and they're going to influence everybody else around the school for what you said.
B. Mitch also gets presents from Cakes on Valentine's Day.
From Cake's wife. For speaking
on Valentine's Day.
For speaking to the school on Zoom. I read a book for her class.
And she gave you a present on Valentine's Day.
She sent me a present. It just happens to be on Valentine's Day.
Does that qualify as her sending B a Valentine?
I mean, it clearly came from Cakes.
I mean, no.
I saw him deliver it.
No. It clearly came from her because her name was on it. Cake's name wasn't on it.
What is more of an actual Valentine? Cakes' wife sending B a gift on Valentine's Day, or when Chris Russell brought in a boatload of Valentine's Day candy in late May? What is actually more Valentine's Day?
I don't think either one of them are Valentine's Day. Either one of them are not Valentine's Day. It was a gift that just happened to fall on that day.
Which Valentine were you happier to receive? The one from Cakes' wife or the one from Chris Russell 2 months later?
Cake's wife, because she was showing gratitude for what I had done. Chris Russell was just trying to get rid of stuff like Commander the Killer did when he was finna move. He was just emptying his damn house, bringing all the trash in to us.
The best part, Russell rolls in with shopping bags full of Valentine's Day candy.
Oh, it's not an old Valentine's Day card. And the first thing you opened had a big card with a heart on it.
Heart-shaped boxes that said Happy Valentine's Day.
I guess some of it is.
May 26th. Real ones know, Roost. Shout out to the Rooster.
Oh, brother.
Listen, you know what Rooster's doing when he gives away Valentine's Day candy a couple months later? He's saving money. He's trying to keep that cash together. And if the reason is maybe he's looking to buy a house. There's only one dude I would recommend to the Rooster or to anybody out there. It's John Leahy and his group. They will take great care of you. They know what they're doing. This is a weird time in the housing market. All of a sudden, there's more sellers than buyers. You need an expert, man.
Yep, just like Daniel and Ronald. They love their little home and neighborhood and were quite sentimentally attached. They were also stressed with needing to relocate back to D.C. very soon. The property is located in the tricky market of North Beach, Maryland. The buyer pool wasn't very big. The home is older and has a strange layout. Ronald and Daniel were worried they'd be stuck with the property for a really long time. But just days before Christmas, Robin from the John Leahy's team with the Fine Living Group put their home on the market. By pairing deep market knowledge with a data-driven pricing strategy, Robin positioned the property exactly where the buyers could see its value. Showings rolled in, even during the holiday lull, and within weeks, a contract was secured at full asking price, well ahead of the seller's deadline. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our good friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, John will let you out of your contract at any time. Nobody else does that.
B, you know how you said the North Beach market is tricky?
Mm-hmm.
You know why?
Why?
That's where Wild Card Scotty lives.
Oh, Lord.
that's
that might be your neighbor.
Tricky.
That may be your neighbor.
I think it's actually tricky because some of it's waterfront and then some of it's not. And how do you compare those two from a comp perspective?
Totally.
But whatever the real reason is, if you live in a tricky market, if you're trying to figure out, hey, my house is nicer than my neighbor's, that house just sold for X, what can mine sell for? Whatever it is, that's why you need to hit up johnsellsdmv.com. They have a home equity tool. They can tell you your home's value in seconds, all right? Then you can say, all right, well, I can make a ton of money if I sell this and then move to South Carolina and live like a king. Bang. Talk to John. It only takes a few seconds, and he can even hit you up with an instant cash offer. johnsellsdmv.com. Trust me. Call John Leahy, 301-900-3052. Go to johnsellsdmv.com. Or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This sports update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. The Baltimore Ravens have signed wide receiver Rashad Bateman to a 3-year, $36.75 million contract extension that includes $20 million guaranteed. Now, that is all according to Adam Schefter. The team did confirm the extension. However, Adam Schefter coming in clutch with the contract details. The new deal comes after Bateman set a career-high 756 receiving yards and 9 receiving touchdowns in 2024, with his scoring total ranking tied for 9th in the NFL among pass catchers. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
It's early for us to hear Nipsey. Our guy Peter Rosenberg on that baby schedule now would be a different world. Joining us in a moment here is going to be our friend Peter Rosenberg from NYC, WWE, Hot 97, ESPN New York, ESPN, Mothership. Peter does it all. Joining us now. We got to start here. Is baby girl changing your schedule, Peter? Are you joining us early today?
You mean, is that because of baby girl that I'm joining you early?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
It's a myriad of things right now.
Okay.
Today is I'm actually early today because at 1:30 I have this vocal therapy that I started ever since I lost my voice.
Oh wow, yeah, you told
I
us
thought
about
you were
that.
trying to learn how to sing, Pete.
So it's been a wacky time. Oh, by the way, I've been meaning to talk to you guys. So remember, I told you last week when I called that I was going to a wedding of my friends Ellie and Jake
In DC, yeah.
in DC. So they live up here, but so Ellie is a Washingtonian, whole family, grew up with season tickets to the Redskins, big Washingtonian. Jake has become a converted Commanders fan, so much so that he listens to you guys like every day, which I did not realize.
Wow.
Jake, shout out to Jake.
What up, Jake?
And no, it gets better than that. And told me, quote, his dream would be for when you guys are up here sometime, he belongs to a fancy golf club up here in Westchester for the 4 of us to go play around.
Sold.
Just
Done.
tell me when.
Yeah, that's easy.
It could be tell me the day. Monday, Sunday through Saturday. I take it off.
So we got to make these plans. We'll go celebrate their wedding and play around.
Yeah,
All right,
man.
cool.
That'll be awesome. Congrats to the happy couple. I'm sure it was an awesome affair. Not so awesome timing for old Tom Thibodeau, though, huh? Are you surprised the Knicks canned their coach?
Yes, I am. I am surprised. I cannot tell you whether it's a good decision or a bad decision because I truly think that only can be said once you find out who the hire is. You know, and then frankly, it may take longer than that, which I know is really boring sports talk radio, and I'd probably get more appearances on First Take if I was able to just make a hard decision about things like this and start yelling and screaming. But the fact of the matter is, you can make an argument for both cases as to why it seems unfair and also as to why it makes sense. But I'm not going to be able to make a call on this and what it means for this organization until I find out what direction they're going in. But yes, I did not think once he made the conference finals, I was like, oh no, he's good. So I am surprised.
But I think when you look at how they performed, and I'd say body language does a lot. You watch how they were performing. When they need to adjust offensively, he was lost on the sideline. And I think when you look at his career as a whole, it seems like he's never going to get them exactly where they want to go.
I don't think that's unfair. I think offensively he's kind of dreadful. Frankly, I think that team's offense just really waned a lot, and I would be like, "What are they doing?" Like I would just be lost as to what they were offensively. I think that's completely fair. I just, sometimes you just can't help but feel for people in the situation. That guy loves this job and really cared deeply about this team. And he did. You can't help but think, like, guys, tell me this. As everything that we're saying is true. The offense was bad. Maybe this was the limit. All those things. If they don't blow that lead in game one, if Tyrese Halliburton's crazy shot hits the scoreboard and goes out of bounds and the game's over, and the Knicks end up winning that series,
Yeah.
you guys can't tell me he's making the finals and still getting fired. Is that possible?
Now, if he make the finals, I don't see you get fired. But the thing of it is, watching that game with 5 minutes and something left, and they start jacking up all those damn threes, and then they kept turning the ball over, and they wouldn't stop playing deep. His calling is defense. They were jacking up threes and not stopping anybody. I said they're going to end up losing this damn game, and then they lost the game. And you can blame the players, but you got to damn sure blame the coach too, who didn't call a timeout one time to get them on board. We're going to do this now. Let's take some time off the clock, and then let's go to the hole. But you got people shooting 25 and 29 footers. That it just didn't make sense to me.
The other
No,
thing,
you're right. You're right.
The other thing I would add is, even if you're right, like Halliburton's shot to take him into OT in game one of the Eastern Conference Finals was absurd. I mean, the thing bounced near the roof of the Garden before it rolled in. But I think the Pacers still win that series, even if the Knicks win game one. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe that's recency bias based on how well they played later. But for me, Thibodeau he presses the gas really hard all season, and his teams play really good defense in the regular season and give full effort in the regular season. And a lot of teams don't match that intensity in the regular season. And I think that's why he's always going to be a really good regular season coach. And then when everybody ramps up in the playoffs, it's like his teams lack the next gear because they play at it year round. And I think that's more of an indictment on the NBA than it is on Thibodeau, but I just don't think it's going to change.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair point too, man. That's a lot of people have said that. And listen, the fact of the matter is the proof is in the pudding. I mean, he's gone for a reason, right? Like, if Jalen Brunson and others had fought to keep him, can you imagine they would have let him go?
Nope.
Yeah.
I can't pick. Jalen Brunson is the star of this team. He's the most loved athlete in New York City right now. And he took a massive pay cut to stay. I think that guy has a ton of pull. And so even though he liked Thibodeau a lot, and even in the post-game presser the other day when he was asked about the idea of Tibbs leaving, and he seemed like annoyed with the question, ultimately he had to be on board with this. I just can't imagine you would tell Jalen Brunson, we don't care what you think.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean,
Makes a lot of sense.
When Denver's coach got fired like a week before the playoffs, Joker had to be in on it. Maybe it's not his idea, but he's not stopping it. Like, I mean, sometimes just
of course
how
silence.
Yeah. Talking with our friend Peter Rosenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You give Peter a follow at Rosenberg Radio. Dude, I did want to ask, because I follow a bunch of New York reporters, football reporters, and OTA season is, in spring training, every baseball player is in the best shape of their life. That's like the running joke, right?
Yeah.
And if you don't have positive things to report from OTAs, you're just not doing it right. Like, nobody's throwing interceptions. Nobody's got pads on. Everybody looks good. But it's really starting to feel, to me anyway, that whether it's real or it's contrived, there's starting to be some excitement about old Jackson Dart and the New York Giants. Am I reading that right from 200 miles away?
Well, yes, but I would just say that it started even like before anything. Like, they seem to be really thrilled with that pick. You know what I mean? Like, it considering they got a massive stud higher in the draft, you would think that would be the big story. And really, just because we know what quarterbacks are, like the quarterback is the everything. Everyone's been on Jackson Dart. I think they see that as their real coup, that they managed to get both. And they're so thrilled that they got Dart that it does. He has, before he even threw a pass, there's been a lot of excitement. You know how shiny a new quarterback is. People get very excited.
Oh yeah. The Giants are
I
going
just don't know if it's based on anything yet, except that they got him.
Right. Well, I mean, what the hell could it be based on? I literally
I know.
A friend of mine, a guy I know well, just tweeted out that it looks like Jackson Dart has developed some handshakes with specific receivers and running backs. It's like,
Wow.
But dude, I remember once
That works until you don't throw him the ball.
Doug, I remember once
Yeah.
a former coach in Ashburn called me out because Dwayne Haskins was playing ping pong his rookie year, and I tweeted out like, "Oh, Haskins really connected with his teammates playing ping pong." And the coach was like, "Dude, you gotta be kidding me! Like everybody plays ping pong. Who gives a so
rats?
I understand where the tweets are coming from a just like a reporting perspective. With the quarterbacks, you go in on every single detail. Have you, as the Commanders fan you are, as the Burgundy and Gold fan you are, have you been looking at anything from OTAs down here? Has anything caught your eye?
No, honestly, not a thing. What? Give me the big headlines from OTA so far.
Everybody looks good. They're practicing hard. You do have three big names not there in McLaurin, Tunsil, and Lattimore. Various people have various levels of indignation about that, but next week's mandatory, and I think they'll all be there. Joe Witt, when they do the in-season Hard Knocks this year, Joe Witt's going to be an absolute star. Dude just tells it like it is at all times, has a real hard edge to him. I don't know how much will you watch the Hard Knocks? You're a busy man.
Well, I watched the Hard Knocks. Yes, we have never done any bit of Hard Knocks, so I'm in. Yes.
Good. I think
I've always rooted for us to get Hard Knocks. I want to see what it looks like. So, yeah, I'm fully in. I wish we had the real Hard Knocks, but I'll settle for the midseason.
See, I am more into the in-season one than I would be the preseason one, because I think the in-season, dude, you're seeing what is happening in real time as they're fighting for a playoff spot or winning the division or whatever. The preseason one, we're like conditioned to like that because it's older and we've watched it for probably close to 20 years. But dude,
I think more.
So much of the training camp time period that gets shown on Hard Knocks is just, it's good television, but it's pretty irrelevant to football.
You're totally right. I think the only reason I say it is because you're not sharing the time with other teams.
Right.
But you know what? It's definitely more intriguing. Now, listen, obviously, if the season goes the way we hope it all does, that will be great. If somehow we take, if Jaden takes a step back, if the team's not good and things are in bad shape, then I'll probably all be considerably less interested in it. But if things go the way I believe they will, and this is a team that's competing for the division and that people are talking about making a return to the championship game, yeah, I mean, who would not be so stoked to watch that? In fact, guys, I got a couple decisions to make. Listen, I go to games in D.C. here and there. Usually I end up going to at least one a year. But I like to keep an eye on that road schedule and see what's interesting. The fact that you have the opportunity in this moment to go see this team in Green Bay and in Kansas City, both before it gets freezing cold, is pretty incredible.
Which one are you leaning?
Well, so one of my best friends is an obsessive Packers fan who's always wanted me to go to Lambeau with him. And that is appealing, particularly because it's so early in the year. Like a warm game at Lambeau could be kind of fun, a cool way to take that in. But at the same time, guys, my guess is we won't have another game at Arrowhead during this version of the Chiefs. Like, this is probably it.
Yeah, they don't get out there nearly as frequently. That's a great point, dude. If I had to pick one just on the venue, it's Lambeau. Lambeau's incredible, but the matchup of Jaden and Mahomes with Kelsey, you know what I mean? That's
It's
a
a
really
lot.
good point, dude.
Yeah, so those are the two I'm considering. I'm probably closer to doing Lambeau, but I do think the Chiefs one is appealing. But just the fact that we have games like this, I mean, in an average year, guys, as much as I'd say I'm looking forward to those years, it would all be with a sense of dread that it could just go so horribly wrong. To go into games against teams like that and feel like, yeah, I think they should win is just it's a great place to be.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
We'll let you run, man. Thank you very
All right,
much for
Pete.
making
Appreciate
time
you,
for
brother.
us, dude.
All right, boys, golf soon.
Yes,
All right, man.
sir.
Gotcha.
That's our guy, Peter Rosenberg. Follow him at Rosenberg Radio, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Phone lines open at 11. Whoever you're mad at, you can let us know. Never second best. Jeff, this is your jam right here?
I wouldn't call it my jam. I like the song. I forgot what was on TV and it just came on. I was like, yo, we gotta play this on air. I'll stop the world.
I think this is in the
and
Breakfast
melt with you.
Club.
It could be.
No, I know what it was. It was Ice Age. That's what it was.
Jeff's out here watching cartoons.
Nah. I
mean,
went.
yes,
I was,
yes,
I,
yes.
I was with my little nephew and I had to watch that.
Nah, I wasn't. I didn't have
How long
to.
till your eyes were asleep? How long till you were asleep? B. How long did you last in Ice Age?
I didn't.
You just fell asleep?
Never went.
Oh, I thought you just said you watched it with your nephew.
No,
He was talking about
saying-
from me.
I was
Oh,
talking.
okay.
I was talking in like I was Jeff.
All right. Couple things just happened that I want to point out. Jeff, you want to follow Jeff? He's at Jeff2Funny. Just retweeted something. If I was named Jeff, I'd constantly be saying things like "definitely" and "I Jeffed up." Do we think Jeff should start saying "definitely"?
Definitely.
I think you definitely should. I also think,
I think
we
you
could start.
definitely should not.
I think we could start to referring to things that Jeff f's up as he Jeffed up.
Yeah. That's
I
true.
think that-
There we
I
go.
think that is a very.
I like that one.
I like that one a lot.
Hey yo, so my cousin,
He
she
really
sent
jeffed
me
it
that.
up.
Yeah, she tagged me in that, and I like it.
That's Jeff and great.
It's something I definitely do.
All right, Brian, how many years did you play pro football?
14, brother.
14.
Some may say 18.
I
I'll
believe
leave that
that.
alone.
Hell, my guess is there some envelopes in high school at that level. Regardless, you ever seen a team in pro football score only 1 point?
No, how you do that?
Do you think it's possible?
To score 1 point?
1 point.
If you block a field goal and return it, I mean an extra point.
Yeah,
But I thought you still got 2 from that.
1.
You only get 1.
You only get 1.
So they scored 1 point. What was the score?
I don't know that it's ever happened, but it's all of a sudden it's become viral that scoring 1 point in a game is possible, which in turn I imagine makes any score possible, right?
I guess.
There's also the
Could it be
1 point
2
safety.
to 1? What if it's 2 to 1? A
What-
safety is
What's
1
the
or
1
2?
point safety? I think that's what we're talking about.
I think if somebody's trying a 2-point conversion and you get a safety on the play, then it's 1 point.
I don't know how that's
Yeah, so I
possible.
think the
though.
blocked extra point is still 2.
It's
It
2.
needs to be the safety.
So a blocked extra point is worth 2.
Yeah.
If somebody's going for a 2-point conversion, you only get 1. That's the rule.
No, I think you get 2
No, you still get 2. It's if you get the safety on the 2-point conversion or extra point.
But how do you get a
So
safety?
you're saying a dude runs
he running
50
backwards?
yards backwards?
No, not 50.
Yeah.
He running 100 and something, almost 90 yards backwards.
Well, not if it's a blocked extra point.
The
blocked
most
extra
likely
point's up to
scenario would be
35, right?
long snapper over the head of the holder, and then it's a safety.
Yeah, but then he'd have to boot it. Like the guy trying to recover it would have to boot it. Like
I also think it's possible for the offense to score a 1-point safety. Like if they threw an interception, guy runs it out of the end zone, then runs back into the end zone, gets tackled.
that what? Explain. Yeah, I think you jeffed up. Explain that again.
The quarterback throws the football. Are you with me?
Okay.
Where is the line of scrimmage?
The 2
Okay, and they're 2 yards away from a touchdown,
from a 2-point conversion.
from a 2-point conversion. Okay.
Then the ball is intercepted.
Yes.
Then the guy runs out of the end zone.
Yes.
Okay.
Then he runs back into the end
You
zone.
get tackled.
Then he gets tackled in the end zone.
Is that 1 point or 2?
That's 1 point.
Jeff, you got all this?
Yes, I was actually chat GPTing it to see if it ever happened.
I thought that was 2.
What'd they tell you?
It never happened in the NFL, but it happened most famously in the 2013 Fiesta Bowl game between Oregon and Kansas State.
What happened?
The 1 point safety.
Is anybody else confused?
No.
How are you confused?
I
bro?
definitely am. Here's what we're gonna
It
do.
happened. You brought it up and he's telling you when it happened.
I'm not confused about it happening, but all of it, just the concept of the 1-point play.
I would like to see a game like that. Could a game end up just 1-0?
I suppose it
Yeah,
could.
I want to see a 1-0 football game.
Well,
No, it can't because the only way
because
you can
it's got to
score
be on an extra
is a
point
point,
attempt.
Oh, that's right.
So I guess the lowest score.
So if it's on a regular play,
6 to-
what do you get? 2?
2. The
All right.
safety is 2 on a regular play.
So is the lowest possible score with 1 point scored 6-1?
2-0. You get a safety
With a
it's
1.
2 point.
We're trying to get the 1 point.
Oh, trying to get exactly the 1.
Yeah.
So it'd be the
6-1.
lowest possible score is 6-1.
6-1, yeah.
All right. The more you know.
I would love to see that.
That'd be a boring ass game, B.
Might not be. Might be some slobber knockers all day.
Remember that 3-0 game you played in against the Jets?
It was cold, Jay.
All
That was so boring.
right. Here's what we're gonna do. Get angry early, folks. It's time for Bleep You Thursday. The phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Whoever you're mad at, we're taking your calls next.
The Boston Bruins have officially announced they've hired Marco Sturm as their next head coach, a move that means every NHL team has a bench boss in place for next season. Sturm was one of the names who had been long connected with the Bruins, among other teams, in a cycle in which 8 different franchises were seeking a head coach. Now all of those positions filled. He becomes the 3rd coach the Bruins have had since November, when they fired the current St. Louis Blues coach, Jim Montgomery. The Bruins fired Montgomery after winning 8 of their first 20 games. Then they had an interim head coach, but now they've made their official hire. And we don't know who's going to coach the Knicks next season, but we know who isn't. Rick Pitino could be scratched off the list of candidates for the New York Knicks coaching vacancy. The St. John's men's head basketball coach was asked if he would make his return to the NBA. He was on the Yankees broadcast last night, and they were interviewing him, and he quickly answered, absolutely not. So he will not be the head coach of the Knicks. From the Rob Medicap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
I don't drive a Ferrari. All right, folks. We're doing it. Go time. Bleep you Thursday. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. I will start with a tweet I got. CDub1906 says, can I get a bleep you for fast food pickup spots in a packed parking lot? I mean, damn, I'm picking up, but I'm just going inside to order it, then pick it up. The McDonald's by my house, River Road in Bethesda, if anybody's familiar with it. The workers inside do a tremendous job. That place is always slam packed.
Mm-hmm.
That parking lot is an absolute disaster
Mm-hmm.
because you got people now ordering on the app with people bringing food out to them. And then you get the people in the drive-through lane where their stuff's not ready when they get to the drive-through pickup, and then they got to pull over. So then there's no place to park if you got little kids that like going inside.
Mm-hmm.
It's a mess. I don't know. I feel like in the world of ordering on the app, you got to get rid of the drive-through or something. Like, I don't know what the answer is, but have you experienced this at all?
Huh?
The other thing I don't understand, and there must be some like legitimate like patent or proprietary information or something.
What?
The way Chick-fil-A runs their operation is so much better than any and all other fast food operations. Like, why doesn't Burger King or Popeyes or McDonald's, whoever, hire the number 2 dude from Chick-fil-A and just make that dude in charge of your operation? It can't just be because they get Sundays off. Like, that can't be the only thing.
I don't know. I've never had the issue, though, at either place.
Brian, you live a charmed life. You never have any issues.
No, I go to the same fast food place everybody else go to. Maybe just Maryland and D.C. just screwed up.
I don't even know where this dude lives. Landfill, have you had drive-through fast food issues?
Yeah, some of the drive-thrus are pretty slow, but Chick-fil-A, they're always on point. Even when there's a long line, it just moves.
It just moves. I wish the dude in charge of the person, it might be a lady, whoever it is, whoever's in
Might be a
charge.
kangaroo.
It might be a kangaroo. Whoever's in charge of Chick-fil-A, I would like to appoint them to be in charge of Tyson's Corner and the GW Construction, because that is
They just not have run you through a fast food line. They don't know a damn thing about construction.
whoever's doing that doesn't know a damn thing either. It's the worst traffic. I have no idea what's going on.
Hey,
It's
Jay,
never going to
You're
finish.
in the area where traffic never stops, and you're trying to build temporary roads while overall trying to build a permanent road.
It is.
It ain't gonna be no damn good way to do it.
It is the worst, dude. And have you noticed?
If they had told everybody, okay, your only way you can get to Virginia is go through D.C. or go around the Woodrow Wilson, we're going to just shut down the whole side.
They might as well.
That'd be better.
It's kind of the same.
Nah.
Dude. Yo, it's
hard as hell to do that when you're never ever going to have no cars on the road.
It's atrocious over there, and it's been going on for like 3 years, and they're not going to be done for 3 more.
It's going to go on for some more because in the middle of it, they decided, let's do this too.
They got to fire the people who make those decisions.
Hire the people from Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
Like, they don't have, you still need engineers and architects and everything, but like, let the Chick-fil-A people handle the egress and ingress.
You have to be just joking.
Dude, they're good at it. They're good at handling lots of people going into the same place. The people in charge right now are bad at
people at lunch. They will be lost.
You just build it. It's just scale it. You just scale it.
They couldn't do much worse than the way it currently
try something different, because the current setup is god awful. If you're on the outer loop driving towards Tyson's, you see that giant overpass they're building?
Huh?
How long till you think they build the other side of that thing? And where's it gonna go? There's a neighborhood right there. There are houses, and are all those people about to get just thrown out?
No. It's gonna have another turn. That's why they wait, because that little road that's starting here is gonna go back the other way.
My daughter's in 3rd grade. I bet she'll be in high school before that stuff's over.
College sophomore.
Dude.
I think it's supposed to be done in another 4 or 5 years.
I'll take the over.
Your daughter could go to college, get a degree in engineering, and work on that project.
Just like the name. Just like the name. Just get used to it, because they ain't going nowhere till they're done. I'm just letting you know.
I want Mike Beasley, MGM National Harbor. Bees, give me odds on when the Tyson's GW construction will end, please. And you know what I'm taking? The over. It's never going to end. It's god awful.
It's going to end. Then y'all going to be happy.
Well, I
rode the GW Parkway the other day, y'all. Guess what? No problem.
Yo, it's like Mad Max in the Thunderdome, man.
I had no problem.
You cannot even change the radio when you're driving on GW Parkway right now, because it's like you gotta lock the Jeff in when
I left downtown DC.
You live a charmed life.
Going
bad
to
ever
PD Die that Saturday and rolled right through it. Got there on time.
Must be nice to be Brian Landfill. Just living that charmed life.
Like, I leave and do stuff on time. Y'all do stuff last minute and then have a problem with the roads because you late, knowing that it's already messed up.
Do you have any bleep user? Is everything gravy?
I did my bleep already.
To Penderbrook Golf Course. Penderbrook got one. Phone lines are open. If you're mad about anything, hit us up. If the boys in the aquarium have anything, let me know. I specifically am mad about something. This is happening in more and more situations, and it doesn't make any sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Have you noticed? When you open a new package of tissues, I got little kids, allergy season. We go through a lot of tissues in my house, Kleenexes, whatever you want to call them. We typically buy the square size, but there's also the brick size.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about the brick size. I'm speaking more specifically about the square, but I assume it's the same in all of it. Doug, you open the box of tissues and you rip the little thing off the top. Okay. And you try to pull out a tissue. It is packed so tight. It is so jam-packed. It is so packed that you can't get a tissue out, especially little children. So to get where it's the easy thing with the tissues, it just kind of pulls up. It's easy, right? But the level you have to go down for that ease of tissue acquisition is 50 freaking tissues. And it's so annoying. And you know where I've started to notice the same thing? The men's room. What is your preferred method for drying your hands in the men's room? You like the air joint?
I got the tissue.
I like the paper towel.
Yep, I'll do both of them, depending.
I prefer the paper towel to the air.
I normally
blade.
adjust to whatever you have, dog.
But dude, have you noticed more and more trying to get the paper towels out in any men's room? And I'm sure it's like this in ladies' rooms. I can't necessarily speak to it, or just restrooms where people use them. Either you get no paper towel. It gives you like a quarter of an inch. You got to wait 10 seconds for the
Use
automatic
two
joint.
hands and pull it slowly.
Or you can't get them out and they end up like ripping in half. We got to chill with the packaging. Put the Chick-fil-A people in charge of packaging paper goods. It's ridiculous.
JP, you are the complainingest dude I've met in my life. You complain about everything. Do you ever think that sometimes it might just be you?
Now, Brian, this segment is called Bleep You. This is a once-a-week segment to complain about stuff.
I'm just saying, but you complain about so many things that I think if you just slow down a little bit, it'll work out for you.
B, this is literally Bleep You Thursday. This is what I'm supposed to be doing, is complaining about stuff. For once, I'm on topic. I am doing what the show sheet says. You can't. This is where I'm supposed to complain.
Chick-fil-A gonna call in and say, do not tell people to hire us for nothing else. We are not qualified to do anything else.
Chick-fil-A should run the world. They know what they're doing. Wegmans, Chick-fil-A. I'm also shouting out good places that know what they're doing. Shout out to them. What are some other places that know what they're doing?
Mm-hmm.
Wegmans and Chick-fil-A come to mind. I'm open to other ideas. You think I'm the most complaining dude in the world? Charlie is in College Park. Hello, Charlie. How do you do?
Gentlemen, good morning. Good morning.
What's up, man?
Now, I realize this is going to reflect my being a Clint Eastwood type curmudgeon. I'm the only one in the universe that feels this way. But bleep the NFL for what's the thing y'all were talking about they're going to have?
What?
For Washington and other teams. I can't even remember the name of it.
Hard Knocks?
Hard Knocks?
Hard Knocks. To me, football is not entertainment. I realize it is for everybody else.
But,
the only thing I
Charlie,
care about,
how you gonna say it is not entertainment?
What is it?
When it is for everybody.
Listen, for me.
But why do you watch it?
Why do I watch it?
Yeah.
Because I love the game. I played the game.
But you're entertained by it, are you not?
I don't care about that. I don't even think about that. That never enters into my thinking. I'm thinking X's and O's. I'm thinking of coaching. I'm thinking of Jaden Daniels. I'm thinking of Terry McLaurin. I'm thinking of the Eagles and how to beat them.
Yes, so you get to watch more of them.
I don't care, but you're missing it, man. Just for me, I'm taking responsibility for this. It's a distraction for the players, for the team. I don't like distractions.
So, Charlie, if I may, I've been thinking about this distraction. We watch practice. We're out there. B-Mitch was on the practice field last week. I don't think people are aware of, even without Hard Knocks, how many cameras there are. Yeah, you've got an army of young 20-somethings making social media content at everywhere they turn. Like, will there be more
think
cameras?
The players care
Yes.
one bit. I think we as fans care about distraction more than them. The players don't even see that crap.
That's true.
Thank you, Charlie.
See, that's the whole thing. As a player, I always look at it from a player's point of view.
But dude,
I care about performance.
You know
These
where
guys
there's
are
more
pros.
cameras than you could possibly imagine?
I don't care about
college football, dude.
I understand that. That's entertainment. It's not for me. I love the game. Thanks, guys.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Charlie.
man.
You know what? It's Bleep You Thursday. Get it off your chest. We don't have to agree. We don't have to agree.
Okay.
Jason's in Bristow. Jason, who you mad at?
I'm mad at B. Mitch
Oh!
What you mad at me for?
because you used to come to Velocity 5, and I used to give you Patron margaritas and wings, and you never left me a tip.
Well, you're a lying
Even when
ass
Jim-
right there.
Nah. Even when Jim Spiros was there, you ain't never left me a tip.
Well, that's a lying ass. If I got drinks, I left tips, or Kenny paid the bill and took care of the tip. So that's a lie. I tip too much.
I've been with you plenty. I've never.
So that's
once
a lying
seen you
ass
not
right
tip.
there.
Let's try.
Try
Austin.
that with somebody else, homie.
Let's go to Vinny in Seat Pleasant. Vinny, who you mad at?
JP, B. Mitch.
And I didn't drink no damn margarita. Hold on, I'm sorry, Vinny. I'm sorry. To the dude before, I ain't drink no damn margarita, so that's why you didn't get a tip because you didn't serve me. What the hell are you talking about? I drank Patron and pineapple juice. That's not a margarita.
Hey, hold on. So look, when he said it, I said, "Oh, that don't sound like B."
Nah.
When he when he said margarita, and then bro, I'm with you out a lot. You do tips. So when he said it, I was like, all right.
Do you think Eddie George was in there drinking margaritas and not tipping?
That
and he
might have
thought
been,
it was you?
it might have been Eddie. Yeah.
Vinny's in Seat Pleasant. Vinny, who you mad at?
What's up, fellas? Hey, B. Mitch, go off, man. Hey, you got every right to go off, man. I bleep you to the caller for even calling up here with that nonsense, man. For real. Anyway, I want to bleep you to all the parents of my youth football team, man. Man, they get them to practice late. I got a whole offensive game plan to implement. They get there like 7:15. I practice only 2 hours. And I'm like, bro, how am I supposed to get my running back to understand these holes or where to go if y'all don't get them here on time? So go ahead to all of my wonderful, wonderful parents, my Team U, OGB Raptors, bleep you, 100%. Y'all fellas have a great day, man.
Thanks, Vinny. Appreciate you. Let's try.
Oh my Lord.
We got Pancho is on the line.
Pancho.
Pancho, what's good? Who you mad at?
Gentlemen,
What's up, brother?
swinging and banging, faking and booty shaking. How y'all doing?
I'm good, man.
I love that phrase. Shout out to Cornelius
Let's
Lucas.
Yeah, shout out Mr. Faking and booty shaking himself, man. Anyways, F you to Mike Florio. He used to say he used to rag on the Commanders because of Dan Snyder. Now all of a sudden these like clickbait comments, I didn't even entertain him.
What did Florio say, Lay?
What did he? Oh, that bit he dropped. What was it earlier in the week about how we were afraid of the Eagles? Like what? They're gonna lose to
Ain't
the
nobody
Eagles?
afraid of anybody, dude. It's football.
Yeah,
Florio,
I know.
maybe you haven't noticed
I
that
know.
grown men that play football are not afraid. If you afraid, that's why you do what you do. Just tell you.
I very
Florio.
much agree with that. Thanks, Pancho.
You
Appreciate
guys
the
have a
call,
good
man.
day.
All right, man.
See you, buddy.
He sound a little bit like our dude from he calls in sometimes. He has the same little draw in his voice. What's the dude's name was?
Los?
No, but I can't think of his name now.
All right, you think of it. Wendell's in Springfield. Wendell. Who you
Hey,
mad at?
fellas, thanks for taking me. I'm mad at Charlie, man, for thinking the NFL is not entertainment. I can't wrap my
I didn't
mind
get that
around
one, dog. I didn't get that at all.
No, the concept makes no sense, and I'm gonna let you cut me loose. But I do agree with JT too on the tissue boxes and when
It's
they
crazy,
overpack
dude.
the
It's
paper
crazy.
towels. I agree with him, B-Mitch.
You know what
I
I'd
agree
rather
with
know?
him.
I'd rather too much paper in it, and then they give me a paper towel with nothing in it.
Yeah, but B, the problem is
That's
by the
true.
time you get through the over packaging, you got less than if they just regular packaged it. Because
Yeah, you're pulling out like 6, 7 at a time.
Yeah, dude. Say a standard box would have 100 tissues, right? So they try to sell you, we're giving you 125 tissues. Okay, but you got to go through 40 of them till it starts to work. So you really net out only 80 tissues, right? Wendell, you with me?
I don't know how you go through 40 and you get 80. That's still $120.
Right, but it's
Yeah, but
less
I
than if
love
I
the
could just buy
fella.
the regular box at 100.
All right, man. That sound like
Yeah.
entertainment.
Love it, fellas.
Call it the
Love it, love
NFL
it.
not being entertainment to me.
Listen, man. Thank you, Wendell.
That
All right,
was the weirdest one I ever heard.
he's mad that the NFL is considered
It's
entertainment.
not entertainment to him, though.
What is it then? I tried to get.
I don't know. If you're watching it for the players and you're watching it for the X's and O's, you are being entertained by it.
It's like people want to argue if golf is a sport.
Hell yeah, it is.
You can call it a game.
Well,
I
I'll
don't
tell you
care.
this.
Like,
Everybody that say golf is not a sport, take your ass out there and walk, and then tell me it's not a sport.
well, I also like the semantics police. I just don't understand. Like, if you enjoy it and you partake in it, who cares what it's called? Like, why does it matter if it's entertainment or not? Like, it's football. You love it. Who cares?
Yeah.
That one.
Hey, man.
But hey, man,
You love what? Things that entertain you, right?
I am
That's
not.
all I'm saying.
This is Bleep You Thursday. This is a judgment-free zone. You can say what you want. Be mad at who you want. Phone lines remain open. We're going to keep going. We got a ton of people. Coop, Austin, Eugene, everybody there. Just stick with us. We're taking your calls next. It's B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals starting up tonight. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And after the tip-off, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The Indiana Pacers enter the NBA Finals as one of the biggest long shots in the past 20 seasons. The betting public thinks, though, that they have a chance. The Pacers are 5-1 underdogs to beat the Thunder in the series. Those are the longest odds for any team in the finals since 2004, those champion Detroit Pistons, who were also 5-1 against the Lakers, according to Betting Archives. Now, this isn't unusual for the betting public to gravitate towards the long shots rather than having to spend a lot of money for the favorite. But still, at BetMGM, 94% of the bets on the series were placed on the Pacers. That is a ton of money on someone who is such a long shot. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I have a bleep you, but I don't even want to give this any credence. I don't even want to mention it. So if anybody follows Denton Day and you saw the joke thing that he quote tweeted, bleep you to the joke originator. There's a deep cut for you. The phone lines are lit up. People are mad about stuff. Let's keep it going. It is a bleep you Thursday. Cooper is in D.C. What's up, Coop? Who you mad at?
What's up, guys? Bleep you to any host or hostess that decides to sit you next to someone in a restaurant when there's 100 other seats available. That is the most annoying thing on this planet, and there's no need for it at all. You got 100 seats. I don't care who's in a rotation. Just put me somewhere other than next to 3 crying kids when there's plenty of seats open.
Yo, I'm with you. There must be a method to that madness. But if I go into a restaurant and I have my children with me, my kids are getting a little older. They're pretty well behaved, but still they're kids. Like, why are you jamming us into a corner where you got half the restaurant empty? Like, just let us go over there because then we're not impacting other people.
Yeah.
Correct.
I'm with that.
I don't understand it. Good call, Cooper.
I agree with y'all on that one.
Thank you.
Yep.
Or you walk into a restaurant and they walk you past 50 tables to put you way in the back in the corner.
Yeah, dude.
I'm like, yo. I don't like sitting in the corner.
Like I
didn't like sitting in the corner when I was in school when I was punished.
They're convinced that it's going to get so packed they need the space.
Well, put me in the front and take them in the back.
I have got a couple of bleep yous sent directly to me. Heather McDonough. Last night I asked her if I could wear flip-flops on all ears. I had a summer vibe going. I wanted to wear flip-flops. And she said, no, this is television, which maybe is fair. And I just got a text from her. She said, bleep you to show hosts who want to wear flip-flops.
I agree with her. Because you like to wear those little things too much at all times.
It's free feet movement.
Nah, man.
I got another.
Your feet not pretty, dog.
So I'm playing in the Woodmont member guest tomorrow. I'm fired up. My game, I have no idea the status of my current game.
I can tell you what it is. It's jeffed up.
Yo, it's jeffed up. The other day, I feel like I can string 9 holes together. Tomorrow, I have to play 27 holes. I don't know how that's going to go. But today is the practice round over at Woodmont. And my boy Brian Ashen just texted me, bleep you for not showing up to the practice round. We got drinking to do. So I'll catch up tomorrow. Don't worry. Eric is in Woodbridge. Eric, who you mad at?
Oh, hey, fellas, how y'all doing this good Thursday afternoon?
What's up, man?
B-Mitch doesn't need anybody to defend him, but, you know, as a DC legend, I got to just say bleep you to the caller that called in and tried to talk smack about B-Mitch not tipping. We all know you pay like you weigh, big homie, so keep doing what you're doing, and you're respected by many.
Appreciate you, bro.
Have a great day.
Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate you.
Let's go to Bristow. Eugene is in Bristow. What's up, Eugene? Who you mad at?
Hey, man. Peace, B-Mitch, JP. If you want to get on the subject of tipping, man, now I have a reason to be mad. I do DoorDash on the side, not my full-time job, but I do it on the side. I had to drive from Hyattsville, a food pickup from Hyattsville, all the way up to Georgetown. Deliver the person's food in an upscale apartment, no tip at all. So I want to send a big bleep you out to that person right there, because that really made me mad right there.
I don't
And
blame
you.
you.
Want to get on the subject of tipping? That's something to be mad about right there.
All right. Now, can I ask a question, Eugene?
Yes, sir.
I don't want to bleep you. You seem like a nice fella. I appreciate you listening to the program. But in the spirit of Bleep You Thursday, how about next time you call in, turn your damn blinker off?
Hey, no problem.
Thank you, buddy.
He was turning, man. He was turning. Eugene, you turning. What the hell's wrong with you, Jay?
Jeff, I'm not trying to come at you, but I got an honest question before I go to line one. Is that Simon or Simone?
That's Simone.
Okay, perfect.
When did Simon ever has an E on it? I never heard of Simon with an E on it.
I just say he thought you might have put an
Me
extra
either,
letter.
dog. I didn't know if maybe it was a typo or something, and I didn't want to call someone named Simone Simon because I'm guessing Simone's a woman.
Reading is fundamental, dog.
That's a two-way street, homie. Simone is in Gaithersburg. What up, Simone? Who you mad at?
Hi, guys.
How you
Thank
doing?
you so much for taking my call. My bleep you is to all the Uber passengers who get in my car with passive-aggressive behavior. They don't speak when I say good morning, and then they get out of my car and give me a 1-star rating saying I'm not friendly. Then I have to prove to Uber that they're lying by submitting a video. That is so annoying. And so bleep you to all those passengers who does that
Absolutely.
all the time.
So you got him on camera.
Yes, I have to
love
record all of my
I
rides. And
love
so
it.
then I have to submit that recording to Uber to get rid of that 1 star. And ordinarily it wouldn't bother me, but Uber is paying my tuition for college. And I have to keep my driver rating at a certain percentage.
Hey, I'm with you on
and
that.
when
I
they
get it.
do stuff like that, that could mess up my stuff. So bleep
Yeah.
you to all of them.
Thank you, Simone. Bleep them.
You know, I'll pause my camera a little bit, and then I'll tell them bleep them right when they get out the car.
Brian, I don't know that you're built for the customer service industry, B.
I am. I'm built for the customer service industry, but when they cross the line, I'll cross it too.
All right, I'm going in chronology. Austin has been on hold. Austin and Stafford, who you mad at, dude?
I am mad at younger service workers right now. It felt like every time this week, they just give me the deadest eyes and don't even try for conversation. It's like they're all poorly socialized.
It's because they're
I finally
high,
get
dog.
it when my dad was like mad at going to McDonald's and getting like a 16-year-old who just stares blankly at him when he says no onions. I get it now.
Dude, it's because everyone's stoned. Just walk around. All you do is smell weed.
Yeah,
That's why
all
service
day.
sucks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Austin. All right, we're going to lock these up so we don't have more folks call. If you're on hold, stay right there. I'm getting everybody in. Jeff is in Fairfax. Jeff, who you mad at?
Well, first of all, I want to give B. Mitch a homework assignment for tomorrow because I'm going to call in tomorrow with Ask B. Mitch Anything. I'm going to ask him who he would work with other than you, excluded, whether
Well,
alive
it's
or
not
dead.
going to work tomorrow because I won't be here.
Yeah, we're not here, dog.
I'll
There's
save it
your
for next
homework.
week. But listen. I live in a townhouse community not far from George Mason University, and I spend so much time picking up trash on the side of the road that people throw out. They stop at a fast food joint, they gobble the stuff up on the way home, and instead of
that.
taking the bag in to throw it away in a proper receptacle, they throw it on the curb.
I hate that.
And then I got to pick it up. And they're co-conspirators, these dog walkers that will walk by a pile of fast food junk on the curb or sidewalk 3 or 4 times and never even think about picking it up while they pick up dog poop. I mean, give me a break. Bleep these people that trash my earth.
Bleep them. Good call, Jeff. I hate I put people that leave trash on the golf course are just the worst. Rodney is uptown. Rodney, who you mad at?
I'm mad at the NFL for subjecting us to watching the Dallas Cowboys every single year on Thanksgiving.
Hey,
It's a good
I'm
call,
with you
man.
on that. That's a good call.
It's
That's
a good call. Simple right there. Thank you, Rodney.
I got a question. Is there a way of changing that? and I'll leave it at that.
I'll say no.
No.
Jerry got that set up. dog.
It was also set up. So the reason
this was set up before Jerry,
yeah,
right?
yeah. The reason the Cowboys play on Thanksgiving every year is they were an expansion team and they were trying to generate interest. So they started doing that. That's how the tradition started.
And now they
Thank
getting
you,
all
Rodney.
those
And that
eyes.
was
They say, "Oh hell yeah,
60
we are
years
not."
ago or something. Jupe, our penultimate caller. It's Bleep You Thursday. What up?
Hey, what's happening, B, Miss JP? How y'all fellas feeling?
We good, man. What's happening with you?
Ain't much. Hey, look, I'm getting myself prepared, but my Bleep You is going for what's about to come, these spotted lantern flies. I've nicknamed them the flying dummies. It'd be billions of them out on my deck. They'll fly, smack you right in your forehead, land in your lap, get up and look at you like, what's up, dog? I'll be trying to grill. They'll fly into your grill.
What
They be
kind of
everywhere.
flies?
There's
Cicadas?
The spotted lantern fry.
What is
It's
that?
something brand new that's it's coming. It's coming. It's
We do
a
not
lot in
need
West
new
Virginia,
bugs, man. We got enough
but
bugs.
it's coming, man. I'm trying to tell y'all.
Yeah,
it's
they
coming.
get
They already
Spotted
down here.
mandarin fly?
I'm out.
Lantern.
Thank you, Jupe. Bleep those flies.
Oh, lantern
Yeah.
fly.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
Those are supposed to be real bad for the area and stuff.
Last but not least, we have an NFL owner on the line. Hello,
told you.
Jera. How do you do?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. The Finley, B. Mitch, Walker, and Landfill, and whatever it is, that heavy metal, whatever.
No,
Hey,
no, no.
listen,
White
whoever-
Brian is here today, sir.
Oh, well, White Brian. Hey, listen, whoever that call was, it will snow today about 15 inches before we're off Thanksgiving, you dumbass. That's just a stupid remark. But listen, I got to kind of blank me and blank the dentist at the same time. They said that I need a couple of implants. We're talking about $8,000. What the hell is that? If my mouth was my car, they would total it. What kind of $8,000? I asked them if there was a generic form. They said, hell no. And so I guess I got to pay. Hey, y'all have a great day. But
Thank you,
blank you
Jared.
to the dentist.
Appreciate you,
All
buddy.
right, man.
A rousing, successful Bleep You
Oh,
Thursday.
This little lantern fly,
I'm out on these flies.
it's bigger than a fly.
I'm out.
It's gonna be a problem.
All the way out on these fries. You know what I'm in on? Garage doors, baby. I got a new garage door, and I love that thing. It's silent. I use the app. As a matter of fact, I'm not entirely sure I closed it this morning, and I'm gonna check right now. What do you think, B? I went out the garage to grab a Celsius out of the downstairs
Did you leave it
fridge.
open?
Bang! Closed. We're in business.
You just
All right.
closed it.
No, it was closed. I remembered. My wife is not always thrilled with how frequently I leave it open. But if you want a new garage door that your wife can be mad about, you leaving it open, you should hit up the folks at Door Pro America. Seriously, my old garage door sucked. It was loud. It was ugly. They got me this sleek new black garage door. Looks so much better with my house. Increased our curb appeal. It's really awesome. The MyQ app technology, you can open and close your garage door from anywhere. It is transformative for my house. Seriously. And Door Pro America did it all. They've been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years. Their team handles everything. Garage door and opener repairs, maintenance, new installs, whatever it is, they could get it done. Call today. You can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or you can check them out now at doorproamerica.com. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Fired up, bringing one of our boys on the Rude Guest Hotline, our friend Doug Riley. Doug, what's going on, dude? How are you?
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing?
We are good, dude. You know me and B pretty well. You obviously run this incredible golf tournament where you guys just raise an insane amount of money. Brian and I have been lucky enough to be a part of it. Contractors Against Cancer coming up this fall. Does it surprise you at all, Doug, knowing me and knowing Brian, that I did not know the date of the tournament till about 45 seconds ago?
Surprise? No, not at all.
Not with JP.
Well, dude, so you started this thing. Can you tell people about Monday after the Masters? Because I'm not sure everybody knows exactly what that is, but it's become a pretty damn big deal.
Yeah, they've been going for, I think, about 40 years now, but I went about 20 years ago. Unbelievable event in Myrtle Beach, run and hosted by Hootie and the Blowfish. And they put together just an incredible couple of days between the concert that they have down there and the golf with the celebrities, which is what spurred our thought to put one together in the DMV. We figured, if they can do it in Myrtle Beach, we ought to be able to do it in the DMV.
Yep.
Yeah, man. And
I played in that tournament before.
Well, I mean, that one I want to get to.
When I was horrible.
Maybe we should go back. I'm still horrible, but you're at least good.
I don't know, B. Mitch. I played with you last year in our event. You can hit the ball.
Yeah.
I was horrible when I first played that Hootie and the Blowfish thing. I had a crocodile red golf bag.
They should have let you in just for that.
So, Doug, tell us about the tournament this year. I mean, the amount of money that got raised last year when we were doing that live auction, and that one dude just held up his hand, is like, "Oh, I'll give another $150K." I was like, "Damn, this is a serious room, man."
It's real, for real. Yeah.
I mean, you guys, the first year you went over $500,000, right?
Yeah, we set a lofty goal at 650. We got to 600. We're trying to get to $1 million this year.
Wow.
We got a great committee of volunteers working to try to get sponsors every day. The key of this is we tried to create this one-of-a-kind event, just like Hootie and the Blowfish's event down there Monday after the Masters. But we also, at the same time, we're saving lives. The Colorectal Cancer Alliance, this has become the leading cancer in the men under age 50 now. It's what used to be thought of as an old age, cancer. It's getting into young people now. So the work we're doing is to try to get people to get screened early and find out whether they have an issue or not, and then beat it. So
when are the ages? When are the ages? So obviously knowing you, Doug, and knowing the group, like it was something it was easy for B and I to want to be a part of. I actually lost my uncle to colon cancer. When are the ages you should start to get checked for that stuff?
Well, if you have history, you need to be under 50. You need to start getting checked probably at 45. And I'm not an expert on this, but I've learned a lot since this is our cause. But here's a recent study I could tell you. I just read about the other day. 2025 Colorectal Cancer Alliance states they revealed that the majority of Americans prioritize chores over life-saving screening and would rather do their taxes than get a colonoscopy.
Damn. Doing taxes sucks.
I sure in the hell. That's not me. I had one last year.
I haven't had one.
But it's easier than it used to be. I mean, it's a wives' tale that it's this crazy process, and you go in, they knock you out basically, and then a couple hours later you wake up and you've had it done. But the other thing you can do is the Exact Sciences folks came up with this thing called Cologuard. You can poop and send it back to them in a box, and it at least gets you checked to see whether you need to go further on a more advanced testing.
See, that one right there is a lot easier than drinking that stuff, man. Oof.
Hell yeah.
I never thought pooping in a box would be for medical advancement, but here we are. All right. There's also Craig Melvin's event up in Connecticut is a huge thing too, right?
We went last year to support him, hoping that he'll reciprocate, although he's a pretty busy man these days. I actually golfed with him at the Monday after the Masters 2 years ago. We had a great time. Great guy, he and his wife.
Yeah.
But yeah, he has an event because he lost his brother, I think, 5 years ago. And he started his event called Bottoms Up Invitational, which is a cool name.
Knowing Craig and Lindsay, I bet there's a lot of bottles that end up bottoms up.
Bottles up.
Yeah, there was Yeah.
So tell everybody about the event this year. It's in October. The golf is at Congressional, and I know there's the big party Sunday night.
Oh, you're welcoming JP and I back.
Of course we are. We appreciate all you guys do for us, and we'd love to have you back again this year. You guys did a great job last year, and we'll make you guys our ambassadors for the event.
All right.
I love that, man.
It's October 5th and 6th. It's at Congressional, like you mentioned. On Sunday, we start off with tailgating, followed by a live auction, and then a star-studded concert and an after party. So Sunday night, Sunday afternoon into the evening, it is one great night, and the celebrities are all hanging out there. And then Monday morning, we do a gifting experience, which you get all kinds of items, hoodies, golf shirts, sunglasses, shoes, a bunch of stuff to say thank you to you for being there. And then we do the golf, and it'll be on the Congressional Blue course, the course that the pro events are held at.
There we go.
So we're not cheating you. We're not putting you on the other course.
That goal will kick your ass too, but the blue is something, man.
Absolutely, but everyone wants to play the blue.
Sure.
And then there's an awards reception afterwards. And last year I thought it was really cool. I had no idea Paul Graham, our organizer, was going to do this. But the winning group each got a guitar that was signed by all the celebrities. So it was really cool.
That was really
That
cool,
was
man.
sweet. Yeah,
We got to
yeah.
give those away. That was a lot of fun. I know that Sunday night you usually line up a pretty big act. Do you know who is that a secret still, or is that out yet?
Paul is still working on nailing everything down.
Okay.
We gave him a wish list of some people that we wanted, and hopefully we'll get some guys that have been there before to come back this year. But we're working on who the headliner is. Last year was Edwin McCain.
Yeah.
But we had the guys from Sister Hazel there, Stephen Azar, Javier Colon, the voice winner from season 1. I just golfed again this past year with Thomas McClary. If you don't know who Thomas is, he's the originator of the Commodores.
Oh, wow.
75 years old. I'm telling you, I golfed with him down in Myrtle Beach. Doesn't look a day over 50. Great guy. Got up there on the stage and did Brick House and Easy. It was awesome.
Oh, boy.
That's awesome, man.
Oh, yeah.
Still getting it done. Well, Doug, we're fired up. Everybody should head to it's contractorsagainstcancer.org, right?
Yes, it is. No spaces. Contractorsagainstcancer.org.
Yeah.
We'd love to have some more sponsors join us. We're on our way to our goal, but we need a little push. And if anyone out there wants to help us out and become part of the event, we'd love to have them.
And help you out while helping other people.
Yeah, man.
Get people help.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And saving lives. We're
There you
saving
go,
lives
man.
here, people.
Definitely.
Maybe we should tee it before then just to make sure, we got all our ducks in a row.
I like it. I like your thoughts.
All right. Thank you, Doug.
All right, guys.
Hey,
Great.
Doug, appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you. It's our friend Doug Riley. Check out contractorsagainstcancer.org.
That was a good golf tournament. Bro.
It was a great cause. B and I did it last year. Going to lock in with those guys again. They do it very, very right. Now, when we return, Joe Varden from The Athletic, we're going to preview NBA Finals starting tonight.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Lamar Jackson will have his top big play wide receiver for the foreseeable future as the Ravens just announced that they have signed Rashad Bateman to an extension. Bateman's deal is 3 years, $36.75 million, including $20 million of that guaranteed, according to Adam Schefter. Now, this contract comes a year after Bateman signed a team-friendly 2-year extension worth $12.8 million because he didn't qualify for a 5th-year option after starting 2023 training camp on the did not report list. Now, after becoming Baltimore's most explosive wide receiver, he's under contract through the 2029 season. And tonight, 8:30 p.m., the NBA Finals tip-off. The Thunder are enormous favorites in this series, and understandably so. They've just been lights out. They're 80-18, including regular season and postseason. Plus, they went 21-1 in the regular season against the Eastern Conference. They have more double-digit wins than any team in any season in NBA history. But these Pacers, they're pretty good. This could be a really fun series to watch. That's 8:30 p.m. tonight. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia. And we are very excited to get on the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in Joe Vardon from The Athletic. Joe, what's up, man? How you doing?
Doing fine. Great to be here.
Are you in Oklahoma?
Yes, sir.
All right, dude. Obviously, the NBA Finals are like this incredibly exciting time for the league. And yet, with this matchup and the way the Thunder are just kind of rolling through things, people seem kind of muted about these finals. I imagine in OKC though, it's hype like crazy. Where are you at on this finals matchup?
I mean, there's a number of different ways to go at that. It's my job to cover these playoffs and these finals every year. So personally, I live in Cleveland, and I have actually covered more playoff games in Boston than I have in Cleveland. That's how often Boston is in the playoffs and in the finals. So, so for me, I think it's kind of cool to be in Oklahoma City right now. It's definitely a breath of fresh air. It's just different all the way around. And the Thunder they were the best team. Now they were neck and neck with the Cavs for most of the year, but they pulled away. They were the best team in the regular season, and they're right where they're supposed to be as a team that won 68 games. You should be in the finals. I don't know what it is about the Pacers. It's not, they don't turn you off. And actually, if you spend any time watching the Pacers, and I didn't mean that in an aggressive way, but if you watch the Pacers, they're actually a really fun team to watch. Like they play, like if you think about all the ways that people complain about the product of the NBA, like whether it's like, it's too individual, or there's like nobody runs offense or nobody plays defense, like the Pacers, they play the way you want. Like if you're that guy, that they play how you want them to play. They pick you up full court on defense. They play a swarming style. They move the ball at all times. No one's out there grounding and pounding. They shoot threes, but they also get to the rim. Like, they run a bunch of different offense. So, I don't know if it's just like Halliburton is a funny name or what it is, but they aren't. They don't generate that interest on their own. And I just think, I don't know what's going to happen tonight as far as what the audience will look like. The MVP is on the floor. The millions of TV households in New York, they just saw the Pacers. Like, do they tune in to see if the Pacers can prove it against the Thunder? Like, you don't know. So, but I think that the talent is worth the tune in for sure.
Dude,
Yeah, I think so, definitely.
I think it's crazy, the conversation around the Pacers and specifically Halliburton. I think Halliburton is awesome to watch. I enjoy this Pacers team. I like Nesmith and Siakam is all over the place. Like,
Siakam was the MVP, wasn't
he? Yeah.
I think
he was.
Why do people try to downplay specifically Halliburton?
I think whether it's with Tyrese or it's just this team in general, like, there's a little bit of a reputation about not being like very physical defensively and just kind of being, that they're just a group that likes to get out and run fast, but that's just not who they are. And it's not who they have been for pretty much a whole season. I think also with Tyrese, and he does this, like, he is a superstar. He is a superstar, but he has these games where he will totally disappear. And I actually didn't realize this until it happened against the Knicks. And anecdotally, I guess I was aware of it, but I didn't understand how much of a thing this had become. Like, he has these games where he will almost completely disappear from the stat sheet. He was shut out twice, during the regular season on the scoreboard, which is hard to do. So, I think all those things play into it. Of course, there's no opportunity like an NBA Finals to do away with some of that once and for all.
I certainly. I mean, if the Pacers pull this thing off, people will there will be no more
They'll get
Pacers
respect for it.
disrespect.
But I think also when you look at, like I just named, Siakam was the MVP. And I think when people see that, they go, "Oh, but he's supposed to be that guy." Like, when you watch Oklahoma City, nobody else is going to be better than Shai Gilgeous throughout the game. He may be bad in the first half and the second half, but he's going to do something that's going to make you say, "Oh, okay, that's the dude." And I think that's why people probably say this stuff about Halliburton, but the guy can ball.
Yeah, he really can. I think that, his style is different from Shai Gilgeous. Shai can dictate, like, Shai can slow a game down. Like, he can get any team, any game to sort of have to play the way he feels like playing in the moment. Tyrese is a little different. Tyrese is a get up and go player, and he is perfectly surrounded by complementary players that also can play that role. So, the Pacers do struggle when things get into a half-court situation, whereas the Thunder, they get up and down, but they can also play just fine in a half-court because Shai will break you down like that. But, I think that's something else to consider with the Pacers is they decided a few years ago that they were going to play a certain way, and they found their guy in Halliburton, and then with just precision, they surrounded him with players who can also play that role. And once they figured out how to defend, they became this team that has made 2 consecutive conference finals, and obviously now they went even further. So, last year wasn't a fluke anymore. I mean, this is a very good team that's probably going to be good for a couple more years.
For sure. Talking with Joe Vardon here from The Athletic, covers the NBA. You can give him a follow at Joe Vardon, Vardon. Joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Let's also give the Thunder some real credit. I mean, they're the best team in the NBA.
Yes.
The length they have, the way they defend, and SGA is the best player in the NBA. This year, I don't think there's much debate about that. He won the MVP award. For folks that maybe don't watch OKC like they did, the Warriors or the Celtics, like get them up to speed on just how good the Thunder is.
Overall.
The athletic style is we treat Thunder like you would treat Celtics or Knicks.
Okay.
So, but yeah, it's like it doesn't grammatically like look and sound right all the time.
Right.
No, I think with the Thunder, they are another team. They have 2 all NBA players, but they have like the best player who is the MVP. He's from Canada. As NBA fans, we're used to having the top player in the league not be from the U.S. right now. But there's still another team where, the names don't quite strike the same familiarity as some of these other teams who have been here more often. But to your point, like they do have the best player. They are very deep. They have incredible size on the perimeter in Gilgeous-Alexander. Lu Dort is as good of a defender out there as you're going to find.
Lu Dort is a problem.
He is a major problem. And then they have Alex Caruso, who's won a title with the Lakers. They have size in the front court. Well, then, of course, they have Jalen Williams, who's the other All-NBA player. He's out there on the wing.
Damn.
Yeah, and so I think I almost want to stop right there. Like those, forget about Gilgeous for a moment. Like you can compare him in ways with Brunson, but that combination of Jalen Williams and Lu Dort and Alex Caruso, that is a much more formidable, in my opinion, perimeter attack that the Pacers will have to face than what the Knicks were providing. So, almost a way to think of this is this is an Oklahoma City team that schematically plays a little bit like Indiana, but does it with arguably more depth and possibly more talent. And so I think that's kind of the primary thing when you start thinking about like all these Vegas odds, that the Thunder are one of the heaviest favorites to win a finals ever. And that's probably why. I mean, they're the Pacers have overwhelmed some pretty good teams with their pace, with their style, and they won't be able to do that to Oklahoma City. So, really fun team to watch. It's one of those teams like we spent all year trying to think of someone other than the Thunder that would come out of the West. People always want it to be the Lakers. You think about the Warriors, and they made a big trade. People have always been enamored with the Clippers, and you could find all these candidates to do this. Even Denver, who actually took Oklahoma City to a 7th game. But when you watch the Thunder, you more often than not come away with feeling like they're the best team you saw this year. They are vulnerable. They did go to 7 games against the Nuggets. And they had a really bad game against the Minnesota Timberwolves. They're not as good of a 3-point shooting team as the Pacers. So between their occasional tendency to not show up, and also, if they had an Achilles heel, maybe it is the 3-point shooting. So between those two things, the Pacers can use that to their advantage. But, most of the indicators do point to Oklahoma City here.
And Chet Holmgren is I think he's a guy, he can do it from the outside, and then inside, I think he's a problem for people defensively. And offensively, he has a game that's full. He's not just a drop step guy. He can do all pick and pop, do whatever he needs to do.
Yeah, he can. I mean, he is much more of a two-way player than Karl Anthony Towns, which is what the Knicks, had against the Pacers. So Chet is definitely a factor in the series because he can do the things that maybe a combination of Miles Turner and Pascal Siakam. He can do those things. Like he's not he doesn't get exposed when the Pacers start running a 5-out offense. So I think that's important. But like the other way that the Thunder can match what the Pacers do is just they have so much size and speed in their smaller positions, so that they could, if they wanted to play a lineup with Shea, Lou, Caruso, Williams, and Chet, like that's, there's only one traditional big on the floor there, but they can all move. They can guard above their positions, so there's just a bunch of different ways that they can attack you.
Yeah, I mean, they are loaded. Talking with Joe Vardon here from The Athletic on the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud is the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You can follow Joe at Joe Vardon, Vardon. It sounds like you think the Thunder are going to win this thing, right? It seems like the whole world does.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a terrible prognosticator. I never get a sense for how long these things are going to go. I do listen to Vegas, like when the odds are overwhelmingly in one favor, and I've seen enough of these teams. I thought Indiana would give the Cavs a really hard time. Wouldn't have gone so far as to predict what happened, but I knew they were a tough out, and then I definitely had them beating the Knicks. So, I saw how they would do it. And then now you just think about the ways that they took care of these first three opponents, and they can't really do that to the Thunder. So, you give the Pacers all kinds of credit for sort of the moxie that they showed and the ability to play the way they want to play in a typically slowed down, playoff. But they're going to have to think of something else to beat the Thunder, or like do what they have been doing even better, which I don't know if that gear's there. So, but that's why we play the games. Let's see this. I certainly didn't think that Boston would tear the Mavericks to shreds last year, and like that may sound ridiculous now, but if you go back to what was happening at that time. The Mavericks had just looked so good in the playoffs and had gotten rid of Minnesota, and Luka was on fire and Kyrie was playing, lights out. So, you get into these situations and you try to make, the best guess that you can. But there's factors that even if you've been watching the teams all year, that you just don't consider. I'll tell everybody this too, one of the Pacers' key players, Aaron Nesmith, he hurt his ankle early in the Knicks series, and he didn't miss any time, but it affected him. Yeah. And to the point where they had to move Andrew Nembhard over to guard Brunson for a while. And so the closer to 100% that Nesmith is, the better off the Pacers will be.
Secret weapon might be Halliburton's dad. Is he still? He has to stay in the suite. He can't go down on the court anymore.
I guess. I mean, this is not an NBA rule. This is something the Pacers kind of cooked up, and so I guess I was a little confused how the Pacers could keep him out of a road game, and if they could dictate where
people
he
on the
could
road
sit.
are not going to let him get down there. They're going to make sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, you never know. I mean, these players are a lot of tickets, and sometimes they give you a family section, and so there's a bunch of different ways that can work. But yeah, I mean, he'll be there tonight. I guess I just don't know where.
It's going to be interesting to watch. That is a weird little subplot with Halliburton's dad. Talking with Joe Vardon here on the Ruud guest hotline. Joe is senior NBA writer for The Athletic. Joe, while we have you, obviously the Wizards are nowhere near an NBA Finals. They're about the opposite side of the planet. But as a lifelong Wiz Bullets fan, I am encouraged. Falling to the sixth pick sucks, but every year we see stars emerge from the NBA draft. Joker was a second round pick. Like, you can find guys that's on the staff. What do you think at number 6 for Washington?
Oh, geez. And the wrong guy for that.
Well, and recognizing it's a complete crapshoot. Who the hell knows? And it's a month away.
Yeah. I mean, when I think about the draft right now, I think about Cooper Flagg, of course, the kid from Rutgers, the Harper kid. I really like Flagg's teammate from Duke, Malawash, but I'm not sure, because the Wizards already have Alex Sarr, and some of the other sides. I don't know if Malawash would be the right pick for the Wizards at 6. I mean, maybe. I like this Iger Devin kid too. I had a chance to talk with him. There's going to be a story coming out before the draft at The Athletic about him. So yeah, I mean those, but I mean this is for me, anything that I'm thinking about draft wise, we'll wait until we're done with this series.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Well, I hope you enjoy it, man. I hope you get to see some great hoops and some competitive games. Thank you very much for making time for us.
Oh, thanks for having me, guys.
All right, Joe, appreciate you, man.
Thanks, man.
Yep.
Joe Varden from The Athletic. Great job
But
as
you can
a
use
covering the whole
Malawash
NBA.
and Sarr just like they do the big man in Oklahoma City and Holmgren.
So
that's 2 7-footers on the court at the same time.
I like Knipple, but I like Malawatch too. And he's a real rim protector. I don't think that's what Sarr wants to be. I think he wants to be like a free flowing. Yeah. Maybe it's what he is. And just think about the size and the athleticism. If your front court is like Sarr, Malawatch, Bilal, I mean, I don't know.
Look at most teams today; they are getting long, man, at all positions.
Yeah, length. All right, we got a report. There's a report about Terry McLaurin being frustrated about the contract situation. We're going to dive into this next. This is not great news, but I would say this isn't necessarily that surprising. Nobody go anywhere. News on Terry McLaurin and the Commanders and maybe some frustration brewing. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. The Texas Longhorns captured Game 1 of the Women's College World Series Championship versus Texas Tech, all thanks to an attempted intentional walk. Things are really heating up in the College World Series. This game was nuts. The Red Raiders were up 1-0 in the 6th inning. They were just 2 innings of shutout defense away from getting the win. But then things changed when Texas Tech's pitcher, who has been incredible this whole postseason, was trying to intentionally walk the batter. But the pitcher, you have to throw the ball. You can't just say, I'm intentionally walking you in softball. Her pitch hit over the strike zone, and she ends up hitting a single. They give the Longhorns a 2-1 lead. So now Texas is a game away from winning it all in this best-of-3 series. One more pitch, and it would have been Texas Tech's ball game. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Let's get to the business at hand. All right. I saw something earlier this morning, or maybe even last night, from one of these like straight up rumor accounts that I decided not to address. But in the last half hour or so, Jordan Schultz is a reporter for NFL Insider. I thought briefly he was with Fox. It appears he's no longer with Fox. Jordan Schultz is, at least on his bio, maybe he is. He's a reporter that was with Bleacher Report, was with Fox, has contacts for sure. He's got 300,000 Twitter followers. Now he does follow 100,000 people. Sometimes I think the ratios are fairly telling when you look at people that follow a ton of people. But regardless, Jordan Schultz just reported. Sources. Commanders All-Pro wide receiver Terry McLaurin has made it clear to the team that he's frustrated with the lack of progress on a long-term deal. As I previously reported, McLaurin unexpectedly left voluntary workouts after initially attending, and it remains to be seen whether he'll report for mandatory minicamp. McLaurin is entering the final year of his contract. Talks have been minimal. Brian Mitchell, you played in the NFL 14 years. You know Terry McLaurin. You know Adam Peters, the two main people involved here. You know the business of football. What is your reaction to this report?
I think this is a speculation thing, or if anything, maybe an agent says something. I don't think Terry or Adam said anything. And agents' job are to get conversations started. I just don't see this being how Terry is. You know what I mean? He's been here this long, and all he's been was a class guy. When there's issues, he doesn't discuss it. And we've seen Adam and his crew work, and they don't discuss stuff publicly either. So I don't know.
I tend to agree with you. I think in contract stuff, teams and agents will use the media to advance their agenda. Terry wants a new deal. That's not a secret.
Yeah.
Adam Peters said in Florida, I was in the room when he said it at the owners' meetings, we want to make Terry McLaurin a Commander for a long time. Ownership is willing to spend money. I think, honestly, and I recognize there are people that will read this and get upset or disappointed, whatever. I see this as just the business of football.
Yeah.
Football business.
And the thing of it, let's be real. A deal hadn't been done yet. We all can suspect that's frustration, probably on both sides. You know, one side because I'm not getting what I want, the other side because you're not taking what we offer. But the ultimate thing is anybody can say, oh, they're having issues right now because nothing has been done yet. But the fact that they probably talked to someone directly, I can tell you one thing: ain't nobody talked to Terry McLaurin directly.
I can tell you another thing. No chance this is coming from Adam Peters.
Yeah. So I don't buy that.
If you read all of it, sources, Commanders All-Pro wide receiver Terry McLaurin has made it clear to the team that he's frustrated with the lack of progress on a long-term deal. As I previously reported, McLaurin unexpectedly left voluntary workouts after initially attending, and it remains to be seen whether he'll report for mandatory minicamp. What I can look at that I think can be true, and a lot of this is semantics, like how you word it. Could you see Terry being frustrated that a deal isn't done yet?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Yo, let's lock this up. Let's get this done. I want this out of my life.
Because he wants to be there with his crew.
I don't know about the unexpectedly left voluntary workouts.
No.
Did he necessarily call DQ and say, hey, man, I'm going to head out of town. I'm not going to stick around for when the media gets here? I don't know that he did that, but I think unexpectedly left implies that he stormed out of the building with a box of his belongings.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's the case.
Or he was there going to the field and say, you know what, man, I'm not going to do this. No, he didn't do all that. But the one thing that I think, and this is one thing I'll tell you here, I don't question when this coaching staff says something. Okay? I've watched them enough and I listened to them enough to know that they don't BS you. Okay? They don't BS players. So when I hear Dan say, I've talked to the guys and I understand, I think he's talked to Terry. I think he's talked to Lattimore. And I think he's talked to Tunsil. And I think as a coach, he understands the position of probably all of them. Lattimore normally doesn't go. Tunsil normally doesn't go. Terry's in the situation, so he understands that as well. But I don't think either one of those guys are going to come out here and talk to him and I'm okay with it if he doesn't mean it. So when these coaches say stuff, I take exactly what they say. It's not my job. Yes, I'm in the media, and I think sometimes us in the media, we think we have the right to just do whatever and say whatever we want, but we want them to give them everything that we need. You know what I'm saying? And I think we can't question everything all the time just because that's what we think we're supposed to do. No, sometimes you got to learn people along the way. And if they are doing what they say, you have to go along with what they say instead of trying to speculate and take it where you want to take it.
Could Terry be frustrated about the deal? Yes. Does that mean this thing is at an impasse or a crossroads and it's going to go sideways? I don't believe so.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just deal in the facts, like what we know, right? When Terry signed his last extension, do you know when that occurred?
The week before July 4th.
July 6th is when they actually inked it. They probably agreed to it.
Well, when they agreed to it, then they mentioned that was the week before, the 30th or something like that.
If we get to training camp,
that's a problem.
Late July. All right, let's raise the flags a little. But for me, with this right now, this is the business of football.
100,000%.
I want to let people weigh in. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. There's breaking news, a report from Jordan Schultz. Now, I would add, I haven't seen this from Schefter or Garofolo or Rappaport. I haven't seen this from other people. I'm not saying that the report isn't necessarily true, but I think a lot of things can be lost in the sauce, like the wording of things. But there is a report from Jordan Schultz. Sources, Commanders All-Pro wide receiver Terry McLaurin has made it clear to the team that he's frustrated with the lack of progress on a long-term deal, and it's possible Terry doesn't come to mandatory minicamp next week. I think the time...
We can say everything's possible right now.
Right. What do we always hear? Deadlines drive deals?
I just tell you this, though, Jay. I have sat there, and I've watched it, and I've had my back and forth with Adam Schefter because when Mike Shanahan was here, he was too far up Mike's ass, and I didn't like it. So we had but I'll tell you one thing. When Adam Schefter, if he had wrote that, I'll take everything word for word because that man does not miss. I don't know Schultz right now. I know he's a new guy who's coming in trying to put stuff out there, and maybe, just maybe, this is one of his ways of doing it. But I am not to the point with him that I will take what he says and just go with it. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Now, even Garofalo, he doesn't miss often either. So if those two guys say something, I could give them the Bible treatment. This guy right here, I'm giving him the Cliff Note treatment.
Elijah's in D.C. Elijah, what do you make of the report? Terry's growing more frustrated, might miss mandatory minicamp.
Well, I think Washington for years has been always having to figure things out. There's always been big buzz in Washington about something. And I think there has to be something going on in Washington. So I think they just try to throw something out there just to try to try to get things moving. Now we have to decide as a fan, well, not as a fan base, and obviously the franchise, they have to just say, what is he going to do for us, like moving forward? Is it last year's performance, and now we want to encapsulate that, and now that's what we need from Terry? So the conversation has to be, what do we need from him moving forward? He's a great receiver. We know he keeps the structure of the offense together. It's difficult to have a receiver to be able to, especially at his spot, and do what he does to keep your structure together. I'll pay for that rather than the guy saying, give me the ball, and running. He's going to give you an opportunity for other guys to eat. And you're starting to see them being able to say, if he's not going to give us more physically, if this isn't a physical thing that he's going to give us, then let's give him a 4-3 guy. Let's give him maybe a guy coming out the backfield who's able to do this. Let's give him these options to see how much more we get from Terry. Because say, for instance, we win the Super Bowl, for example. Just throwing it out there, a guy like Terry, a guy like Payne. Think about some of these guys who teams are still hungry. Like, you think about the teams who are still trying to get there. Like, these guys, man, we can have them on our team. So I think everybody just sit still, let the thing work. If things may happen next year, you'd be like, oh, snap, now we're in a situation we have, if we won the bowl, for example, which may be a stretch, but if we win it, now you got guys on your team that actually look better to other teams. And how many times have we been in situations like that? We like, oh, man, we going to get this guy on our team because he may get us to the next year. You see what they doing, man. They
Eli,
building.
I'm late, man. I got to run here. Thank you, buddy.
Build it out.
Thank you,
man.
All right.
I love y'all, man. Peace.
We're taking your calls next. There's a new report. Terry McLaurin is increasingly frustrated with his contract situation, may miss mandatory minicamp. To me, I read this as just the business of football. There are folks that may feel differently. One thing nobody feels differently about in this room, Ruud HVAC systems.
All right, hey, it's B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. If you've got to turn down the heat when you're going on vacation, you can adjust it in seconds right from that phone. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the absolute best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly, and I still feel the difference.
The best part, man, these Ruud systems are whisper quiet. You don't have any of the clanging or banging, no noisy interruptions in the middle of the night. It's just peace of mind. The Ruud variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control. It's that humidity control that makes a big difference in these July and August DC summers. It lets the systems operate efficiently even in those extreme conditions. Comfort, performance, perfectly balanced. Brian, you also got to tell them about the cash. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out Ruud.com/federal incentives to learn more. Ruud makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And B, what is it they say about Ruud?
If it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. New report on the internet that Terry McLaurin is increasingly frustrated about the lack of progress on his contract and that he might miss mandatory mini camp next week. I thought B said it really well. I quoted him. This may be an agent saying something. I don't think Terry or Adam are saying anything. Agents' jobs are to get conversations started. I just don't see this knowing how Terry is and knowing how Adam is. I totally agree, B. Let's let the folks chime in here. Sam is in Gainesville. Sam, you worried about this new McLaurin report?
Hey guys, absolutely not. Let me tell you why. First of all, let's assume that it's an accurate report, right? For sake of argument, I'm in enterprise sales. I sell to high business corporations, multi-billion-dollar companies, and anytime you are negotiating, there is tension. Tension is a good thing. Tension leads to what they call it in negotiation ploy, a breakthrough. So you have tension, that leads to a breakthrough. When you get a breakthrough, you have a resolution that both sides agree to. So this tension right now that's happening in this negotiation process or any negotiation process, doesn't matter if you're selling widgets or negotiating multi-million-dollar NFL contracts, is totally normal. It should be expected. When they get to breakthrough, that's where we want to get to. That leads to resolution and a signed deal. That's all I got, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Bye-bye.
Thanks, bud. Good call.
You always said it. Pressure.
Yeah, man. I don't think it's our guy Pick is on the line. Toothpick. You worried about this McLaurin situation?
JP, I'm gonna answer your question, but the first thing is that last caller was 100% correct. The second thing is you have to ask, is Terry McLaurin frustrated? And he has the right to be frustrated because he has been a constant performer. Now, to answer your question, I think that his frustration and the people that we have in the building with him, the coaches, the front office, I think that they will sit down at the table. I think they will get this deal done in plenty of time to put everybody's minds at ease, and that Terry will be on the field performing with the rest of his teammates. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for the call, Pick. Appreciate you listening, bud. Landini, you have a PhD in BS. What is your level of concern, knowing you're a Terry McLaurin fan, knowing he wants a new deal, knowing that next week's mandatory minicamp?
I'm not hugely concerned. Ultimately, I think they'll get it done just because it would be pretty dumb to not have Terry McLaurin on your football team next year. So I think they'll make it happen.
I tend to agree, man. I tend to agree. Is Jeffrey, where are you at on this? Are you worried? You worry sometimes.
I'm not worried. When I first saw the report, I was over here about to type something on Twitter. I was like, I don't believe it. I don't believe it because usually with the Commanders this past year, stuff haven't really gotten out, from the team. And then, White Brian over here was like, yeah, it could be his agent. And I was like, yeah, I'm still not buying Terry left. He just walked out of OTAs because the way they make it seem like he walked out of OTAs mad. Like,
yeah,
like it just the story don't sound right. Now, what I will say, they got to get it done. If it's gonna suck if we don't get a contract done, but I believe they will get it done. Because the thing is, like I said, it's business. We don't know which way this is going to go. Hopefully, Terry is a Commander for a long time. I believe he will be a Commander for a long time. I believe it was Adam that said they were working on getting this contract together. So I'm not. I wouldn't be worried. Honestly, I'm not mad or anything. I'm just waiting. Now, will I be hurt if he's not here? They don't come to an agreement. I'll be like, man, it sucked. Like, that's our guy. But it's probably, they probably see something different. I'll still be a Commanders fan, but I don't know where I'm at.
Down the rabbit
I'm not
hole.
even on
Yeah,
down.
I don't know where I'm at.
I'm not even at that rabbit hole. See, the thing, like I hope hope God keeps me this way my whole life. I don't just jump because people write stuff, especially in this day and age, because I know what people are trying to get. They want to be first, but they're trying to get you to click. And for me, I always look at it the other way. I'm like, okay, is this guy just trying to get a rise or is he trying to get, people to just start talking about his stuff? He's trying to get people to start saying, "Oh, he's like Adam Schefter." I don't care. I know one thing: the dude we're discussing is class dude, and the people that we're discussing now are class. Like the guy said earlier, well, this team has always. This team ain't what it was no more. You got to stop thinking about what was and start thinking about what is. And I believe, and the way I saw him interacting with Magic last year, I don't see him leaving. I don't see nothing like that happening. So I'm going to sit here and wait till all the voluntary stuff is gone and see where it goes from that point.
Los, I want to let you go real quick, buddy. You worried about this?
No, I'm not worried about it. Look, we know Terry McLaurin as we know him. He's part of a family, a big DMV family that only DMV fans, Washington fans, were ever a part of. Now, all of a sudden, this team is going good. This team is doing good. This team is going to be in Hard Knocks. Now everyone wants to jump on the board, the choo-choo train, and all of that. I am buying it. We know Terry. Everyone knows Terry. People outside want to know this team because they want to be hip and cool about it. I'm not worried about it. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate it.
All right, Fax, last one. Go quick. Fax, you worried about this?
Hey, what's up, guys? On time.
What's up, man?
Yeah, hey, look, man, I'm kind of worried about it just for the fact that Terry just saw a guy who's not an organization guy. He's not at the voluntaries.
He's been there plenty. Fairfax, I can barely hear you, bro. Call us when you got a better line, man. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to continue to monitor this situation. Got our Lions preview up next. Our guy Dan Miller will join us from Detroit. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. Jordan Schultz is reporting that Terry McLaurin has made it clear to the team that he is frustrated with the lack of progress on his long-term deal. Schultz has previously reported that McLaurin unexpectedly left voluntary workouts after initially attending, and it remains to be seen whether or not he's going to report for mandatory minicamp. The All-Pro wide receiver is entering the final year of his contract. Again, all of this is per NFL insider Jordan Schultz, who just tweeted this out, that talks have been minimal. McLaurin previously signed a 3-year, $68 million extension in 2022. He currently ranks 16th among wide receivers in average annual salary. But his market value, though, is projected to be around $31 million per year after he had his NFL best season in 2024, compared to the nearly $23 million he makes now. Mission Critical, that's JTF's specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products, we deploy fully integrated mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe. Powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome to your live. B. Mitch Fenley, 1067 The Fan. Commanders fans are worked up about normal football business. Meanwhile, the Giants are fist fighting each other at OTAs.
Wait.
Yo, you heard me right.
How do you fist fight in OTAs?
They did it.
Well, no. They got an idiot running that stuff up there. So, I mean, you don't go fast enough to fight in OTAs.
They did. Right now, though, we're going to talk about a football operation that is quite good, and that is the Detroit Lions. Joining us is our guy from Detroit. Always awesome to talk to Dan Miller.
Dan, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Chilling, man.
Thank you for making time for us, dude.
Always.
What is, I'm sure the Lions have their OTAs going on, mini camp.
Are they fighting?
No, it's been pretty chill. Actually, today is the last day for the vets. They canceled their mandatory mini camp. They've got the Hall of Fame game, so they're going to come back to camp early in mid-July. So he basically wanted to make sure they got the normal 6 weeks off. So this is going to be it for them today. Rookies will be around for a couple more days, but the vets are done after today.
Oh, that's cool.
I would argue that is a great example of why, like, people that get really worked up about veterans missing OTAs, about, hey, it's not mandatory, but they should want to be there. This is a coach just canceling it because he understands, it's great to get this work in, but this is not the work that we need for September.
They know who's ready and who's not, and who's going to get
Yeah,
what.
and they've also got, they're going to be, their first practice is going to be July 20th. So you got 4 preseason games. Obviously, you're not going to see much of the starters in those games, but they're also doing 2 joint practices. So, those joint practices have really become the new preseason games for a lot of these teams. So I think he feels really confident about the work that they've gotten into this point and the work that they will get in. And I think it's more important to him to just say, hey, get your normal time away, make sure your head's right when you come back, and let's break it here, and we'll see you in the middle of July.
Dan, I went through a lot of them, and sometimes I'd rather not get into discussions with people because that whole thing about OTAs is turned into who can scream the loudest or try to be the most obnoxious, and I think that's on the media side. But the coaches and the players understand exactly what it is, and they know when the work is going to really happen.
Yeah, and I would think, Brian, it's good for the young guys. They get a taste of it. They get a taste of the playbook. They figure out what's going on. It gives them a little taste of going against the vets as well. And then, you know what? The real work's going to start. Obviously, this is important. Everything you're doing, your meetings, you're just getting everybody ready for the season. But so, too, is being in the right frame of mind and making sure these guys have enough time off. And I think these coaches are pretty well in tune to what their teams need. So I'm with you. I think it can be overstated for sure. But, you know, once you get back in July, you want to make sure everything's right because that's when it really counts.
Mm-hmm.
We are talking with Dan Miller from Fox 2 in Detroit, Lions radio play-by-play, voice of the Detroit Lions. Dan, you know, obviously Detroit season didn't end how folks there expected. Washington with a pretty big upset. They've lost a lot this offseason, lose both coordinators, but I mean, this one was at least a surprise to me. All-pro center, Frank Ragnow, probably a future Hall of Famer. Frank Ragnow just retired. I think earlier this week or last week.
Yep.
Was that a pretty shocking development, or were you guys expecting that?
I think the timing was a little bit surprising because maybe the thinking was, and I'm talking about people on the outside. Look, the team knew he's been in contact with the team. That's why they drafted 2 offensive linemen in this past draft. I think they were in contact with Frank. I think they were disappointed and had hoped that he would be able to come back. I think for people on the outside that weren't privy to that, look, if you've covered this team and been around Frank, this dude went through it. I mean, he had brutal toe injuries that he had to play through. He had knee, he had ankle. He played last year with a partially torn pec. I mean, he's just had terrible luck when it's come to injuries, and he's done everything he could to stay on the field. And I mean, you're not going to find a better guy. You're not going to find a more competitive guy. You're not going to find a guy that loves being around that offensive line with that group more than he does. I think his body just told him that was it. He didn't have anything left. And it's a big loss. I mean, that's one of the best players in the league at center. And, you know, they got to figure some things out now. But I would say for a lot of people on the outside, it was a surprise. For the people on the inside, they had been in touch with Frank. And I think they were certainly hopeful he'd be back, but it just didn't work out that way.
Dan, you've been covering football for a long time. Hell, you was here when I got here. And, you know, I'm getting close to 56, so, you know, I'd say how old you are.
I was older than you.
But my thing is, like, when you start, I know for me, I look at this thing based off of what I know about how players and what they go through. And I know I'm in the media now, and you have to be a different person or whatever, but still, you understand. I also hear a lot of people that talk about how players are as if the players are robots and if they're not human. Do you find yourself understanding the longer you've been in this thing but you've seen so much now, and you got a lot of friends that are players, and just like about Ragnar, you say what he had to go through to be on the field. You have a better understanding than the other person that may say, "Oh, he just up and quit on his team."
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, there's a couple things there, Brian. Number one, you know, I was having this conversation with TJ Lang and Lomas Brown, the two guys I do games with last year. We were just talking about players. Like, we have Marcus Davenport on this team who's just been hurt every year. He's been in the league, it seems. He's just had and they said, you know what, a lot of times it's just bad luck. It's not like your body's built in a faulty way. It's just bad luck. And I think Frank's had his share of bad luck. You look at when his toe injury happened a couple of years ago, he just took a wrong step, got stepped on in the middle of a play. All of a sudden he's hobbling. And that thing was inoperable and was never going to get better. And throw everything else on there. And I will say this, too. There were a number of times where I had an opportunity to talk to Frank, no cameras, just he and I. And, you know, without sharing everything that he talked about, I can tell you what he went through. It was brutal, man. And it was sincere and everything he had to get out there. So, you know, guys love this game. You know the ones that do. There's some that don't want to play.
Yeah.
But there's some that can't play anymore. And when your body tells you that and you're getting ready to go to camp, if you're not ready and your body's telling you you're not ready, that's a bad sign because you're never going to feel better than you do than the day you walk into camp.
Totally.
Talking with our friend Dan Miller from Detroit, Fox 2, sports director for Fox 2, and the voice of the Lions, calls all their games. You can give Dan a follow at Dan Miller Fox 2. Dan's joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. So let's talk about the guys that are there. You got new offensive coordinator, new defensive coordinator. Both the previous guys get head coaching jobs. How big of an impact will that have? How ready to step into those roles are the new guys?
Yeah, it's a couple layers there. Number one, obviously it's a question. Number two, I think one thing that Dan Campbell did that was smart was he took some of the unknowns out of the equation. Johnny Morton, the guy who's taken over as the offensive coordinator, was here in 2022. He was here when they installed this offense. He was here with Ben Johnson when they designed this offense. So he was here for a year. He's got a relationship with Jared Goff. So you have that with the quarterback. You've got a relationship. He's worked with Dan Campbell twice. And I think that's important because, like in any business, guys, you hire somebody, you may think you know what you're getting, but until they get in there and you're with them every day and you watch how they interact with other coaches, with the players, with people in the organization, you really don't know. Well, in this case, you do.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, all right, now you got to design a game plan. Now you got to call a game and be on the same page as Jared Goff, which obviously Ben Johnson did a great job of. Where Kelvin Shepard is concerned, the defensive coordinator, the one thing that Aaron Glenn did to him that really is going to help him out is Aaron Glenn didn't just have him as a linebackers coach. He had him interacting with every group on this team. And I think that was a forward-looking move that they thought at some point this might be his job. And so he's got a relationship with all those defensive guys. There won't be any surprises. They know exactly who he is. They know exactly what to expect. But again, now it's incumbent upon him to design a game plan and to call the game and to make all those moves and adjustments within a game. So I think they took some of the unknown off the table, but these guys still have to prove themselves. Morton's called plays before. He did it for 1 year with the Jets. Kelvin Shepard never has. So we're gonna see how this thing works out. Look, you lost two really good coaches in Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. So that's certainly part of the question marks surrounding this team as they go into the year.
Do the expectations remain the same, even though those two guys are gone?
No doubt. I mean, look, they didn't take the players with them. And, last year was, historically rough in terms of injuries. It was still disappointing to bow out the way that they did. But I think they feel, number one, by getting healthy, that's going to give them a leg up. They won 15 games last year. Obviously, I think they feel great about that. This is a really, really talented team. So while you can have questions, I don't think the expectations are any different. This team feels like it is a Super Bowl contender, and that's the ultimate goal. They've won 2 consecutive divisions. I'm sure they want to make it 3, but, bigger picture, you don't know how long that window is going to be open. I know teams don't like talking about windows, but they're one of the best teams in football on paper. So why not think that you have a chance to win the Super Bowl going in, and you really shouldn't accept anything less.
Yep. Talking with our friend Dan Miller from Detroit, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Dan calls all the Lions radio broadcasts, knows the Detroit Lions inside and out. Dan, I got a question, dude. So I have a theory, perhaps more so than a question. Ben Johnson became like the hot young offensive mind over the last couple seasons. 2 years ago, a lot of speculation he was going to land in Washington. I really think that was going to happen until he kind of pulled the plug on it. It didn't. Now he goes to Chicago. I feel like people continuously, however, underrate Dan Campbell and like who he is, what he is. And I get that Johnson was calling the plays, but Dan Campbell, most people, I think, we actually did a funny quiz with one of our producers about this. I think most people think Dan Campbell was like a linebacker or a defensive lineman and don't know the depth of his offensive mind. And I'm just curious if you agree with that. Like, I feel like Dan Campbell plays up his meathead side, but I think that dude is actually
brilliant,
crazy smart.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And I think he kind of laughs at the fact that he gets laughed at. And look, a lot of it goes back to that first press conference, fight kneecaps, things like that. And sometimes those things are people's lasting and enduring memories of you. And I'll be honest, the thing, and we may have talked about this before, but the thing that kind of made me angry about that was literally 30 seconds. And that's the 30-second clip everybody's going to use because it's funny and it's different. And it just looks, you got this big dude up there talking about biting kneecaps and biting another kneecap. But it was 30 seconds out of a 90-minute press conference where he absolutely killed it and said everything that this fan base, and not just the fan base, but the organization needed to hear about the path forward. And really, it's everything that he's done to this point and to turn this thing around. So, look, you won't find anybody that covers him on a regular basis or is around him that thinks he's any kind of meathead. Look, he's a good dude. He He'll have a lot of fun with you, but he's deadly serious. He wants to win. He's amazingly consistent. He doesn't change day to day, week to week, practice to practice, whatever it is. And I think that's why the players love him. But look, he took over the play calling the first year he was here when it didn't work out, and called it for the last 6 or 7 games. That's when the offense took off. And I guarantee you he thought for a minute about calling the plays himself coming into this season, and then maybe realized it's a lot to take on. But he's a really smart guy who would be perfectly capable of doing that. And we've seen him do it. So, you know, it's the fourth down thing too. People question that. I mean, so it's all of that. But when you see it, you understand who he is. There's a lot to him.
I mean, when you're aggressive, be aggressive. I mean, John Thompson always said, people try to judge you by sound clips of your life. Like you said, 30 seconds, and they want to talk about that. Look at what he's done. Look at how his team is run. Look at all those injuries last year, and they were still one game away from the NFC Championship game.
I mean, how decimated were they?
I mean, look, you lost your 2 best defensive linemen in Aiden Hutchinson and Aleem McNeil. You lost your best cornerback in Carlton Davis. You lost your second best cornerback in Amik Robertson in, I think, the first quarter against you guys. You had lost your best linebacker, probably your leader, I'd say. Jack Campbell may be catching him, but Alex Anzalone for much of the season. And they lost other defensive linemen. Davenport went down in the second game. Derek Barnes, who they play at edge and is one of their top 3 linebackers, went down as well. There was over 20 guys on IR at the end. And there was one game last year where they had 4 guys on defense that had been there for less than a week that were playing. And that was forced by nothing left on the depth chart. It was crazy. I mean, and just that it was concentrated so much on one side of the football made it difficult. But, you know, you could see the cracks. If you look at the last 6 or 7 games last year, they were giving up over 30 points a game. So it was starting to snowball on them. They held it together as long as they could. But look, everybody has injuries, but that was, and you don't want to make excuses, but sometimes excuses are reasons. And that was certainly one of the reasons that they weren't able to really do much at the end of last year.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly. I was curious. Aiden Hutchinson, obviously a monster. Where is he in his recovery and timeline and all that?
He's back fully cleared. We haven't seen him hit anything yet, but he's running around full speed, and you know he looks like Aiden Hutchinson. Now we'll see when we get to camp and there's full contact, but you know he's one of those guys, you know, that we talked about a minute ago that is absolutely relentless and will do anything to play this game. And he's attacked his, you know, rehab like you'd expect a guy like that to. His dad's a doctor, so I'm sure his dad was riding him every step of the way to make sure he was doing things right. So he looks good, and I think the anticipation is, you know, week 1 he'll be out there and ready to go.
Dan, last thing for me, there's been so much talk and speculation about Trey Hendrickson and what might happen in Cincinnati. People in Washington want the Commanders to trade for him. Everything I've seen when you get those odds is that Detroit is one of the favorites to land Hendrickson. How realistic do you think that is?
You know, as soon as I say I don't think it's that realistic, it'll probably break at 3:00 this afternoon. Look, they have already given out so much money in second contracts to Aleem McNeil, to Amon-Ra St. Brown, an extension for Jared Goff, you know, Penei Sewell. Now you still got to do Laporta, you got to do Gibbs, you got to do Jameson Williams, you got to do Jack Campbell, you got to do Brian Branch, you already did Kirby Joseph, making him the highest paid safety in the league. I don't know how you do it. I mean, I already don't think they're going to be able to keep all these guys. I mean, I think you will see a trade at some point, maybe not this year, maybe off season, maybe next year, of a guy from the Lions that you're going to say, dang, why'd they trade him? Well, it's because they can't afford to sign all these guys. They just have so many players coming up for second contracts that adding a guy who's expecting to make $30 to $35 million in his next contract, which Hendrickson is, and that's the problem in Cincinnati right now. I just don't know how that's sustainable for this team. It means you're probably unloading a couple of other guys. So maybe it's a decision you make. Do we think it's worth losing a Laporta or Gibbs or Branch or one of those guys down the line? So that's That's kind of the judgment they'd have to make. But it just comes down to this. You just can't pay everybody. I mean, there's a lot of wiggle room with the cap and things that you can do to manipulate it, but in the end, it is finite. There is a limit to what you can do, and that's why you see good teams lose good players, because ultimately you just run out of room.
Yeah, eventually the bill comes due. Look at what's happened to the New Orleans Saints over the last 5 years.
Oh, yeah.
Dan, thank you, man. Always appreciate you making time for us.
Always good catching up with you guys. Thank you.
All right.
All right, bro.
Dan Miller, he is the man for the Lions. Give him a follow at Dan Miller, Fox 2, play-by-play voice of the Detroit Lions. A lot to take in with that Detroit situation. You lose both coordinators. Ragnow is a blow, B. That dude
That's a hell
is
of a blow.
nasty. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals that's starting up tonight. Got the Oklahoma City Thunder taking on the Indiana Pacers. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And after the tip-off, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Justin Ishbia has reached an agreement that may give him control of the Chicago White Sox by 2029. The agreement allows the current owner to still control the White Sox for at least 4 more years. But after 2034, Ishbia will have the right to buy the controlling stake. Ishbia and his brother Matt purchased a small stake in the team back in 2021. As you know, the Ishbia brothers own 93% of UWM Holdings, which was founded by their father. Justin owns 22% of the company and is worth $4.7 billion. Matt, who is the owner of the Phoenix Suns, is currently running the company and is worth $8.6 billion. And Jordan Schultz is reporting that Terry McLaurin has told Commanders officials that he is frustrated with the lack of progress on a long-term deal. Jordan Schultz also reporting that it remains to be seen whether or not Terry McLaurin will be reporting for minicamp. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Listen, we wanted to make a point. Live Golf coming to DC this weekend out at RTJ. RTJ is, of course, Brian and I both love.
Yep.
And I wanted to go. I don't think I'm going to be able to. B, you're going to try to go Sunday, right?
Yep.
One guy I know will be there is our guy Mike Beasley, MGM
As
National
soon as I hear
Harbor.
some word from Rib Man.
What up, Bees? How you doing, dude?
I am doing pretty good, guys. How about you?
How the ribs, bro?
The ribs are still hurting. It's just it is what it is. You can only make so much movement on those things. Now, it probably didn't help that 2 weeks after breaking 3 ribs that I decided to go try to swing a golf club. So,
Which one of your friends told you don't do that?
Yeah, I'm not very bright, Brian. I mean, we have to go back over this.
He said, man, I'm going to try to go swing. I said, bro, you don't need to be swinging on damn club right now.
I didn't want to miss. I didn't want to miss golfing, so we had the Cubs in town, so we got them set up at the Cannon Club. So I had to go out there and at least try to take a couple swings with the golf club out there with my boys over at the Cannon Club.
In other words, I got my answer. Nope, you didn't listen.
Didn't miss a thing. Didn't miss the tequila shots at the end of the round. Didn't miss
Well, that probably made the ribs feel better. You didn't feel the ribs.
Bees, you're really so. We bring Bees on to give us gambling advice for this live tournament. It'd be fun to have a little juice going into this tournament. And he proceeds in the first 30 seconds he's on the air with us to tell us that he's an idiot. So I don't know that you're selling your tout services very well, Bees.
Well, no, I'm not saying my tout service on my general decisions for my life. I don't make the best decisions. Let's put it that way.
But you do know
I'm excited about this. I love it. You know, this live thing. I know it came back and it was at Trump before. I heard it went really well. I had some guys out there that said it was just a super fun event. So really looking forward to it. And we did some sponsors, and we get some guys out there, some customers that are out there right now playing in the Pro-Am.
Oh, awesome!
So I don't know how they're doing, but I know they got matched up with Koepka and Gooch.
Oh, cool. Is Pete playing in the Pro-Am again? He's on the Pro-Am circuit.
He is kind of. You know, that's part of his gig.
Yeah.
So you never know when you're going to get recruited.
That's a good gig.
Oh, man.
Before we get into the specific picks for this week's live golf event at Robert Trent Jones out, what is that, Manassas? What do we call it?
Manassas.
Lake Manassas, pardon me.
Yeah.
I need you to promise you'll tell me the truth on something.
Okay, go right ahead.
Did Jeff just come out and ask you for tickets when he called you, or did he try to play it cool and beat around the bush?
So I was actually running around. I didn't see all of Jeff's texts. Is he looking for tickets too?
Jeff, you want to shoot your shot, buddy?
Well, let's know the situation first. I wasn't over here, what we call weefing for tickets is what we call it.
It is?
No,
I don't know. That's what I call it.
I wasn't weeping for tickets. What happened was I thought we would get some from our job, and I found out we don't have any tickets for us little guys that, you know.
Well, they probably had some. They just didn't
put the
give
show
them
on air. Yeah, they don't have them for us. And then JP said, why don't you ask Bees?
That's
JP
true.
did it and then
then
put you on front.
Yeah,
and then
put
threw
me
you
on
under the
Front
bus.
Street. Yeah.
And then threw it in reverse and backed over your ass.
Yeah. Now
That's all accurate.
Now, I also learned you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
There's
so
my
that
guy,
means
J-Dog forever.
if you do got something, I will join you on Sunday.
Well, I will take a look, but we do really have limited seats for this.
Yeah,
but I will
you're not a
check.
big guy yet, Jeff.
Hey, that's fine. I'll get there later. I'll watch it from TV.
That's it.
All right. We're talking with our friend Mike Beasley, MGM National Harbor. Bees, I don't know if you heard earlier. I mentioned to you this morning. Can you give me an over-under on when you expect the Tyson's Corner area and the GW construction area on the Beltway to be completed and just a smooth running road?
What a horrible road, right? I'm going to give I'm going to say 2028.
What happens first? GW's done or RFK gets built?
I think GW gonna be done.
I don't know, man. All right,
I got GW Parkway by a small margin, maybe minus 140.
Yeah,
minus 140.
GW minus 135, RFK plus 160, something like that.
But the excitement around RFK is huge, so no one really cares about the people that run GW Parkway except for the people that actually have to run it. So,
yeah, like
which is you.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's get down to business, man. I love golf.
Who's winning?
I don't know enough about LIV. Who won the last LIV tournament? Where was the last LIV tournament?
I want to say the last tournament was.
Weren't they in Hong Kong or something?
What?
I think Korea is correct. I want to say I want to say Korea, but don't hold me to it. I'm just going off. I don't see all the numbers with it. I just kind of see numbers and stuff that I like out there. But I think the key to this tournament is it's a week before the U.S. Open, so a lot of these guys are really tuning up. I mean, your super LIV guys, which is DeChambeau and Koepka, Rahm, Mickelson, Reed, all those guys I think are really tuning up for this U.S. Open. And I think our TJ course actually has some of the comparisons from what I see. So I just look at numbers. I try to take a couple long shots out there. I'm not super big into the LIV, but I really do like what they're doing. I like the shotgun format myself. I like the 3-day tournament, but I don't. I still like the regular golf as well. And that's totally. It says a lot if I phrase it that way, right? The regular PGA is still the regular PGA. This is still, a different format, and it's just I don't know how to phrase it without being demeaning. So
it's
I
short.
think
Pro golf is 4 rounds.
Right.
Yeah.
So Bees,
about it.
I just looked it up. The last LIV tournament was early May in Korea, and Bryson DeChambeau won it.
Okay.
I think
he's heavy chalk this tournament.
Yeah. Who are the favorites?
Well, you right there at the top. It's DeChambeau. You got Rahm. Rahm's 5.5 to 1. Neiman, which I really like, at 7 to 1. I think the odds should be a little bit higher. Hatton's 12 to 1. Then you got Lucas Herbert. Don't know much about him. 20 to 1. But some of the long shots that I kind of like, which are truly long shots. Cam Smith at 25 to 1. I think his game's coming around a little bit. Yeah, he's long. I think that RTJ kind of favors that. You got that par 5, the number 12 over there. That's it's definitely a hole that you can reach. I mean, if you go back about 3 years ago, RTJ lost a bunch of trees out there on that left side of that par 5 and took a lot of the trouble out of that particular hole. I don't know what they're going to play it at, but I can't see them playing it at more than 580, 590, and I think it's a hole they get there in 2.
You said number 12? Yeah, 12. 14, 14.
That's the signature hole.
14, they way back there, man.
Is that the par 3?
No, it's par 4. I mean, par 5 with the traps and the lake right over there.
What will they play that par 3 that's carry the water? Will they play that at like 200 probably?
I want to say 215, yeah, because I know the tips are way back there just off the fairway of the number 8 hole. So the box back there is just way back there. So, and I want to say, because I saw some of the ball players, when these baseball guys come in, they always like to play the tips for some silly reason. And I want to say it was playing about 215, 220.
Yeah.
Where is Rahm and Koepka as far as odds for this week?
So Koepka's at 25-1. Rahm is your second favorite at 5.5-1.
I mean,
so
I saw Koepka at where'd we last see him? The PGA, right? At Quail Hollow. His form looked poor then. Is he playing any better?
Yeah, not what I'm seeing. Like I said, I don't see enough of the LIV, but I just don't see enough of the stats that support him actually playing really good in this event. I don't have him up there at all. He's still 25-1 for a Koepka. That's a pretty favorable number in my opinion. Anytime you get what's actually showing 30-1 currently on our competitor DK. I agree.
That shows
Sergio Garcia is 30-1. Here's the guy that can win. I like Taylor Gooch 35-1. His game's been turning around a little bit as of late.
Taylor Gooch is one of the world's best ball strikers. Just ask him.
Yeah. His recent finish is tied for 12th, tied for 13th, and third in the last 3 LIV tournaments. So I think he's definitely someone to be considered in this. He won 3 times in 2023. Then he had, he kind of fell off a little bit. So at 35-1, I don't mind taking a whack with him.
So how many whacks are you going to take? You said that about like 10 dudes. How much action are you going to have on LIV this weekend?
I will probably have 4 guys that I really like, and I want to. And it will be Gooch. It's going to be Neiman, and it's going to be Cam Smith. Those are my 3 key guys. And I'm looking because I just got a chance to really dig in, but DK's actually got some pretty cool things. You can take 2 or 3 different players to win the tournament and still see some decent numbers and decent odds out there. I just don't see that blend of those 3 players together. The closest to it maybe be Cam Smith, Munoz, and Koepka. You can get those 3 players to win the tournament at 9-1.
It's hard for me. I don't know the guy. Cam Smith, when he won that British, was contending at the Masters in consecutive years. His short game, his wedge play was probably the best in the world. And then God bless him, he got all the money from LIV and is just not heard of anymore. It's just
right. He's got a short game like my boy Pete Brosh, one-handed.
It is smooth. Hey, I'm excited to see you tomorrow night. Are you actually going to wear a cowboy hat?
I'm going to be countryed up, baby. We look forward to it. This is the first time that MGM really reached out and got a super stud when it comes to country singers. Zach Brown is going to blow this joint away tomorrow night. So, our Friday, what is it? Thursday? Yeah, tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night.
We got all kinds of fun things set up around it too. We got line dancing set up outside, a tap at 7:00, and then after the show, we're turning in our little Italian restaurant into more of a saloon kind of vibe after the show as well. So we're going to have country music all over this place. So we're looking for all of our country fans out there to join us here at the MGM National Harbor.
So I haven't told B. Mitch this. B. Mitch, I recently acquired cowboy boots. My father-in-law, I don't know that this is real.
You never wore cowboy boots before?
I've never
So
had
these are new?
No. So my father-in-law.
So they're new for you, be wearing them.
New to me, yes, sir.
You gonna wear them tomorrow night?
I'm thinking about it.
Your dog's gonna be barking like hell.
Really? I gotta play golf all day.
You better get used to those things first, bro.
They're broken in though.
They're not broken in for your damn feet.
Maybe I'm just gonna wear sneakers.
And people that don't wear boots, you actually look like you're walking through dog crap. Just so you know.
I'm serious. I wouldn't wear those boots the first time.
You're lifting your heel up like you got to lift it about 2 inches higher than what you actually do.
Especially if you have golf tomorrow.
Yeah, I've golfed them Saturday.
You have golf Saturday?
Yeah.
You cannot wear those boots tomorrow night.
Bees, thank you, buddy. Everybody go enjoy LIV Golf at RTJ.
Your game is bad enough. You don't need to be in another excuse.
Anybody that needs beer, just put it on the Bees tab. Is that accurate?
Come on.
All right. See you, buddy.
That's it, baby. See you, buddy.
All right.
Hi, Bees.
It's our guy, Mike Beasley, on the Rude Guest Hotline. When we come back, we got to settle up the week. Got to make some bets. Nobody go anywhere.
As I told you all, I'm riding Bike to the Beach on June 20th. We'll be leaving D.C. right around 5 o'clock in the morning on that morning, and we're going all the way to Dewey Beach. So if you want to join my team, I want you to go to biketothebeach.org. You join my team, Riding 30. And if you can't join, you don't want to ride, you can also go down there and you can just donate. So go to biketothebeach.org, donate or join my team because we're riding to support autism and disability inclusion. And trust me, this is a great ride. It all ends with a beachside festival at the Beach House Hotel in Dewey Beach, which is just 1 block away from the ocean, right in the heart of the action. So after we ride 100 miles, have a drink with me before I fly to Atlanta Come on down, biketothebeach.org.
Landfill playing the hits. Bemis just told me something. Back in college, you used to wear a lot of different kind of cowboy boots.
Hey, man.
Styling.
I had a friend.
Yo, cowboy boots. Landfill, how much do you think cowboy boots cost?
A lot.
I know they're really expensive.
They're stunningly expensive.
Like $400.
Over.
Hey,
Way over.
hey.
Crazy.
400 might get you some okay ones, but you start stepping up like the Blues, you going up, bro. 8, 9.
So this
1,000.
company is called, I don't know how to pronounce this. Lucchese? Luch, I don't know. They're expensive, dog. Especially if you want to get like fancy leather, like lizards or
Get you some
ostriches.
lizard, ostrich. You know, get you some old snake boot, rattlesnake.
I'm good. I got a pair now. Maybe I'll wear them to the office one day.
I had some
please.
cowboy boots. I had some crocodile boots with some mink inside it. Boy, those things were the best in the world. They were regular boots, though. They were so sweet. They were Versace.
Y'all both should wear cowboy boots one day.
Maybe you should too.
Nah.
I look good in my boots. I don't care what you say.
White Brian, let's settle up the week. What do we got?
Me and Landfill won yesterday. Everyone else lost.
I had the Braves.
They lost.
Nah, I had the Nats.
They won.
Yo, Mackenzie Gore was great last night. I was driving around a ton yesterday, and I listened to Charlie and Dave. I listened to Grant on the postgame. I actually really enjoyed it. And Gore was fantastic. Got into a lot of trouble early in the first inning. Got out of it. A real pitcher's duel. That was a really cool, fun game if you were a Nats fan to watch that thing. All right. One more against the Cubs tonight. Let's all make a pick. NBA Finals. What is the line tonight? 9.5?
Buckets.
8.5.
8.5. All right. You start us off, White Brian.
He's
Thunder.
He about to make that little sound.
You're going Thunder laying the points?
Yep.
Okay.
8.5.
I see it at 9.5.
Yeah, I was wrong. It's 9.5.
Yeah.
I'll still
Can't
take
count,
it.
huh?
I'm telling you, kid's on meth. Why do you think he's always tired?
Pacers +8, +9.5.
Jeff is the only dude that would take fewer points.
Yeah.
I'll take the points, but I'd like them less. Jeff, you're on them Pacers?
Yeah, I'm only taking the points because they might win tonight.
I was going to take the Pacers, but I can't bet with Jeff, so I'll take the Thunder.
You learned that you could bet with Jeff against the Knicks. Didn't I call that too?
You can never bet with Jeff.
Give me the Thunder.
I also called the Pacers to beat the Knicks.
Give me the Thunder.
J-Dogs.
J-Dogs forever.
You laying the points, B? Because if you want the money line, it's minus 440.
Nope. I'm going points.
You know what I'm doing? Landfill? Damn it. Give me the under. I see it at 230.
230.
230 and a half. I'll take the extra half.
230 and a hook, baby.
Give me the under. OKC plays some D, man. Really fun show today. Thank you to everybody that listened. Thank you to Peter Rosenberg for joining us. Thank you to all the callers, except that one dude. No thank you to him. Thank you to Doug Riley.
Dude?
The dude that called about you at the bar.
On the tip?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I'm giving him a gift. Man, I was sorry for yelling at you. I give you 2 one-finger salutes.
Thank you to Doug Riley. Thank you to Joe Varden. Thank you to Dan Miller. Thank you to Mike Beasley. We were busy today.
Man, we've been all over the place. What we do?
What I encourage people to do is not freak out about the business of football. It's a business operation. Business negotiations rarely happen in very public situations. That's all that's going down. Everybody take a deep breath. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Yes, Brian? You
I
burped?
was taking a deep breath.
Oh, okay. I appreciate that. You made it this far. White Brian owes you some meth.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Chicago White Sox owner Jerry Reinsdorf announced a deal with Justin Ishbia that provides a framework that would allow Ishbia to purchase a controlling interest in the team. But the agreement gives Reinsdorf the option to sell controlling interest of the team to Ishbia anywhere between 2029 and 2033. After 2034, Ishbia will have the option to just outright purchase controlling interest in the team, kind of giving Reinsdorf the opportunity to sell the team as he would like. But after 2034, it's no longer an option. If there is a transaction between the two of them, Ishbia and Reinsdorf, the partners already that own the White Sox would have the option to then sell their stake to Ishbia. Ishbia is the brother of Matt Ishbia, owner of the Phoenix Suns, and both of them are worth billions of dollars. Speaking of baseball, 6:45 p.m. right here on The Fan. You can listen live as the Nationals and Cubs battle it out in a series finale rubber match. The Nats won last night 2-0 thanks to just incredible pitching by Mackenzie Gore. But at this point, are we shocked by that? Tonight, the Nationals will have Jake Irvin out on the mound, so we'll see what kind of performance Irvin has for them. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address right to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crowd Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to 106.7 The Fan. Got a great show planned for you today. 3 p.m. Albert Breer of MMQB and SI joins us with the latest on Terry McLaurin and the Commanders working on an extension. 4 p.m. we've got tickets to the barbecue battle in the city. If you want tickets to the June 21st and 22nd event in D.C., you like barbecue, you better be listening to 4. Charlie Slows, voice of Nats baseball with Dave Jagler. He's been here since the inception of Nats baseball in 05. He'll be on the show to discuss last night's win over the Cubs and tonight's chance to take a series from one of the best teams in baseball. Chucko at 5 o'clock here on The Fan. And Danny, pretty good day for sports. Last night we had the Cup Finals start. Edmonton in overtime taking out Florida in Game 1. Connor McDavid, a Stanley Cup moment, game-winning goal. Tonight, the NBA Finals tip-off. Game number 1, Pacers Thunder. The wait is finally over.
I don't know if I'm ready for the NBA Finals yet. Could they give me another day or two? I've kind of forgotten that basketball existed over the past week. I mean, I understand why. I'm an adult. I'm in my mid-40s now. Mid, everyone. Not late. But
when does mid stop?
49.
No,
I'm kidding.
No. I think, so here's how I would think of it.
You go to 47 to 48.
Early 40s is 41 and 42. You're 40.
Yeah.
Then you're in your early 40s, which I think would be 41 and 42. I think your mid 40s is 43 to 46. Late 40s is
47 and up.
7 through 9. Where are you?
45.
Oh, so you're fine. You're squarely in the mid.
But here's the thing, not for that long.
You have 2 more years before you have to worry about it.
Respectfully, I don't. August birthday. At your 4-6.
Oh, you're
That's
coming
2 months
hot.
away. Yeah. So all of a sudden, it's my last year in my mid, which is
next year. You're late 40s.
Yeah.
Would you agree to the terms that 47?
That sounds right to me, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, that you're talking ranges of 3, right? You get 3, 3, 3. Now, 40 is just 40, but your early 40s, that's 1, 2, 3. Mid 40s, 4, 5, 6. Late 7, 8, 9. So anyway, that sucks. But the point is, I've been around a while. I get it. I watch enough sport. I know it's a made-for-TV event. I know they're doing it for TV. I also just know that it's so stupid to me. Like, I would sacrifice a little bit of my made-for-TV so that, like, the finals, if it's a Game 7, isn't on a Sunday or whatever time you want to have special. I would not take a week off. It's just my little balance where everybody's talking about me. I got all the momentum. You got 2 unexpected stories, 2 teams that nobody has ever seen. Make it to this point. I mean, I know OKC did years ago, but that was a different type with 3 marquee stars who have gone on to be mercenaries going to different cities. this homemade group, the way that they've been developed, how much fun they are, the sporting world was excited, and that's gone. And you wait a week, and now we're going to start again, and it's like trying to ramp that back up doesn't feel as good to me.
If you're a casual who gets into the NBA playoffs, or maybe you just watch the finals, you'll turn on the game tonight, I think you're going to like what you see with the Thunder. This is a great basketball team.
Yes, they are. They're good at everything.
Historically, one of the better teams ever, legitimately, by way of win percentage. They've got the MVP and breakout star, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. This is his coming-of-age season. He's going to be in the fabric now as one of the great scorers and players in the association for years to come. And Tyrese Halliburton has, I think, gotten better and better and better since his earliest days in Sacramento. And now here he is with the Indiana Pacers, having navigated the Eastern Conference, knocking on the door of a championship, coming off of what was a 17-point win in Game 6 over the Knicks. Should be entertaining. I do think the Thunder are just too good. And if this series goes longer than 5, I'm going to be slightly surprised. To me, and I've got to bet in on a sweep. I've got to bet in on a 5-game series win for the Thunder. I just don't see the Pacers having enough. But guess what? I also thought they'd lose to the Cavs. So yeah. They not only beat the Cavs, but then they won the next round, and they're still alive a month later.
Yeah, a bunch of things have happened I didn't anticipate. The Celtics went home because of the Knicks. I didn't think the Pacers would beat the Cavaliers that you already mentioned. Oklahoma City quite literally does everything well. Like, that's not hyperbolic either. They're good at everything. It's like you go, okay, here's this one weakness. They're not a great offensive rebounding team. Yeah, they are. They do that well, too. They're great on defense. They're efficient on offense. They get up and down. They beat teams this year by an average of 13 points. That's insane how good that is. That's like, I think you pointed this out a couple times. That's sort of historic in terms of how quality that they've been. Some of the best teams in the NBA this year, for example. You look at the Celtics, who won 61 games, were outscoring teams by 9 points. You look at the Cavaliers, outscored teams by 9 points. These are teams with great records that were juggernauts in the regular season. Oklahoma City blew the doors off of those teams. Winning games by an average of double digits is crazy at this level, especially in the Western Conference where everything was so stacked, basically 11 through the first seed, and they're beating teams by 13 points a night. They are excellent. However you'd like to lose, they're happy to oblige.
Speaking of good quality sports activity, last night's Nats game was awesome. That's big boy baseball.
Yeah, that's grown-up stuff.
That's the kind of game and the kind of win that we've gone years around here without getting to watch. One of the best teams in the league is in town to face a Nats team that has now won 11 of their last 16, that has played over 500 baseball since the first week of the season. They've essentially played at a wild card pace since their 1-6 start. And last night, they got shoved on by Matthew Boyd. Really good pitcher with an ERA in the 2s. From the Chicago Cubs, who took a perfect game into the 6th inning. They break up the perfect game with a walk. Batter later, they break up the no-hitter. An inning later, they break up the shutout in the 7th. And despite going toe-to-toe with the guy that looked like he was going to pitch a no-hitter for an hour and a half, Mackenzie Gore dominated one of the best lineups in baseball. The Cubs are top 5 in every category. Second in team batting average, not in the NL, but in the big leagues. You look at runs, hits, home runs, steals, OPS, slug, top 5 in everything. Gore went out last night, lowered his season ERA to 2.87, threw 7 shutout innings and punched out 7. And he gave up 3 hits. And you wouldn't know this if you just looked at the box score, but the 3 hits were on the first 3 at-bats of the game.
Couple of duck snorts and 1 legit single in there, right? I mean, the first 2 batters, this is baseball for you. You won. You got what you wanted. You get weak contact off the top of the bat. You get a broken bat. That means as the pitcher, you have triumphed right there. But this is why the sport's stupid sometimes. You can line drive a ball that is hit so hard it grows lips and screams right at somebody. You can hit a little pop-up that falls between 3 people as they look at each other and get a base hit. This is one of those things where it wasn't fair. It didn't equalize. So instead of going down a spiral, going, woe is me, hard luck, watch me bull my neck. Watch me do something that only, what's that card? It's sometimes can be high, sometimes can be low. It's not a 2, but sometimes it's lower than a 2, sometimes it's above a king. What's that one? You want that?
You're looking for an ace?
That's an ace. That's what an ace does, is what he did in that first inning last night. That was unbelievable.
Well, it's what he did over 7 innings last night. He looked like a number 1 starter against a special offense for the Chicago Cubs. And the Nats end up getting a 2-0 shutout win. They 4-hit Chicago, thanks largely to 7 spectacular innings from Gore. How can you tell me he's not an all-star right now, by the way, with a 2.8 earned run average and the major league leading strikeout total? Nobody has fanned more batters than him this season. One of the centerpieces of the Juan Soto deal coming over from San Diego, which was one of the great returns ever. You can make the case right now. This won't happen, but you can make the case at this moment that 3 players from the Soto deal in the big leagues for the Nats right now should be all-stars in Atlanta this year. James Wood is a lock to be an all-star. He will be there because he's one of the best players in the sport. Check. Mackenzie Gore, leading the major leagues in strikeouts with now a 2.87 ERA, has been one of the better starting pitchers in the National League, deserving of all-star consideration and good enough to pitch in Atlanta in that game. And then finally, C.J. Abrams. Now, he's hurting his chances over the last several weeks because over the last 3 weeks and a couple of days, he has really, really scuffled. He was hitting .312 when this funk began, and now his average has fallen way into the mid-200s. But his OPS is still second among shortstops in the league. He's still got some of the better numbers at his position in baseball and is, based on the full sample of the first half, has all-star caliber numbers. Now, the Nats won't get 3 all-stars because they're a sub-500 team and they're not really a contender. You don't get 3 all-stars if you're that quality of club. But if we're just talking about deserving, which is different than will guys actually be there, James Wood, Mackenzie Gore, C.J. Abrams, all from the Soto deal. Can you imagine? How cool would that have been?
Pretty cool. Pretty
Gore
symbolic.
just keeps getting better.
Yeah.
His ERA by season, 22, 4.5. 23, 4.4. 24, 3.9 last year. And right now, 2.87, another run down.
If you're tracking the trends, those, as you said, the numbers keep tumbling down. Now, 13 starts doesn't a full season make, and, we'll see as you go on the league the second and third time, and, you keep adjusting, and some of those bad luck innings happen, or, you get some good fortune, whatever. I'd love to see where the numbers are at the end of the year. We're fortunate enough that that's going to happen for us. But it's hard not to look at that progress and go, that was unbelievable last night against, again, a great litmus test, one of the best offenses in the sport. Now, I know they didn't have Kyle Tucker. He pinch hit late in the game against Kyle Finnegan. But watching him wiggle out of some of those things against, guys that put the ball in play, it's a deep lineup. It's a tough to navigate lineup because not only can guys knock it out of the yard on you, but there are a couple that just don't strike out, period. So when a non-strikeout kills you, any ground ball to an infielder would have scored a run in a couple of those circumstances. That doesn't even happen. That's incredible. He was so good last night. And it's not just you beat the Rockies, you beat the Pirates on a getaway day. Like, you know what I mean? That was big boy stuff.
He also just couldn't have done this the last couple of years. You kind of alluded to this, but he came on our show a year ago, I think it was, early in the season. And he talked about if he was able to avoid big innings, how much different things would look. Because he's always been one of those guys who goes 4 or 5 weeks with an ERA right around 3. But then he'd have the one really bad game where he'd give up 6 or 7 runs. And so his ERA would be like 4.5 or whatever. And he's like, he called them touchdown innings, which I thought was funny, where you give up 6 or 7. He's like, if I could just not have 2 of those a season, if I could get rid of that game where it spirals and gets out of control on me, yeah, I think I would be in a different position altogether as a starter. And last night with the bases loaded, nobody out a year or 2 ago, that game gets off the rails right away against that kind of lineup.
Mm-hmm.
You got Pete Crow Armstrong coming up, who's been one of the best hitters in the league, an MVP candidate with the bases loaded, nobody out. And that's where he buckled down, strikeout, pop out, got out of the jam. But I was watching him after the bases got loaded, Danny, and he just took this really, I'm 7 stories up in the press box, and he took this huge exhale. He was behind home plate because he had just backed up, and he's gotten the ball back from the umpire, catcher, whoever threw it to him. He's about to go back out to the mound with the bases loaded, nobody out in the first inning, having already thrown, 15, 18 pitches or whatever. And he just gave me one of these.
Right.
And I'm thinking, you got this, man. Like, old you didn't have this.
Right.
You got the stuff. Believe in yourself. Make a couple of pitches. And he was able to get out of it. Not a lot of offense, but it was enough because of the way they pitched. Great call last night. Nationals Radio Network, Charlie and Dave throughout the evening. Felt like a playoff game. The way the 2 teams were playing really clean, quality baseball. And one of my favorite moments came with the insurance run tacked on in the 8th by Nasim Nunez. The theme last night was guys that don't often get to play made a big impact. Ahmed Rosario, first start in forever, home run to give the Nats a 1-0 lead in the 7th.
How cool is that?
And then Nunez, who made a great defensive play at second, stole a base, 8th inning, 10-pitch at bat. Alex calls aboard, up 1-0. Kyle Finnegan's getting ready to be summoned for the save. You need to extend the lead to 2, and the little guy delivered.
3 balls, 2 strikes. The set for Boyd. Pitch number 10 to Nunez. Swinging a ground ball. Fair! Past the diving third baseman. Down the line. It's going to the corner. Call
He's headed home. The throw to the plate by Swanson. It's too late, and it's cut off.
Good baseball, man. I just left the park, and I was like, we've been robbed of this for years.
Yep.
And just excited to come to the park for what is a pretty big series, and then a game delivers.
Just a high-level baseball game. I think you said it very well, right? Now, I'm not telling you the Nationals are a playoff team. They're not. The Cubs, sure as bleep might be, but that was the caliber of game you saw if you went to the park last night, or you're watching on television, listening on the radio, etc. And it's a reminder. We talked about these years ago as this group was on its way, right, to that big window of when they won 98 games in 2012 to kind of kick it off. You would see the glimpses in the 80 and 81 season the year before. You'd see the moments where you go, if you squint, you can kind of imagine that it's not crazy anymore. I mean, the first big domino to fall was the Strasburg night all the way back in his debut, where you go, the crowd's electric for the first time in the new ballpark. People are going crazy. The 14 strikeouts, what an environment, what a night. Okay, you beat the Pirates that day. Lottie freaking da, but that was different, right? You just sort of felt that. That game counted as one win, but we all know that it was different. I'm not ascribing any more meaning to last night other than they beat a good ball club and they got the rubber match today. But just that feeling, right, where you go, hey, that's really good for these kids. That's good for C.J. Abrams, for James Wood, for some of these role players, some of these guys that are playing against a really good team in a series that feels a little bit bigger than normal. You played a bunch of big series, get yourself comfortable in playing in bigger and bigger and bigger series. That was cool.
It was. I think of it this way. This would be the way I describe it. If you go to the theater, you go see a play or something like that, you could see a really good play at Annandale High School. Or what's the one that always does the plays? I always see the signs for it driving around. Hayfield High School. They do apparently these big productions, and it's awesome. But there's a difference between a play at a high school and then the Shirlington Theater, where we've got a listener who performs, which I'm sure is like high quality, legit, and good. And then going and seeing a play on Broadway. We've gone and seen a lot of the theater plays that are local. This was a Broadway play last night. That's really good baseball. That's what you miss. That reminds me of the Scherzer days around these parts. Yeah. Concerts. You could go to a garage jam session and watch your buddies. Or you could go to Jam and Java and see a small act that goes around the DMV. Or you could go to see Metallica at Northwest Stadium with the bells and the whistles and the explosions. And last night was just the big boy thing. 2 aces, guys pitching like it anyway, shoving against one another. Perfect game into the 6th inning for the visitors, and they still lose. And the Nats made all the plays defensively, calls, diving catch. The catch PCA made going out to left center. I don't know what noise that is, but that's what he deserves.
Was it an exotic bird?
It's like that. You have to watch it and be like, what the hell did I just see?
What is this?
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
God, it was good baseball. I know I'm nerdy, but I was just steamed up watching that last night.
Well, you love pitcher's duels so much.
Oh, my God.
Like, if you could design a game, it would be 1-0.
So that's actually a fun exercise.
Yeah.
What is your perfect baseball game? I think my perfect baseball game is 2-1 with one team having 5 hits and the other team having 3 hits. Both starters going 7. And then it's decided in the 8th and 9th by guys throwing 99 with wipeout sliders. That's pretty much what I'm looking for.
Ooh.
Now, if you can find me a reliever who throws 102, I'll take that more.
You want that?
But that's my baseball game. Last night was about as close as it gets.
I like sports. Oh, I just stopped there. I was like, I like sports. Back to you. I like the sport where I get to see everything in the sport. So here's what I mean. I want a homer. I want a steal. I want some good defense. I want some good pitching. So that can't be a 2-1 game in all likelihood for me.
Certainly it could.
But it's harder to do that.
You could have 3 solo home runs. You get spectacular defensive plays. We're getting stolen bases. We're swinging and missing people out of jams.
Could be. I think the more typical perfect game for me is probably like a 5-4 situation where you still have the ace doing it, but somebody does a little bit of little ball. Like we get a perfectly executed hit and run somewhere in there, right? I go first to third, or I'm doing some great base running, or I get a little of everything. Like in basketball, I want some good offense, good defense. Same with football.
Everything you're saying happened in last night's game, though.
That's true.
I got it all in a 2-0 game.
More typically, you'd have a couple more runs scored, but I think you're making a good point.
Let's talk Terry McLaurin next, because there is some news that's trickling out on the Commanders and McLaurin from Jordan Schultz. He's at least claiming that things maybe are more divisive than we know. So we'll get into that next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, some wide receiver news today. Terry McLaurin is reportedly frustrated with the lack of progress on a long-term deal that, according to Jordan Schultz, and today the Ravens signed wide receiver Rashad Bateman to a 3-year extension worth $36.75 million, $20 million guaranteed. NBA Finals gets underway tonight. Game 1, Thunder and Pacers in Oklahoma City. That'll get underway at 8:30. Last night, Stanley Cup Finals Game 1. The Oilers beat the Panthers in overtime 4-3 to take a 1-0 series lead. Game 2 going to be tomorrow night. And in baseball, Nationals-Cubs rubber match tonight, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Jake Irvin takes on Drew Pomeranz, an opener for likely Ben Brown. This June only, get $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
It's second and goal. End zone shot for the lead. It's McLaurin. He's got it. Washington is in front.
That was Adam Amin of Fox on the call of a big Terry McLaurin touchdown catch. What's great is I have no idea which game that would have been because he had so many end-of-game touchdowns that gave Washington a lead or put them over the top. But that was Week 18 against Dallas. Marcus Mariota throwing to Terry McLaurin in Dallas to get the job done, and they come from behind victory. Career year for McLaurin, 13 touchdown catches this past season. He had 4 the year before that. He'd only had 4 twice in his career. In fact, he's mostly averaged right around 5 touchdown catches over the first 5 years of his career, and then exploded last year for 13. And it is now time to pay Terry McLaurin again. Danny, he was in this same situation 2 years ago at a time where a lot of the guys in his draft class got a 4-year deal. He took a 3-year deal for a little over $22 million per year. But because of that, 2 years later, going into a lame duck season,
you're here again.
Now that's where you sign the extension because you don't risk a guy's contract running out and him hitting free agency. And so you basically just kicked the can down the road 2 years and said, we'll definitely pay you, no problem. But you didn't pay him like it wasn't a forever house. You basically rented. So now it's time. He says, I want my yard and I want everything I need for the next 7-8 years to get my kids through high school. Here's the story today from Jordan Schultz. I want to get your reaction to this. Jordan Schultz, who is an NFL reporter, an insider for Fox Sports, among other outlets over the years, says that Terry McLaurin has made it clear to the team that he's frustrated with the lack of progress on a long-term deal. As I previously reported, McLaurin unexpectedly left voluntary workouts after initially attending, and it remains to be seen whether he's going to report for mandatory minicamp. McLaurin is entering the final year of his contract, and talks have been minimal. This sounds way more hostile than what you, me, and everyone else have assumed is going on behind the scenes.
Because both parties were very interested in each other. That's what we assumed because we had a track record there that the team basically would be, I don't want to say crazy, but they would be, kind of go against all the rhetoric and all the different axioms and kind of way that they've presented themselves where they're looking for that tag. They look for Washington players, right? And he's one of them. All he's ever done is the right thing. Has cut across now 3 different regimes, a really, really solid player, great citizen, great leader, really productive. If you don't pay him, who are you paying? If you don't pay the guy that's always done everything right, it's a future Ring of Honor player for you, maybe a jersey retirement at some point if this track kind of keeps up, who are you paying? So you kind of backed yourself into a corner that way where it's not usually good business to give a 3 or 4 year deal to a guy that's going to be 30 and in a position that's pretty important, I'd say, to be athletic and quick and have all the burst. But yet here you are. And from McLaurin's perspective, what else do I have to do, dude? Right? I mean, but it's always been here, and it just sort of felt like he was going to be here. And maybe there was an assumption naively that this would just all work out. There are complications with things like this.
One of the complications, I think, is the year he just had. The timing of it means he's about to get paid a lot of money. Had he have had 6 touchdowns instead of 13, and instead of 82 catches, it was 72, and instead of 1,100 yards, it was 998, 1005, something like that. If the production wasn't quite what it was, and specifically in the red zone, if he hadn't finally cured that evil of not being a touchdown getting wide receiver, then maybe we have a little bit different conversation. And the contract would look a little bit like the last one, where he did not break the bank. He got paid handsomely. He got rewarded for his efforts and was paid fairly, but he did not get paid at an elite level at wide receiver. And he's not going to get that now in terms of surpassing Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase, and he shouldn't get that. And I'm sure McLaurin would say the same. But Albert Breer is going to join us coming up in 30 minutes. Suggested today via his reporting that McLaurin's going to get over $30 million. I think he suggested 30 to 35 million is the window. So let's just say we're talking about 32 and a half and split the difference, or 33 million for Terry McLaurin. Then I would say this: at his age, turning 30 years old right at the start of the season, with the mileage now 6 years into his career, not having been much of an issue, but him being older than his draft class, there's a very good chance that the contract you give him is both completely necessary, well-deserved, something you should and probably need to give him as you build this culture out, but also ends up on the back end not being a very good contract. And I think both of those things can be true, and sometimes they happen. And it's up to the team to build things well enough that when McLaurin, toward the end of the contract, is maybe no longer worth, the backloaded $37, $38 million figure, whatever that looks like, it doesn't end up killing you. But both are probably true. They should pay him. He's earned it more than anybody. There's no one that screams commander more than Terry McLaurin for a team that everything they do in the draft, every undrafted free agent they bring in, they tell us how he's a commander and he's got the commander tag. And if you cut him open, a commander falls out. Well, that's Terry McLaurin, man.
Yep.
You can't not pay this guy. But I also understand if you're telling me Terry McLaurin at $33 million at 30 years old is probably not the best contract to sign right now, I don't think you're wrong.
I don't either. And you can't go down that adversarial road either, because there are mechanisms for every party involved. Players have maybe less levers that they can pull, but teams do. So if you can't come to terms, you've got the franchise tag at your disposal, right? Which normally you would say isn't great business, but it would make great sense here. I would rather have 2 more years of Terry McLaurin, just on paper. Forget about the emotional part of it, everything you just mentioned, the context.
Meaning the football player.
Yeah, the football player. Like, I think the next 2 years of Terry McLaurin are still going to be really good. I don't know about years 3 and 4. Could be awesome. He could sort of reinvent himself as he goes. And you think of a guy like Mike Evans, who's still just as productive, despite having lost a step or 2 or 3 or whatever. But
And by the way, which should be noted, to your point, it's not like wide receivers completely fall off at 34.
Mhm.
If you work the right way, if you put the work in, you can have some runway. And I don't think that's a concern with McLaurin. My only issue is he's not a great route runner. He's good, but he's not a technician. He's a contested catch maven. He's a speed guy. Like, those things probably translate a little bit less maybe in terms of the age moving forward.
yeah, it's like a physical running back cliff, but for speed guys. Now, again, there's more to his game, but I think your point is exactly right. So I'd rather, in general, this is the whole point, that this is not in general. In general, I want 1 less year of a guy if it means getting rid of him a year too early and not having to hold the bag. But you can't play the franchise tag game with this guy. Because of everything you said, because of all the water under the bridge, that's good water. Everybody's been so happy. This is the dude that you hold up to the new kid, right? To the draft pick, the undrafted free agent, to the whoever. If you'd like to be what we want, follow 17 around. That's the guy. Do what he does. So you kind of backed yourself into this corner a little bit. I'm not faulting anybody like they made a mistake. It's just kind of where you are, and that may not lead to good negotiation.
Do you believe this report? And I don't mean that Schultz made anything up, but sometimes your information can either be wrong, or it's very possible someone's misleading or overstating it, right? This is now the time of the year where the leverage game gets played. We've seen it with agents. We've seen it with players. The teams will do the same thing. This obviously, I don't think, came from the team. The only reason you would put this out as a team is if you're trying to make the player look bad and kind of win over the fans and the court of public opinion. And the Commanders are not doing that with their guy, Terry McLaurin.
Right.
This, to me, feels more like the agent when you say he's frustrated with the lack of progress on a long-term deal. He left voluntary workouts after initially attending. Hey, he did show up. We talked, but the progress wasn't happening, so he left. He's entering the last year of his deal. Talks have been minimal. There's no benefit to the team really getting that out there. This feels more like the agent side to me, talking to Jordan Schultz. But I don't think any of us thought there was a whole lot of animus or acrimony between the two sides. This report is pretty salacious in that way. It makes it seem like, not like Terry's waiting on a contract. The team's going to give it to him. Last time this happened at the end of June into start of July, right before the 4th of July holiday. It'll probably happen again then soon. This is inevitable. Like all along, I felt like I'm not wasting 1 ounce of energy worrying about a McLaurin extension. And I still think I feel that way even after this report. But this is very different than that.
Yeah. So remember when Darren Pang said one trick pony about Ovechkin? And the whole point was, or one of the points was, there's no way to take that as anything other than a dig. Even if it didn't mean it as a dig. It sounds derisive. It sounds like you're not very complimentary of a guy. There's no way to take unexpectedly left voluntary workouts as anything, almost anything other than he was there, everything was fine until it wasn't. That's the way this sounds. And that's what I need to know. My curiosity isn't necessarily about whether a contract gets done or not. I still think there's time and that, everybody's doing the best they can to get the best deal, both for the organization or the best deal for McLaurin and his camp. I need to know, did he leave in a huff? Did he leave a meeting? Was he begging someone to talk to him and got so mad that he just stormed out, leaving, I don't know, like unsigned footballs for charity behind? Like, what happened? That's the part that I care about now. When you say unexpectedly left voluntary workouts after attending, meaning it was going great until it wasn't, that's what I need to know about. How significant is that? Yeah.
Showing up to stay, and then he left. Let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. Alton is in Richmond. Does this report worry you at all, or are you still of the belief, like most of us, that inevitably they'll get this thing worked out without any drama?
No, Grand Danny, how y'all?
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I don't think that it's a problem with what's coming out or whatever, but I do blame Adam Peterson to a point, because this man had double digit touchdowns before, when they was in the playoffs or whatever. Right there and there, right after that Detroit game, you should have set that man down and signed something. Like the guy said earlier last week, what are you waiting for to sign him? You have nobody else. So if you don't sign him, what are you waiting for? You keep saying, well, yes, we working on getting a deal with Terry done. You keep picking that to the media, but what do that make you sound like? That make you sound like the regime that was here a couple of years ago. If you're trying to build character and stuff in locker room, you can't build character doing that.
But you got to get good deals, right? And so I understand that the negotiation plays out, and we're not at the point of the calendar yet where anything's been botched. When Allen got paid, it was closer to training camp. McLaurin, 2 years ago, same situation. There was no hostility, supposedly. We didn't get a report like this, but he didn't come to this voluntary stuff then either, and I had no problem with it then. I've got no problem with it now. It'll be really interesting if he skips the mandatory workouts coming up. I think that'll be our first tell as to whether or not there's actually a little bit more hostility. I've got to go back and see if he skipped the mandatory stuff last time, but that would be interesting to me. But he's such a zero drama guy. It would be a way more notable story and way more newsworthy if we found out that he and the team are at odds. Because you almost give him the benefit of the doubt as a guy that just never stirs the pot.
Right.
There's never drama. He's the anti-TNT. They know drama. Terry McLaurin knows nothing about it. He is the alter ego to Johnny from Entourage, right? I mean, this guy, where do you want me to be when? I'll be there a minute early. We had him on the show all year one year. We had a standing appointment at 4 o'clock. He's on the phone at 3:59. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, every time.
Conscientious, professional. Are you guys nervous at all after this report? Or do you think that this thing is just business and the timing is such that it's not time yet? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Albert Breer's going to join us in 15 minutes at 3. He's done some reporting on McLaurin, the Commanders. How close are they? What does he make of this Jordan Schultz report that there's some animus building up and that McLaurin's upset? Thanks for listening to The Fan. In an hour 15 at 4 o'clock, we've got a 4-pack of tickets to the barbecue battle in D.C. that can be yours. And at 5 o'clock, Chucko Chains, baby. Charlie Slows joins the program. Voice of Nationals baseball. We're getting ready for a chance for 2 out of 3 against the Cubs. Be the biggest series win for Washington in years.
This place is lit.
I hope it's lit tonight.
Yeah, we hope so, buddy.
Don't play the Nationals. Do not score. Don't do that one because they need some runs this evening.
Let Gore cook.
Yeah, that one was relevant last night. We need some lines for Chucko today. Although if he's not in studio, it might be harder. But maybe I could send him a text and have him read them. That'll even further confuse him a little bit.
They'll be bewildered.
Do we have any new kids lines? What's the one that Aura Farming? Have we done that one yet?
He's Aura Farming.
Nasim Nunez is Aura Farming.
Aura Farming, Skibbity Toilet. I think that's another one.
That is one.
Honestly, I think you guys might know more about that line.
I've only ever heard that via Danny.
Yeah, same.
So they don't even say the full thing anymore. They like Skibbity is kind of the thing. But
what is the definition? Synonym. Give me a synonym. Bad?
Nubs.
Okay, so Nasim Nunez not scoring from third was Skibbity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be like that. Then there's Riz and Sigma. There's a whole, I don't know who Sigma is, if that's good or bad, but that's
Riz
something.
is the team president of baseball operations.
Hey guys. Yeah, that's that one.
He's the Rizzler, right? I got my one golf outing of the year tomorrow.
What the thing's tomorrow?
One
I didn't know that.
Golf outing per year. Tomorrow I will hit the links. I will post a video of my swing. Toby can analyze it. Come on.
Don't post it on social.
Just having fun here. Come on.
Don't do that.
Who's having fun? Who's funning? Come on, Routier.
Why is Grant winding up to kick that hornet's nest? Why is he doing that?
Tobes, I actually thought, might I say, you called into the Junkies.
Oh, man.
You got called into the principal's office. I thought you handled yourself very well. I saw Valdez yesterday. He told me you were on the show. I was like, oh, my God, this thing's really that big of a deal? We're going public with this thing? And you were on for several minutes. And number one, I thought it was a good opportunity for my guy Tobes to get some shine and morning drive, which I liked. But I thought you really handled yourself well.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I'm, no animosity. We're just having a little bit of fun.
You thought you were having fun.
I was having fun.
It doesn't seem like everyone was having fun.
Valdez was not having as much fun, but yeah, there was no animosity towards him.
The point you made, which I think is really good, was you would not have critiqued a donk's swing.
Correct.
So, like, if I will not be posting a video tomorrow. Just imagine the worst golf swing you've ever seen. But if I was to post my swing, you wouldn't be like, oh, GP, your swing speed's terrible and you've got to drop your hip and, whatever else. Because I golf once a year and I don't care that much. I'm there for a charity event for my buddy.
And Tobes, you'd be amazed. Grant has a unique ability as a golfer, if I can say this.
He's golfed with me before.
Yeah.
He knows about it.
It doesn't matter the club. It doesn't matter. Putter to driver.
160 and straight.
It's going 160, pretty low, pretty straight. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, we went to a Top Golf type thing in West Palm last year.
Danny would have been with... no, he was in bed.
No, yeah, that's right. Danny had me expressly drive him home.
Yeah, where did I go?
Did you actually drive him
home?
home?
He did.
Yeah.
There was something... After dinner, you guys were going somewhere, and I was like, I don't want to do that at all.
You definitely came to dinner with us.
Yeah,
because
I always go to dinner, yeah.
It's nothing to do with us and everything to do with the meal.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. We'll get you how we get you.
That's when Ryan was taking pictures of Jose Altuve with the flash on.
Good point. So then we all went out and played golf and had some drinks and food and had a good time. And Danny went back to the house.
That's what happened. That's right.
Yes.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
So you drove him home. Then we went and played golf.
Yep. And watched Grant hit everything about 160 dead straight.
He knows the game.
He knows.
But tomorrow's big. So it's my buddy Jermon Bushrod, who played for the Saints for many, many years. Towson. I went to King George High School. He does an unbelievable job with his Visualize and Rise charity. And I MC and announce all of his celeb golfers. It's pretty cool. Like 15 years after winning a Super Bowl, a lot of those Saints players come back, and it's a fun day. But it is my annual golf voyage.
So you're playing tomorrow? You're going to play? Or you're just going to go and hit a couple?
I'm doing the show starting at 2. There's so many people that participate in this thing that there's a really good chance we will not be done with our 18 holes, despite like an 8:30 start or whatever, by 2 o'clock.
Right.
Because I think where we play tomorrow at Meadows Farms has like 27 holes or something like that. So you like do 18, then you keep, or you play 9 and then you go play another 9 and the whole deal. But there's enough. It's the biggest course in the area to have hundreds of people participate in this
Right.
thing. But it's
And those things take forever. Yeah,
you're not moving
moving.
fast.
Yeah.
So I say all that to tell you, I'm going to play golf for like 4.5, 5 hours before the show tomorrow. Probably get 13, 14 holes in, whatever we can.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll report back. But I could just report now. I'll lose a lot of balls.
Yeah.
It's not going to be an effective day. And if Toby wants to, he can coach this swing.
Well,
up.
now you got to post it. I mean, now that we've done that, you got to post some swings.
I will post my 2 best hits of the day. Something like that. If you want content, I'll give you content.
I want some content.
How about I give you my best and my worst?
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. They'll be the same shot. 160 straight, no matter the club. This is a pitching wedge. This is a driver.
But did you hear Tobes on the junks?
I did hear it. I heard it
What did you
live.
think? I thought it was a good performance.
I thought it was very good.
He was very respectful.
There are 2 ways to go, having been in a similar situation, as we all have. It's your turn to wear it sometimes in radio.
As CK and Valdez and I were talking in the hallway yesterday, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I've been there. And he's like, you've never had to do one of those. And I'm like, me and Valdez, like I tweeted about Joe Flacco once. Like it definitely happened.
It happens.
Yeah.
Right? And it's not necessarily Valdez, but like it inevitably is going.
Mine was Valdez, who I'm good buddies with, but like we've been here 15 years.
Yeah,
We've all taken a turn.
And mine
Yours
happened
was
to be
Valdez.
2 also, but it's not a Valdez thing. It's I know it sounds like it, but it's not.
It's not.
It's not.
It's not.
I'm saying it's not.
Also, I was a little surprised that EB seemed to be, as an outsider, really upset with not upset strong. I think EB was bothered that Toby commented on the swing as well, it seemed like. I think it's a golf thing.
I'm 100% sure it's a golf
talking
thing.
to Valdez about it yesterday, he said, like, what do you love posting? And he's like, he came up with this. He's like, you love posting your plate on Thanksgiving, right? You like posting your meal on Thanksgiving. You get other people to post their meals, kind of your bit. And I was like, yeah, totally true. He's like, what if you posted your meal and everyone's just killing you? And Toby jumps on that, the replies and is like, GP, that mac and cheese looks terrible. The turkey looks dry. And he just like kills your plate.
I remember my first plate when I was a toddler.
I was like, I guess I'd be a little bit salty about that. I get, I think that's true. I think I probably would be. And his point is golf is my thing, man. It's what I love the most. So that was how he related it to me. I just can't relate to golf. This is how little I know about golf. I actually thought your comment was a compliment to Valdez. Because I know Valdez is a good golfer.
Yeah, I'm sure he's a good golfer.
But so I thought Toby was saying, for people that don't know, he tweeted, like, why do we have a mat in the studio if this was Valdez's golf swing as it is or whatever? And I thought what he was saying was, Valdez's golf swing is so good, he doesn't need to practice in the studio. That's literally what I thought.
Yeah, it's the opposite, I think.
No, it just wasn't like the smoothest thing ever. Like, I think if Valdez watched, like, I don't mean anything by it. I don't doubt that he's got a great putting stroke. I think the thing that I sleep on is, I know EB takes his golf seriously. Obviously, Valdez does as well. I grew up playing golf with my family, and it was something we'd have fun. We'd go out. We're joning on each other the whole time. And so to me, when I'm golfing and I see other people golfing, I'm not trying to, like, especially people that play all the time, I enjoy just having some fun at their expense. Like, not even saying, like, your swing is horrible. Just, like, nice shot, man, as it goes in the creek. Like, I was out with my buddy yesterday, and we're on a par 3, and he's about to hit, and I said, hey, man, watch that water on the right. And he dunks it dead in the water. Like, I don't think Valdez would appreciate that either. But it's just kind of...
Well, my favorite thing was there were good zings all around.
Yeah.
But one of my favorite things that happened was when EB's like, I mean, is Toby like some amazing golfer? And Valdez is like, apparently he's Hank Haney. He's like talking about Toby's like a swing coach. But you are a good golfer. The other great thing that happened is some guy was like ribbing Toby on social. He's like, post your swing. And Toby posted, he's like, actually,
that was pretty good.
He's like, oh, wait, this is a really good golf swing.
Well, my favorite was, I guess, right after Toby hung up, there's a guy who, I forget his name, I apologize, but called and was like, now, Chris Russell has addressed this. Russell was convinced, he did an hour the other day, that Toby is not the man we think he is. Toby's a two-faced, and like, I'm like, you mean Toby? Toby?
As I said to Matt yesterday in the hallway, and as I've said to anyone who's asked me about this, because this has been, some guy at Nats Park asked me about it yesterday.
Is that right?
Your podcast partner's in hot water. And I was like, this is the nicest person I've ever met. This is the most wholesome, sweet child I've ever met in my life. He would, if I had a daughter old enough, he could date her. I've never heard him curse. When he gets really angry, he might say frick. Like, he's a very nice boy. Man, child,
Person.
whatever Toby is. He is a growing man. And so for him to be embroiled in controversy over being like an online troll, supposedly, one of the funniest things of 2025.
That's kind of my favorite part about it.
Yeah.
Is again, when you're on there, there's two ways you can go. You can start, you punching back, or you take that really, really low oxygen high road. Like Toby was up there.
Albert Breer joins us next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by I-66 Express Lanes. In the NFL, Terry McLaurin is reportedly frustrated with a lack of progress on a long-term deal that, according to Jordan Schultz, the Ravens signed wide receiver Rashad Bateman to a 3-year extension today worth $36.75 million, $20 million guaranteed. NBA Finals gets underway tonight. Game 1 in Oklahoma City, Thunder and Pacers at 8:30. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Cubs 2-0 last night. They'll look to go the series win in the rubber match today against the Cubs, 6:45 first pitch. Near the game right here on The Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 5-1 with a 3.93 ERA on the season. Drew Pomeranz gets to start as an opener for the Cubs on the season. He's 2-0 with a 0 ERA. He's only pitched 13 2/3 innings, though he's likely the opener for Ben Brown, who pitched behind him last time the Cubs pitched Drew Pomeranz. In hockey, Stanley Cup Finals Game 1 last night. The Oilers beat the Panthers in overtime 4-3 in Edmonton. Oilers take a 1-0 series lead. Game 2 going to be tomorrow night. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is the answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to Express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. Exclusively sponsored by the law firm Condorian Murad. We're Grant and Danny, and this is The Fan. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. KMLawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's KMLawyers.com. On the Rude Guest Hotline right now, Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We find our pal Albert Breer. Get a little inside skinny on what's going on, not just with Terry McLaurin, but all over the NFL. If you're not following Albert at Albert Breer on social, you're missing out. Lead content strategist at the MMQB, one of their senior NFL reporters. Albert, thank you for the time. How are you?
Hey, thanks for having me, Grant.
You got it, man. So let's start with Terry McLaurin here. Jordan Schultz came out with a report today, and it seems like there's animus and maybe some acrimony that we weren't anticipating, that he's got this as McLaurin being really upset and was supposed to be here and then unexpectedly isn't. What are you hearing?
Yeah, I don't think it's in a great place right now. If you ask me, like where this is, and I think it's just sort of the, I hate to say normal course of things, but I do think to some degree these things do get bumpy, and I think they've gotten bumpier as the market's exploded over the last couple of years with the cap going up as fast as it has. And so, if you're Terry McLaurin, I think you look at it and you're saying, like, you don't even come to me with anything that doesn't start with a 3, you know what I mean, per year. And I think it's fair of him to ask for something in that range just based on where the market's gone. Obviously last year, Justin Jefferson gets 35 and CeeDee Lamb gets 34. But like I'd say the real comp is probably DK Metcalf, who he gets traded to Pittsburgh and he gets 33 per year on a 4-year deal. So, I think those comps are out there, and I think they will eventually get something done. Terry, and you guys know this, you don't need me to tell you, Terry's too important to what they've built there. But sometimes these things can get a little messy along the way, and I think that's sort of where we are right now.
Yeah, to that point, Albert, I mean, nobody's panicking around here, I think, mostly because there's no way this one doesn't get done, right? I mean, I can understand everything you just said. I think everyone rubber stamps. I get from Terry's perspective, and I get from the team going, it may not be in our best interest to overpay, quote unquote, a guy that's going to be 30 this year. Your thoughts?
Yeah, he's older, and that's fair. That's part of it, and it's going to mark his approach too. I think if you're Terry, you got to look at it and say, like, this is my last bite at the apple, so you got to make sure that you're doing the right thing for yourself in that sort of situation. I mean, look, like here's my feeling on it. Like, and I'm not telling you what DQ is thinking, what Cliff's thinking, what AP is thinking. I'm not telling you any of that. I'm just telling you what I think. And I look at it like, and I think if you look at like paying him and guaranteeing him 3 years, let's just say you have to guarantee something into the third year to get him signed. And let's say it's in the 30s somewhere. based on who Terry McLaurin is, do you think you're gonna regret doing that in 2027?
No.
You know, like, and that's
Right.
the thing is like that to me is at the end of the day, that's the answer.
That's it. Yeah.
Sometimes we can be in these situations where, and I really I do think it can be a good guidepost to like kind of like look at it this way. And sometimes teams are in those situations, and you can say yes, maybe they would. I think there's like a decent example in Pittsburgh right now. Like, T.J. Watt's a great player, but he's been really beat up like over the last few years, right? So, like, you could see a scenario where if Pittsburgh guarantees something into 2027, that may not like wind up looking great. I just think with Terry, based on his history, his durability, his reliability, the fact like how nuanced his game is, right? Like his game, like it's a little bit different than even DK. Like so much of DK Metcalf's game is based on being physically overwhelming, right? So what happens if he loses a step? I don't think that really applies to Terry, right? Like, because I think Terry's going to be the type of guy who's refined, who's so refined as a player that he'll be able to sort of reinvent himself when he needs to, you know. So I just that's the way I look at it, guys. Is like I think there's a low chance that you're going to regret paying him into 2027 with some level of guaranteed money. I think there's a low chance that you're going to regret paying him a certain number, and I think there's a pretty good chance that like when you pay him, the rest of the locker room is going to look at it like, yeah, like that's the guy you pay. You know what I mean? Like, and that's another piece to it too when you're talking about program building. It's like, you know, when you're still early in your tenure, and I think we talked about this last year. On with you guys, it's like you're trying, you know, with how you spend draft picks, how you spend money, you're sort of sending a message to the locker room on what you reward. And I don't think there can be a better guy to exemplify what you want to reward than Terry McLaurin.
Albert
And
Breer.
now you guys are making me sound like an evangelist for the guy. I don't think anything I said is untrue, right?
No, totally not.
No, that's
absolutely.
the point. Yeah.
Very fair. Albert Breer is with us on Grant and Danny. So I want to tread lightly here because I don't love asking people to talk about other people's reporting, and I would hate for a Starbucks 2.0 that involved Albert Breer here.
Yeah.
But I am just curious about on a scale of my sense of this all along has been there's a 1% chance that they don't get something done because McLaurin's the lieutenant commander, and he's going to want to be here, and more importantly, they're going to want to pay him for all the stuff that he's done in building this program up. And then the opposite end of this is like he's mad and he's showing up and storming out and he doesn't think that they're respecting him or whatever. And maybe that's overstated, but that's kind of the tone to some extent of that report. Like, where are we on that pendulum?
I mean, it's not in a great place now, like I said, right? Like, so I would acknowledge that. The second thing I would say is it would take a lot for me to get into a fist fight these days. So just so you guys know, I think I got my fair share of bar fights and whatnot when I was younger. I think it would take a family member being in danger. That's
kind of my threshold.
Yeah, I'm all set now, Albert. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You guys are there too. I'm good.
It's just like I'm so tired, you know?
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't even know if I get one of my friends back at this point. Like, it might have to be a blood relative.
Yeah.
No, but I think it's, I think like one thing that can inform people on this too is just sort of where these things have gone, and really this goes back to me to the 2011 CBA where, things would get ugly in the summer, if you guys remember before that. And then they tightened up the holdout rules, and so nobody could hold out anymore. And then it started to happen again, like with Aaron Donald and a few others before the most recent CBA, and they tightened them up even more. The reason I'm saying that is because this is the time of the year for a player to make it ugly. This is the time of the year for a player to make his point. Because of the way the system works, they can really be penalized if they take these holdouts into the summer, and it gets ugly in the summer. So it usually is in the best interest of a player. Like, if you are going to do something like this, and if you are going to do something to try to make your point in a loud way, the spring is the time to do it. And again, like, I think like when it's somebody like Terry, who's so well respected, obviously you've got power to get the attention of everybody, because this isn't a guy who's generally a malcontent.
Albert Breer with us here on Grant and Danny. Let's go league wide here, Albert. Anthony Richardson looks like some bad news, huh?
Yeah, so like I learned a long time ago that whenever there's an injury to a quarterback's throwing shoulder, never believe the most downplaying of it is, right? Like whoever's trying to downplay it, but don't believe that, because that's a quarterback's moneymaker. Those situations can linger, and this is an example of a situation like that lingering, right? Like it's like once a quarterback starts injuring his throwing shoulder, it's almost tough for them to get back in front of that. And so, like, I think that's it's just unfortunate for him because this was such a critical year for him. And, like they obviously weren't 100% sold on where he was. Otherwise they wouldn't have brought in Daniel Jones to compete for the job. So now the door's wide open for Daniel Jones to win the job. And if that happens, I mean, we may not see Anthony Richardson as a Colts quarterback again. You know what I mean? Like if he's the backup the whole year, well then, like, I mean, of course, whoever's in charge in 2026, like they're going to go into 2026 probably looking for a quarterback. So I think it's a good example of what happens when you reach at the position. And, I do think the Colts, to some degree, have predetermined in 2023 that they were going to take a quarterback in the first round come hell or high water because they had gone through, in the aftermath of Andrew Luck, Jacoby Brissett, Carson Wentz, Phillip Rivers, Matt Ryan, right? Like, so they come out of that and they say, okay, like we're going to take one now. Well, it turns out they took the third quarterback in a 2 quarterback draft, which is always the risk again with predetermining that you're going to take a quarterback in the draft.
Albert, weird question. I want to pick the Bills against the Ravens here, but I was thinking about this last night. Baltimore's been in the same spot for a few years where they're just kind of chipping away and knocking at the door, and you feel like maybe they can win a Super Bowl any year of the last 5. They've won 14 and 11 and 10 and 13 and 12 games over the last 6 seasons. And basically 1 year shorter window, but 6 straight double-digit win seasons for Buffalo. Allen's in kind of a similar boat to Allen, where they both just had to deal with being in the same conference as Mahomes. But what would you say, first off, is kind of the state of the union on the Ravens, who have a big extension that they signed, a big celebratory press conference coming up now with their wide receiver, Zay Flowers. But then also, of those 2 teams, do you like that comp of like, they're both really good. We know year in and year out they're going to come out of their division. But until they win a Super Bowl, it just feels stagnant.
Yeah, it's funny. We were talking about that on our podcast this morning, me and Connor O'War, and I think it's I sort of view them as similar. You know what I mean? Like in that, like they're both. I mean, it's fair to say Super Bowl or bust. We're doing this series where it's like, what's a realistic expectation for each of the teams, right? Like, and if you're a fan, like, what would make you happy with the year? And I kind of came to the conclusion with both those teams, like where it's like, I can't blame like either of those fan bases for being disappointed if they don't at least make it to the Super Bowl, because it's such a rare thing to have a quarterback like that, right? Like, and you in Washington, you guys are starting to feel that, I'm sure, like that Jaden Daniels is going to get there and be that quarterback. And I just, you only have so long when you have a guy like that, and so every year is precious. And I think like for both Baltimore and Buffalo, this is a really important era for them to break through and find a way to get there. And there are a number of quarterbacks where they're so good that I put their teams in that category. Unfortunately for the 2 of them, like most of those teams are in the AFC, and not everybody can go. So I think that's sort of where they are.
Albert, we're going to let you go so you can go work here because we got a story in the NFL, but we want a quick reaction. NFL media saying that Aaron Rodgers is officially going to sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers, is on his way to Pittsburgh. Your thoughts on that?
Not surprised. So here we are. It's been the deal's been in place for a while now, and yeah, here we go.
All right, we know you got work to do. Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you,
You
buddy.
got it. So there you go. Aaron Rodgers headed to Pittsburgh to sign with the Steelers. This is according to NFL Network. Tom Pelissero had this first. We've talked about the idea for weeks that they backed themselves into a corner. It's either going to be Mason Rudolph and a sub-500 record for the first time under Tomlin and not making the playoffs, or you make your bed with Aaron Rodgers and you keep your fingers crossed, because he didn't play that well last year, and with him comes more baggage than you can fit in the overhead compartment. But Mike Tomlin's hopping into these waters for whatever reason. They think, maybe he goes, throws 30 touchdowns, 10 picks, and gives them the quarterback play they wanted out of Russell Wilson last year that has eluded them. with that defense and that coaching staff, if he could play at an above average level, maybe they could win their first playoff game in years.
And I think that's the idea, right? The rest of the roster is a playoff roster, maybe more or less, right? I mean, with the addition of DK Metcalf and a couple moves that they've made defensively, as you said, when they're healthy, they're always really competitive. They're really well coached. They're going to be a tough out. That may not be, we'll win the division, right? Because the division's really, really good with Baltimore. Cincinnati had a terrible year last year, still won 9 games. They're frisky. It may be, let's get to the postseason, and who would want to play us? Who would want an Aaron Rodgers maestro potential game in the postseason with that defense that we have on hand? So they back themselves in that corner. I think that's the exact right way to put it. They're not willing to take the huge step back to pick early. So they've got to do it another way, and here's their other way.
How much better are they with Aaron Rodgers than Mason Rudolph? They're obviously better.
Yep.
Because there's at least the potential that he could play at a high level.
Mm-hmm.
There's the ceiling that he could be a really good football player. And we know what Mason Rudolph is, and actually we know what he isn't, really. But Rodgers is 41.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to turn 42 in December. He missed all of 2 seasons ago with the Achilles. And then last year, to his credit, came back healthy and played every single week. But he was a bottom 10 starter, if you look at a lot of the metrics in the NFL last year. That was not a good season by any means. Now, it was a terrible team. Maybe you can blame the Jets. Maybe you could say it was not a good situation. But some of it was his own doing. I mean, he brought a lot of those guys in and chose some of the receivers. He wanted Alan Lazard. He was there for him. He wanted Devontae Adams. They went and got him. Like, he had a lot of say of what happened there. And they went 5-12. And when you bring him in, you play his games, right? You allow him a seat at the table. He's going to be in on conversations. I wonder if it's that same Jets-ish relationship where the Steelers are for a year just saying, okay, Aaron, you get to be an assistant to the general manager. Or if there was a negotiation where they said, listen, man, it's kind of us or nobody at this point. You can retire if you want to. We're not going to play the GM game with you.
Yeah, we're not doing the same thing you've done the last few years.
But we'll give you a starting job with a championship level defense. And if you want to go hunt for one more ring for a playoff caliber football team, we're a destination for you. They made the playoffs and immediately lost in their first playoff game. In 5 consecutive postseasons, they've lost 6 straight playoff games since 2016. They have not won a playoff game now since
pretty much a decade.
16, man. The Steelers.
And again, it's partly to their credit. I mean, they remind me, honestly, a lot of the Capitals, where they're consistently good. The ups and downs, everyone else is subject to them. They're not. They are right there. They win 9, 10, 11, sometimes 12 games. I mean, there was a couple years ago where they were not a good team and yet had a winning record and, had a chance. But, of course, they got their doors blown off in the postseason. So, overall, the counting stats for Rodgers aren't horrendous. But when you dive deep into it and you watch enough, you know that it's not the same. I mean, obviously, he's removed from his multiple back-to-back MVP seasons a few years ago. 28 touchdowns, 11 picks, 8th in the league in passing yards. But if you know, you know. That's not the same guy. Understandable. Injuries, age, supporting cast, surroundings, etc. But it wasn't like they were devoid of talent on that offense, right? Garrett Wilson's a stud. There are a few guys that can help you on that Jets team. Didn't look like it. The way that their offense would stall and stagnate and be terrible for weeks on end. I don't know. I don't see it working out great. I see it. Maybe he had his come to Jesus moment where he knows I can't have Nathaniel Hackett and Donald Driver and everybody that I've ever thrown to in Green Bay come with me anymore. Maybe this is it or nothing, and I'm going along with Mike Tomlin. I don't know. I don't see it ending well, though.
Aaron Rodgers to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Breaking news into us here at 106.7 The Fan, NFL Network all over this. Here's the question for you guys. We're going to react next. We'll hit the phones at 800-636-1067. Do you think Rodgers has another good football season in him? Can he win playoff games in Pittsburgh? Does this make the Steelers more of a legitimate, viable contender in the AFC? We're Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The big news today in football: Aaron Rodgers intends to sign with the Steelers ahead of their mandatory minicamp coming up next week. It's going to be a one-year deal. He let the Steelers know that he's going to fly in tomorrow to Pittsburgh to sign his contract. Also in the NFL, Terry McLaurin reportedly frustrated with the lack of progress on a long-term deal, according to Jordan Schultz. NBA Finals Game 1 tonight, Thunder and Pacers at 8:30. And in baseball tonight, Nationals and Cubs, the rubber match of the series, 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes on Drew Pomeranz, likely just an opener for the Cubs in Drew Pomeranz. This update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp, CoachWooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, they instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacies of the Wooten basketball camps. Coach Wooten. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Not surprised. So here we are. It's been the deal's been in place for a while now, and here we go.
That's Albert Breer. Just a few minutes ago as the news broke. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. You just heard from Toby Altizer. Aaron Rodgers to the Steelers is happening. A one-year deal. Rodgers on his way to Pittsburgh to sign with an AFC contender. I mean, Pittsburgh's got a championship defense, Danny.
Yeah.
As long as TJ Watt, a DPOY, is there, and as long as Mike Tomlin and that staff are maintained, they're going to be a top half the league defense as a floor. And when things are going well and they got the right personnel in the second and third levels, they're going to be an elite defense. And they have been over the last couple of years. They just haven't been able to figure out quarterback. And I'm the kind of guy who does not think that a similar situation is going to work out differently the next time. And so we played this game with the Jets. They had the awesome defense. They were the team that was a quarterback away. They brought in Aaron Rodgers and said, get us over the hump, get us to the Super Bowl. And it exploded in their face. Now the Steelers are going, it'll be different this time with us. And maybe they feel like if it wasn't for the Achilles, it would have been different for the Jets. I don't know. But I know that he was healthy last year and they sucked. And he wasn't very good. So at 42 years old, I'm just not that interested. It's not a personal thing. Frankly, it's funny. You know, all of the conspiracy theories and the podcasts and all the other stuff. Like, that's not how I would operate if I ran a team. We'd have people that vote for everybody in my locker room and people that say crazy things on all sides in my locker room. It's about football to me. And when we get in here in the Brotherhood, we're just going to talk about and function over the football. And if you want to have discussions otherwise, they better be civil, but we could do that. I don't really care one way or the other if I'm an NFL GM or executive about how divisive a Rodgers hiring is. That's somebody else's problem. It's not mine. It's not like this guy's a criminal. It's not like he's, gotten in trouble with the law or something like that. If people don't like him because of his personality or his views or his opinions, I'm sorry, you got to find a way to deal with that because he's a football player. I just don't see him as that helpful of a quarterback. He's better than Rudolph, but
so what?
Where does he get you now? Maybe they win a playoff game. You're not going on a run in the AFC with Allen, Jackson, Burrow, Mahomes. I don't see it.
Here's the thought. If you're Pittsburgh, you go, our culture is better than almost anybody else's. If you can't make it here, you can't make it anywhere. We will fold you in and you're going to act as if. You're going to do the right thing. The Jets don't have that. The Jets were talented a couple of years ago when he hurt his Achilles. And that roster was pretty decent, but the Jets don't have an established culture. The Jets have basically been a joke for a long, long time. Pittsburgh has not been. Now, it's a punchline to some that they lose in the first round of the playoffs every year. They lose the wild card game, and that's fine. But that is one of these still models of consistency where you go back to, 2010, it's a lot of 12, 11, 10, 11, 13, 12-win seasons in there. And that's across many different players. It's the steady things or Mike Tomlin, the way the organization is run. You fold in the guy that's loud and controversial and attention drawing and whatever. And if you're going to get something, if there's one org that would get something out of him this year, it might be Pittsburgh. Honestly, there are a handful that I would say I trust. I would trust Baltimore. I would trust Pittsburgh. I would trust, maybe a couple others at this point with a track record of proven success and being stable and solid. Maybe that's the thinking. But because again, I think we've pointed this out a million times. It's really hard to find a quarterback. Sometimes, it's the second quarterback you take in the draft that given year that turns out to be the better guy 3 years later. Sometimes it's the sixth rounder. Sometimes it's the guy that goes 1-1 or 1-2, whatever. Pittsburgh has not been in a good spot to acquire quarterbacks the conventional way. They've had to do this Russell Wilson dance every single year. So when your first rounder, Kenny Pickett, stinks, you're back in the trough again. And they're basically saying, this is our best chance to get over that 10-7 pretty good type range.
Last thing before we get to the calls, 800-636-1067. We'll hit them in a second. When I have a hard and fast stance on something, I like to at least dive into my take to make sure if I'm starting from that reality, like how accurate is it? Is it possible that Rodgers is actually still really good and he just hasn't played like it in 3+ seasons? Because people forget his final season in Green Bay was okay. Even solid, I would say.
It was the first sign that it wasn't going to be the same anymore.
Correct. Exactly right. It was MVP, fell off to whatever that was. It was middling, like middle of the pack NFL starter stuff, which is fine if it doesn't come with a ton of baggage and CNN wanting to come talk to him and do interviews. And I don't do celebrity backup quarterbacks. I'd prefer to not really do world news starting quarterbacks either if I could help it. But if you're playing at a championship level, I'll deal with a lot of things. But if you look at his numbers from last season, part of how they were as good as they were, he actually finished pretty well. He had a 4-touchdown, 1-pick game in a useless game against Miami where neither team was going to the playoffs. But he had a 3-touchdown, no-pick game in Jacksonville, 32-25 win that day. Like the majority, I should say, of his really good performances were toward the end of the year. Now, you could say that meant that he was further away from the injury, so he was improving. I guess that's possible. You could say, well, the season was lost. They're a bad team. They're throwing a lot. That's probably also very much a factor. That might be the most important question here is, how much does he have left? I mean, he was so good. People sleep. He was so good for so long.
You know how much bold ink is on that page?
Oh, my God. Aaron Rodgers is my number 2 quarterback of all time. Now, weird timing because Chris Russell just walked into the studio, so this will start some kind of feud. But he's my number 2 ever. I got Peyton Manning 1, I got Aaron Rodgers 2, and then Tom Brady 3. Like, that's how good Rodgers was for me at one point in time. 4-time MVP. But here we are with him just playing out the string.
Yeah, this is Favre. And the only thing missing was the Vikings, honestly. I think that's just timing.
But it almost happened.
Seriously.
That if it wasn't the Steelers, it would have been the Vikings.
Right.
If Pittsburgh wasn't an option, the exact Favre thing would have happened.
Yeah, history repeated itself. The good old boy, the guy that everybody rooted for, that everyone loved, then different reasons and how it happened.
Did he go Jets-Vikings or did he go Vikings-Jets?
Jets-Vikings.
Guy.
Favre.
Come on.
And he went from hero, then you see all the stuff with Jen Sturger and how he wasn't the awesome guy that everyone thought. And now there's, more post-career about Favre.
Have you watched that doc
I
yet?
have.
How is it?
It's not the greatest document in the world, but
I just skip past it every night. One of these nights I'm going to bite.
It's not that long. It reminds you, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, that too. Like, again, maybe not the guy that everyone thought. So to me, he annoyed me to no end because he didn't feel like doing the normal NFL thing where he made the kicker and a couple other guys that come fly to his house and beg him to come back, and he would skip most of training camp or whatever and throw a bunch of picks, and everyone would say, oh, shucks, he's such a good old boy because he throws it hard. And he was annoying. Aaron's annoying for his own kind of reasons, right? But the history, it happened where you went, it's like Harvey Dent in The Dark Knight where you're either die the hero or live yourself long enough to become the villain. And both of them have.
That would have been so perfect if he went to the Vikings. The guy he always hated. It just followed his exact career arc.
I learned about watching you.
Let's go to Steve in Silver Spring.
What's up, boys?
Hey, dude.
So I'm a lifelong Jet fan, and I've been suffering, but I watched every game last year. And, I know, it's like having herpes. I can say that he can still throw a ball. He can still throw a ball, and Nathaniel Hackett was a way bigger problem. The offensive line was a way bigger problem. And frankly, his lack of sync with the offense early in the season from him waiting to come to camp was a problem. But he can still throw a ball.
Still has that release, still has that touch.
I think he'll be able to still throw a ball when he's 60, if I'm being honest. Like, we're talking about one of the great arms in terms of accuracy, touch, poise, the back shoulder throws on the sideline ever. This is an all-time passer of the football, but his mobility is down, which was a huge part of his game. He holds on to the ball a lot. He's not O-line friendly at this point. And some of the other things just naturally, as you get a little bit older, dissipate a little bit. But yeah, I think if you get a well-blocked play where he's in a clean pocket and somebody's got a couple of feet in front of a DB, he's going to put the ball where it needs to be.
He's as good as anybody, yeah.
Paul's in Alexandria. What's up, Paul?
G&D. What's going on, guys?
Hey, dude.
How are you?
Good, man. Beautiful day. But yeah, I would say this. If Aaron Rodgers was able to like put something together, get his stuff together, right, and put up like a magical season, it would be great for the league. It'd be great TV. It'd be great. All bad for the Ravens, bad for the Bengals, whatever. But the eyeball test tells me that, Pittsburgh's like, latching on to something that's not going to happen, and Aaron Rodgers is trying to get paid one more time. I don't see it happening.
So I think I'm in the minority on this. It's a good phone call. Thank you. I would love to see him have a great season and the Steelers be really, really good. I know they were awesome for a long time, so there's not a lot of empathy for their lack of playoff success, certainly around the DMV, I'm sure, but in most cities in the league. But I just think the NFL's better when the Pittsburgh Steelers are in the mix in the AFC. And I have the ability, I'm not patting myself on the back, this is just a reality. I don't really hold like people's opinions and politics and all that stuff against them when it comes to work or friendships or, whatever life is. Not everyone can do that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not even saying I disagree or agree with any of his points, because I agree with everybody listening right now. Like every single one of you.
Yeah, all of you.
On everything you think.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're right about all of it.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine thinking the opposite?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Not me.
But I'm not going to be rooting against him after watching his documentary because he's a weirdo. He's a goose. I mean, let's just call it what it is. That is a silliest of geese. I watched way too much of, he went on Joe Rogan's podcast recently, and I couldn't, it was like watching a car crash. I couldn't turn it off. They just hop from one topic to the next, and it's like, my God, this is incredible. This is an interesting person. That's the best I can do for you, right? Having said that, I'm not considering root against him. He's one of the greatest quarterbacks of my childhood.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of the greatest QBs I'll ever see. If I could get one more prime Aaron Rodgers season, prime's wrong, but really good one.
Right, really good one, yeah.
And with the hallmark organization like the Steelers, that's great for football. I'll root for that. I think most people will root hard against him, especially now root hard against the Steelers.
Yeah, I'm a root hard against. Not necessarily because, again, you can have as many out there, quote unquote, opinions as you want. I don't care about that. I care when you behave like a jackass. To me, he's now risen to jackass.
Yes, he has 1,000%. The same way that I'm like not the same way. Like an Antonio Brown type guy that commits crimes and does things and is in trouble with the law and is shooting guns in the air. Like to me, that's
further down the spectrum.
Further down the road.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to say like Jake Paul, I don't know that he's ever been arrested. I think he's a jackass. Like Aaron Rodgers is the same way. I'm not rooting for him.
Mm-hmm.
I have no positive energy toward watching a game and going, come on, Aaron, make the throw.
Come on, A-Raj.
But I think it would be good for football if he and the Steelers have success together this year. That's all I'm saying. And as a football fan, I'd like to see it. But I am way past rooting for this guy. He just feels like a really divisive figure, even within buildings. Like, look at the last two places he left. The Packers are so much better off after he left. He was the problem, obviously, not them. And the Jets, it's like is it a meme or a GIF? I guess the GIF of the little girl on the playground with like the explosion behind her. Like the Jets building is just
it's chaos.
Torn apart. He's like the Joker walking away from the hospital, hitting the button, and it blows up behind him.
That's what it feels like.
Coaches, GMs, everyone is worse off.
In the wake of doing business with him, yeah.
Will's in Beltsville. What's up, Will?
Hey, Will.
Guys, I'm 57 years old. I've been a Steeler fan my entire life. I can't stand Aaron Rodgers. He beat us in the Super Bowl. It's blasphemy for me to have him come in and play quarterback for us. To me, his nickname is Check Down Rodgers because that's all he does is check down and throw interceptions. And the same way he destroyed the Jets, he's going to do the same crap here. And I'm not going to watch the Steelers. I'm going to watch the Commanders.
You're breaking up. Welcome to our thing. That's fine. We'd love to have you watch Washington games. That's just fine. The thing for the Steelers, though, this may be the perfect deal. They need someone to put some TNT underneath them, light the match, and walk away. You need to probably have a bad year. Seriously.
Yeah.
Or you can keep limping on doing 9 wins a season and gutting together with special teams wins and like a 7-6 game.
Mason Rudolph had that covered.
Yeah.
You don't need Aaron Rodgers to do that.
No, but I'm talking, you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people lose
like
gigs
just had.
and explosion.
Yeah, you want a team implosion from Aaron Rodgers. I'm just saying there's also the chance that he plays well and that doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
And Mason Rudolph was going to have the 10-loss season covered. I really believe that. By the way, categorically incorrect on Rodgers in terms of, philosophically checking it down is actually good, not bad. So that's not the pejorative that he thinks it is. But also, there's never been a cornerback in NFL history that threw fewer interceptions than Aaron Rodgers as a percentage. 1.4% of his attempts. He's the best all time at avoiding interceptions.
And the best all time at adjusted yards gained per pass attempt. AK, when you drop back, who's gained the most yardage? Aaron Rodgers is the leader in history of the NFL.
No, everyone will kill me and say it's the hottest take ever to put him number 2 all time. Not if you're using numbers, not if you're really diving into any of the details. And it's a pick your own. It's like, which pizza do you like best? That's an impossible thing to answer. If you say Brady, everyone's going to agree with you. He has the most Super Bowls. He's the best winner of all time. Say Peyton Manning, that makes sense too. Rodgers, to me, is one of the greatest to ever do it. But one thing you cannot say factually about him is he turns the ball over a lot. He literally led the NFL 6 times in interception rate, and all time is number 1 in that category. 800-636-1067. Breaking news, Aaron Rodgers officially to the Pittsburgh Steelers. How does that change the AFC North? We'll look at that and get you a double play next. In 12 minutes at 4 o'clock, we are going to give away a 4-pack of tickets to the barbecue battle in D.C. The giant barbecue battle comes back this month, June 21st and 22nd. We may just see you there. 5 o'clock, Charlie Slows on the Nats, who have won 11 of 16 and have a chance to take 2 of 3 from the Cubs if they can get a win tonight at home at Nationals Park, 6:45 first pitch. This would be their biggest, most impressive series win probably since the 21 season, I would say, conservatively. 4 years worth of baseball. So while nothing significant on the line tonight.
Yeah, no banners are being hung.
Anecdotally, that ain't nothing. So we'll talk to Charlie about that and where this team is in their turnaround and rebuild when he joins us coming up at 5 o'clock here on The Fan. It's time for our double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
We don't do this a ton because it may not always be as entertaining, GP, but I'd like to pass on some news of the good, okay? This is very small, tiny little thing. I helped out, was a parent volunteer this morning with my son's field day at the elementary school. There's another one tomorrow. I'll be doing the same thing for one of the younger grades. But this group of 5th graders and, a couple of the parent volunteers, I had very minimal role just to help them get to the next station, explain a rule or two or whatever, playing fun little silly games, sack races, throw the Frisbee into the hula hoop, carry a bucket of water on your head, dump it in. Whoever gets the big fill bucket first wins. Keep track of points, but no, who cares, right?
What was better than field day?
Field day. It just was awesome.
The last day of school, the only thing in front of the windshield is the swimming pool.
Yeah.
Ice cream.
So that's what they were doing. They're doing
no
field
classes
day
for 2 months.
Popsicles, pizza, just a great day for the kids.
Field day, the greatest day ever.
And so, again, there's no trophies. There's no one cares. But still, at the same time, you know what happens. You guys have been around kids before, and you probably were a kid at one point. You know that there are going to be the couple of hyper-competitive athletic kids that start to take it seriously, whether they cheat or not or whatever. Again, no one really cares. But it's like, usually what can happen in a competitive space like that, you get kind of that dichotomy, right? Where the competitive kids are trying to win, kids that may not be as good or may not be as into it or may feel a little bit anxious or whatever. And I'm here to tell you, I was blown away with how kind all of these kids were to each other. Not only their own team, but like the other teams and everybody else. They're like supportive and cheering, and nobody did the thing like, come on, bro, you suck. Like no one did anything like that, which you would expect from 9, 10, 11-year-olds or however old they are. I couldn't get over it. And I even remarked to a couple of their parents, and it was like, is it just this group? And they said, because normally what happens is people get older, like as I'm doing, and everybody younger than them annoys you to no end. Every next generation you think is the worst, and usually statistically you're right. But like watching those kids in a competitive space be so kind and supportive to each other, I was legitimately moved today. It was awesome, and I thought it was really, really cool. And I thought, you know what? I can pass on a good thing too, not just a complaint. So Milton, you take a seat. Not your time today. That was really, really impressive. That's what I got for you.
Good for you.
Yeah, man.
That's pretty cool. I loved field day so much. God, it was the best. It didn't matter what you were doing on field day. My daughter's field day was actually today too. We didn't do the volunteer thing. I just sent her off to school, and eventually they were going to have a field day. But she's like, I don't know. I'm like, this is the best
It's
day.
the best one.
This is the thing. This is the whole point. Like you go all year long, so you get this one day. But you're right. They bring in, I remember the dunk tank like it was yesterday, and teachers have to go up and sit there, and you get to, I'm sure teachers are volunteering. They got a sheet in the teacher's lounge or something.
Right. It's
you
like
get to throw the
you
ball.
do the dunk tank or I mean, we actually did a full track and field day for field day. So every grade, you'd have a 100-meter dash. You had a 4x100. You'd have the long jump. You
we
would
did
have
something very similar to
that. Yeah, the tug of war. They did the. I mean, it was amazing.
They
I look
didn't
forward
do
to
it like that
all
today?
year. No, not for these kids. This is more like we don't really need a winner. We got some points to assign, but like it's up to your teacher whether she wants to tell you that.
What ages you said?
This was 5th grade and 6th grade. So they all stayed together. The classes went by class.
So 5th grade and 6th grade too, like the being sweet, being nice, being supportive, all that. That is very impressive.
I was impressed by it.
If you're much younger in elementary school, that's kind of the norm. But that's the too cool for school age.
Exactly.
That's a little bit of like it's more cliquey.
They're all cliquey. They're all embarrassed by their parents at this point. So I was trying very hard to stay clear and not like, encourage or give him some sunscreen or like, do you need a towel? Like I stayed out of the way and like counted the scores for one of the other teams, not his. You know what I mean? Like I was very concerned about embarrassing him. I mean, that's at that age. And they're still nice to each other. I couldn't believe it.
That's funny. Beltway Blitz is next, and we got those tickets to the Giant Barbecue Battle on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Big news in the NFL today. Aaron Rodgers has let the Steelers know that he intends to sign with them. He's going to fly to Pittsburgh to sign his contract tomorrow ahead of next week's mandatory minicamp. Going to be a one-year deal for Aaron Rodgers. Terry McLaurin is reportedly frustrated with the lack of progress on a long-term deal, according to Jordan Schultz. And the Ravens signed wide receiver Rashad Bateman to a 3-year extension worth just under $37 million, $20 million guaranteed. In the NBA Finals get underway tonight. Thunder and Pacers in Oklahoma City. Game 1 at 8:30 tonight. In baseball, rubber match between the Nationals and the Cubs tonight. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 5-1 with a 3.93 ERA. Drew Pomeranz gets the start for the Cubs, likely as an opener for potentially Ben Brown. In hockey, Stanley Cup Finals Game 1 last night. The Oilers beat the Panthers 4-3 in overtime to take a 1-0 series lead. Game 2 going to be tomorrow night. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture. And when you call today to score 15% off your purchase, get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Caller number 10 is promised at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're going to win a 4-pack of tickets to Giant Barbecue Battle, June 21 and 22, Pennsylvania Avenue. You're going to enjoy 2 days of barbecue and family fun with DC's best bands. You're going to be on the Pepsi, Lay's, Art to Go-Go, and Summer Grilling stages. Metro Shared Ride accessible. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. The Beltway Blitz today going to cover the Defenders, who are getting ready to play a conference championship game, the NBA Finals, which get going tonight, and the Commanders. Let's get it started. To talk about the Defenders, one of their defenders, defensive end Malik Fisher, joins us right now on Grant and Danny as they get primed for a conference championship game this weekend. The product of Xavier and Villanova in high school and college, who ultimately went on to be with the Texans in the National Football League and is now one of the playmakers on the Defenders defense, Malik Fisher. Malik, thanks for the time, man. How are you?
Thank you for having me. I'm doing good. How you doing?
Great, buddy. Preview this matchup for us. What's the most important thing?
So I feel like the most important thing is just not pressing too much, not doing more than we're supposed to with our jobs. St. Louis is a familiar foe for us. We play them twice a year for the last couple of years, and we just played them last week, which was the biggest part of this playoff run, is knowing that we're going to see them 2 weeks in a row. So just making sure that we follow our assignments and do our jobs is the biggest thing.
6 Eastern kickoff. You want to watch the game this weekend on June 8th, 3 days away. It's going to be on Fox. The St. Louis Battlehawks are hosting the Defenders, which is a quirky thing because the Defenders were actually the better team in the regular season, but there were conflicts at Audi Field. I guess Audi didn't keep the stadium available, made a bunch of soccer dates, and so the Defenders couldn't get their stadium. And so instead of having it at a neutral site, the XFL, the UFL decided that the championship game would be in St. Louis because there'd be a ton of fans that would be there. But it does create a tough situation for you guys, Malik, because this is probably the number one attended stadium in the league ahead of DC, which is second. It's the one really, truly raucous atmosphere. What do you think about having to go on the road, even though you guys were the cream of the crop?
Bring it on. I mean, we're ready for it. As competitors, these are the type of environments that we prepare ourselves to play in. And, I mean, if you can't wake up and get ready for a game in front of 30,000, no matter who they cheer for, when we make them plays, we'll shut them up.
How strange is it to have played a team like an hour ago and you got to go play them again?
No, it's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, from both sides, I mean, we could tell that they tucked in a good portion of their playbook. They didn't bring out a lot of this stuff. It was kind of like a chess match playing them last week, and getting familiar with the matchups is the biggest thing that helps us. Is you seeing the guys twice in a row, so everything that we have on film from last week, we know that we could study and prepare this week for. So it's interesting, but we're on the second lap of it. Hopefully we get them out of here, and then we on to the next opponent for the championship for the UFL.
It felt like that was the case both directions, being at that game, low scoring. Like you guys were both I don't want to say preseason, but like we're not going to show you our best stuff. We know we're playing you. I mean, is that kind of how the whole prep went that week? Like we'll go to the B vanilla look, basically.
Well, preparing for the week, I mean, we always practice almost everything in the playbook, but coming into the game, as the Florida game went, the rain was crazy. It was all over the field. I think as the game went, we kind of knew that there are going to be things that we don't pull out just to save it for the playoffs, and understanding that they're scouting us just as much as we're scouting them, and we don't want to give them too much to prepare for us as we come and get ready for the playoffs.
And you referenced this just in terms of your defense is doing the job and not trying to do too much. But how do you prevent wanting to do too much? Because it's the playoffs, right? I mean, everyone's intensity ramps up. It's just more exciting. There's more on the line. How do you control that?
Yeah. Trust. That's the biggest thing, because if you try to do too much, then that means you're not trusting your teammates to do their job. And it comes out of trust and preparation, especially because, like you said, when it comes to playoffs, everybody's a little more antsy. That anxiety is up. The goosebumps are running, and it's kind of being able to just relax and be calm under the pressure and trust your teammates. That's the biggest thing that it comes down to.
Malik Fisher, DC Defenders, Sunday night at 6 p.m. local time. They will kick off in what we call the XFL Championship. There's two divisions, XFL, UFL. The winner of those two conferences then play each other. So if they win, they'll be playing for a title in the UFL this season. I know you guys are all in this thing mostly individually to try to have that one more shot and get back to the league. But what would it mean? You come together and you field this band of brothers over the course of the year to accomplish the team goal of winning a title.
No, it'll mean a lot. We discussed amongst the team how important it is just to win a championship and the type of memories that it solidifies. I mean, all of us have been a part of different teams, but you usually remember the teams that you remember the most are the teams that you won with and that you leave with a championship. And I was here in DC when we lost the championship against Arlington about 2 years ago, and just that feeling that we had at the end of that game is something that I still carry with me, but I never want to feel again. No matter what you're trying to do individually as competitors, when it's time to win and you have a championship on the line, it's kind of tough to sit there and see that opportunity slip away. So we're doing everything that we can to make sure that we come out on top, because this is what we play for. You know what I mean? Champions are respected, winners are respected, and that's where we want to go and get our respect.
I always like to ask football players this. What's your favorite thing to do on a football field? Is it like blow up a run play, sack the quarterback, interception, like high step to the end zone? Like what's like if you guys are rewatching the film, what gets you to get the biggest No,
it's definitely a sack. Yep. I mean, coming from defensive end, it's definitely a sack. We go about 60 snaps a game, maybe a couple of hundred a year, and if you get 7 sacks for the year, if you get 2 sacks in a game out of 60, it's like that's a great game. But it takes so many reps to get back there. Sometimes you win a pass rush and the ball is out. Sometimes things don't go your way, but when you actually able to get back there, crush the quarterback, get him to the ground, and get up through your sack celebration and just let it loose, that's the best feeling, man. I can't trade that feeling for nothing.
Malik, let me hear you say he's a dog.
He's a dog.
New Yorker. We got a New Yorker on the line.
Little bit of New York there.
I can hear it. I'm from New York.
Yeah. Oh yeah, facts. It comes out sometimes.
A little bit. Here's my question. This is how I'll know everything I need to know.
All right.
Biggie, Jay-Z, or 50 Cent?
Jay-Z, man. I grew up on Marcy Avenue. That's still on my ID to this day. So I got to go Jay-Z, but Biggie is up there too, man.
What's the caffeinated beverage a lot of people drink in the morning?
You said what beverage?
The caffeinated beverage a lot of people drink in the morning. It's pretty popular.
Caffeinated beverage.
Yeah, what is it?
You go to
it's
Starbucks.
Hot. You go to Starbucks, you order a...
See, I'm not a Starbucks guy, man.
But you're familiar with coffee. How do you say it?
Coffee?
Yeah, there it is.
Coffee.
So I'm trying to get to is the coffee.
Coffee. Oh, you say coffee. Yeah.
He went a long way to try to get you to say coffee.
I just wanted you to say coffee and soar.
Coffee.
We appreciate you, buddy. Go win yourself an XFL championship.
No, thank you, guys. Thank you so much for having me, man. I really appreciate it.
Appreciate you, bud.
Fun. Malik Fisher spent the NFL season, a part of it with the Texans. Hopefully he gets back to the league this year. All right, let's keep the blitz moving. NBA Finals kickoff tonight. Mo Dakhel of Bleacher Report joins us now on our Beltway Blitz. Mo, everybody seems to think it's a foregone conclusion the Thunder are going to roll over the Pacers. Do you subscribe to that theory, or might we actually get a long competitive series?
I think we'll get a competitive series. I think we'll get competitive games, but the Thunder are going to roll. It's just that simple. They're so good. These two teams do the same things. They play the same style. They're very similar. Just one team's significantly better at those styles than the other.
What's the adjustment or the counter that Indiana can try to hit just to see if it works? And maybe you get that night where Oklahoma City's off. You know what I mean? Like, what's the recipe here for the Pacers?
My recipe for the Pacers is, look, you can't stop Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He's a dog, as I just heard you guys talk about.
He is a dog.
He's the dog.
He's a dog. You can't stop him, so don't try. Stop everybody else. Slow everybody else down. Make it so guys like Jalen Williams aren't cooking you. Make it so Chet Holmgren's not getting clean looks. Shai's going to get his points. Just make sure he's not getting his assists on top of that. Make sure he's not diming everybody up. I think doesn't mean just let him run straight to the rim. Defend him one-on-one. Don't send a ton of help. I think that's a way for the Pacers to try to slow down the Thunder.
Where are you on what is going to ramp back up here in the coming days? I'm quite sure. This discourse on SGA as a foul magnet, as this vulture that just plays to get to the free throw line, and that being a problem.
Yeah, I'm on probably the other side of the discourse. I don't think it's a problem. I think, one, he does get a generous whistle, but I think part of that's a product of how often he drives to the rim. He's relentless in that fact. And then once you reach, he's going to use it to his advantage. Look, it's not that different. That it wasn't long ago that KD would get to the free throw line all the time with that rip through. It was so bad. In fact, the NBA just said, you can't use that to get to the free throw line anymore. That's no longer going to be called a shooting foul. Look, this is what you do. If the defense reaches, if they're putting their hands in places, you take advantage of that stuff. It's not as bad as Jalen Brunson's more of a foul merchant than SGA to me, just in the pure fact of I've seen Jalen Brunson just throw his body into a guy and just throw a shot up as praying for a miracle, hoping he's going to get the foul call. That's not what SGA is doing. He's actually using the defense who, when they reach, when they put themselves in bad positions, he's taking advantage of it. So I don't really have a problem with it.
Well, who is your favorite unsung hero on the Thunder? I mean, obviously you look at Shai, he deserves all the headlines, rightfully so. But who's the guy that you go, man, I don't know if they do all this without him?
Yeah, it's the obvious answer is Alex Caruso. He comes in off the bench. And look, we talk about offensive playmakers. He's a defensive playmaker. He comes in, he completely locks you up defensively. He's all over the place. He's making great rotations, adjustments. He reaches at just the right time. He does all sorts of things where you just amps up your defense to another level. And for the Thunder, it creates turnovers and allows them to get out in transition. And that's such a major part of their offense. He's a definite unsung hero for them.
Mo Dackle of Bleacher Report is with us here on Grant and Danny's Beltway Blitz. Looking ahead to the NBA Finals, tips off tonight with Game 1. If we have you back on and it's a 2-2 series going into Game 5 and everybody's stunned, how has it happened for the Pacers?
Well, I think, one, the Thunder aren't shooting the three ball as well. I think, two, the Pacers are doing a great job offensively handling the Thunder's pressure defensively. And what that allows them to do, it allows them to set up their own defense. It allows them to pick up full court. It allows them to throw in different coverages and keeps the Thunder out of transition. So I think a lot of it, we would look at if it were a 2-2 series and it's pretty close, we're going to be looking at it going like the Thunder aren't making three balls and the Pacers are doing enough on offense, which is allowing them to get back on defense.
Mo, really appreciate the time, man. Thanks for joining us. Good insight.
Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you, buddy. Hit that local 53 sounder, Darius. How fortuitous. How fortuitous we found our buddy Chris Russell just here in the Navy Yard, pulled him in for a little Beltway Blitz spot.
We literally looked out the window, right out here, and he was walking by down the street. You were. It was very weird. You were walking a French bulldog. Why were you doing that?
Why were you doing that?
Fiona?
It wasn't Fiona. It was just that was a white French bulldog.
I just adopted one this morning.
Really?
Yeah.
But why did you come to the Navy Yard to walk the dog?
Because I needed exercise and I like to smell the ballpark.
Oh, very good.
Yes.
Speaking of which, I saw Mitchell Parker walking his dog today while I was driving.
Really
to work.
nice.
Yeah, here in the city.
He walks other things too. Ba-dum-bum.
Come on. Come on.
That's tough, but that's a pretty good line.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, tip of the old cap on that one,
Sorry,
especially in the first inning.
Sorry, Kyle Brostowitz. I apologize.
That's a pretty good line.
No, we'll allow it. Now, I heard you on the radio, believe it or not.
you like to listen and get all riled up in the
I don't get riled up, but are you do you need to stretch out at all? You're injured for patting yourself on the back? You called this Terry McLaurin thing, apparently?
Yeah.
That you knew and no one else did?
Well,
you
no, I
wanted to see
mentioned
her.
it on the show with you guys the other day.
And I'm busting Huevos, of course. But is this more problematic than we think?
I think so, right? I mean, we kind of, again, I didn't know he was angry or whatever the report said or
You buy that report from Schultz?
I mean, because I think it's coming from the agent. Yeah. Like who else has got insight into Terry's?
Well, I think it's coming from the agent too. I just think it's overstated from to leverage. That's all.
I think it's overstated, but I think Terry's probably frustrated and maybe very frustrated. And as we talked about the other day, right? Is it that he wants a 4-year extension instead of the 3 he got when he was much younger? And now at 30, and with technically, if it's a true extension, the extension not kicking in until he's 31, is it that he wants a 4-year extension and $35 million a year, which is, oh, by the way, where Justin Jefferson is? Or the comp that I on my show that I guess I was out in the neighborhood.
Yeah,
I wasn't doing
yelling on the
I was just
sidewalk.
yelling. I was just yelling to
Russell, guys, just so you guys know, he walks around
Right.
while walking these dogs, and he just yells out sports takes, and he refers to it as a show.
Yes, exactly.
It's the height of lunacy.
On the Ocho. On the Ocho. But anyway, so I was saying to myself or to my phone angrily that the closest comparison in terms of contractual situation is DK Metcalf, right? DK got literally a sliver under $33 million in a trade from Seattle to Pittsburgh this offseason, as we know. They have the same amount of games played. They have the same exact amount of targets. Somehow,
right,
in the same amount of games played. DK's got 10 more regular season touchdowns than Terry, but he also played with Russell Wilson the first 3 years of his career. Terry did not. Terry had a much better year last year than DK did. So he's going to ask for between 33 and 35 is my guess.
So we were talking to Breer, who said 30 to 35. We're splitting the difference and saying 32 or 33.
And I said, 30.
Right around there.
I mean, he probably wants just a sliver over DK.
Do you agree with this or not? So let's say 33, 33 and a half, whatever it is. Both of these things to me are true. They have to do that because you can't tell me how every time you draft some random dude from Illinois, he's Mr. Commander and then not pay Terry McLaurin, but also that paying Terry McLaurin, who's going to be 30 this September, that contract is also eventually going to be a bad contract.
Yeah.
I think both of those things are true.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agreed with you on Tuesday when you said, he's Mr. Commander. Absolutely. You have to pay him. He deserves to get paid. Listen, he's not coming off of 4.5 touchdown year like he did on average for the 4 years before.
He was, sometimes I think as we get further into the offseason, we forget. He was so damn good this year.
16 touchdowns.
13, but still.
13, no, well, including the postseason. I'm sorry. 16.
Well, yeah, I mean, 16. I didn't even thought about that.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, you count postseason touchdowns?
I mean, 16 in 20 games.
He was so good.
So good. I mean, he deserves everything. And the type of person that he is, the leader, the character, the worker, the everything. There is no way you can't pay him. The only question is how much and what the term is. And again, the term here, I think is going to be a little bit more important because again, the last regime only gave him, or they worked out, a 3-year extension. That's why we're back in this window now. I don't know if Terry got a 4-year extension when he was a lot younger, if we would be back in this window right now, but we are.
There are two big players on defense that they're counting on. Javon Kinlaw and Marshawn Lattimore. I don't think either works out. Of those two, where do you think they might be right and I might be wrong?
I would probably say they're closer to being right on Javon Kinlaw just because he'll play, and I don't think Lattimore will play more than 10 games, 11 games, somewhere in that range.
One is you don't care at all. You'd hide 5 of them because it was a great decision. 10 is you're throwing darts at a picture of him in your studio. What's your level of anger with Lattimore not showing up for OTAs?
For me, it's probably a 7.5, 8. Kind of expected, frustrating. I know it's voluntary. I know blah, 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 blah. Show up, man. be a part of the crew.
But in fairness to him,
we're not asking you for that much. You got 5 months of vacation every year. We're not asking you for that much.
In fairness to him, he was outstanding at the end of last
How good
season.
was he at the end of last year?
He really locked up A.J. Brown.
He was so excellent. He shut down Mike Evans.
Yeah.
He made A.J. Brown look like a child.
Yes.
Clearly one of the better corners in the league at this point.
Correct.
I could understand.
Never a problem with the hamstring.
Feeling like you don't have anything to prove the new organization.
Right.
I get the feeling.
Yeah. But, I mean, look, I'm not like others in the media. My guy, Michael Phillips. We love Michael Phillips. We were at the NFC Championship game. Michael Phillips and I were recording a podcast in the middle of the fourth quarter, and he was like calling for Marshawn Lattimore to be exiled to Russia. That was in the NFC Championship game. I'm not that point yet, but this ain't helping, man. You best figure out a way to duct tape that hamstring together, pal, and play good against somebody, not against the New Orleans Saints and their 16th receiver.
I was going to say, I made a big deal of that.
That's
too.
the one they're pointing to, by the way.
It was cool because he didn't have a single target against him. Danny was on the left, I was on the right, and you were in the slot. I mean, that was.
Do you think I have the girlish physique to play slot?
Marquez Valdez-Scantling and the Island of Misfit Toys. And MVS ate their lunch in that game. Now, that wasn't against Lattimore, obviously. All right, there's your Beltway Blitz. Chris Russell.
Hi.
As the, what do they call it? The anchor of the relay.
The anchor.
The last guy into the pool. By the way, before we move on, so you were walking a French Bulldog, not Fiona.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that yesterday, I asked Danny in the studio, Clary will be my judge, my backup here.
But you hate dogs, right?
No.
Danny claims that he is a dog guy and loves dogs. He
Mm-hmm.
just doesn't have a dog, and when he sees dogs in public, he goes the other way and is generally bothered by their existence.
So you hate dogs?
Nope.
Big dog guy.
But
But anyway, I said to Danny, because I don't remember what happened. There was a dog outside the window.
Somebody else had one of the dumb little ones.
Oh, yeah. He's like, oh, my God, there's one of those stupid dogs. And it was a French Bulldog, which I have.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, wait a second. I'm like, but you love Fiona. And Danny moved on to the next thing. And I went back. I just couldn't leave that.
You couldn't let it go.
So I said, you like Fiona? He goes, I like you. And I said, but what do you think of Fiona? No answer. I said, do you like Fiona? I like your wife fine. I said, you didn't say fine. That makes it sound
it's not terrible. Your wife's all right, I guess.
You're like, I like your wife a lot. And I'm like, do you like Fiona? And I said, just answer the question, please. He goes, what did he say, Ryan? What was the line he used about my dog? He said, I think he said, no, I hate that dog. It's a weird animal.
No, I didn't say hate.
What did you say?
I don't remember. I didn't say hate, though. I mean, I think it's an absurd animal.
Do you like Fiona?
No. I think you guys are great, though. I'm a big Paulson fan.
But why don't you like Fiona?
It's like an unappealing, ugly, snorting, snarling, unbreathing, weird, stretching, just mucusy kind of small animal that I think has no appeal.
She doesn't make any mucus. There's no
It sounds mucusy. Like her whole existence is mucus. It sounds like it.
Does she snort a lot?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never really been
but
around.
the point I was trying to make was if it weren't for human beings intervening, this species would be gone.
Which is a fact.
Like natural selection would have been like a long time
French
ago.
Bulldogs
They're
can't
done.
give natural birth.
Mm-hmm.
They have to have C-sections, and they can't even get pregnant naturally. They have to be artificially inseminated.
Mm-hmm.
So they quite literally shouldn't exist
Mm-hmm.
other than by human beings.
Mm-hmm.
But she's like a Stitch from Lilo and Stitch, a little alien that came down. She's cute. And I like to do the little French Bulldog voice. Hello, Gardner Mitchell. You're over here. Way over here now.
I can't believe you want to rob the world of the joy of Fiona.
I'm not going to commit a crime.
No,
like take
he's not
someone's dog
murdering
away.
her.
Yeah,
no,
I'm not
I
doing
didn't
that.
say that.
Yeah.
He just doesn't want her to exist.
That's true.
Yeah, but again, that's more proactive.
He sees a void.
No.
He sees Fiona equals void.
Let me ask you
That's
this.
what he sees.
Yeah, sure. If I died,
I don't want that.
Well, let's just say in this
He likes
hypothetical.
you.
Crap.
And,
I don't want that.
Well, just play along with
All
me
right,
for
fine.
a second.
Okay.
I die, and my wife and kids move to the eastern shore of Virginia. For some reason, they're not allowed to bring the dog with them. And in the paperwork I left behind, I leave Fiona to the Rouilles because I think
What a terrible troll job. What a horrible troll
I
job that
think
would be.
Byron and she pees and poops in the house, by the way. And I think Byron and Bill need a dog. Would you take on Fiona as my last wish? Or would you just be like, dude, we're friends and all, but kick rocks. You're not here to fight this.
Well, if it's your last will and testament, it's like a legal requirement, I feel like, that I would live up to my end of the
well,
bargain.
that's a silly troll. You don't have a choice.
If that's something that you would want to do, go to see our boys Kandori and Murad and put that in as an addendum. I bequeath Fiona and all her disgusting indoor plumbing issues.
I'm going to call KM Lawyers today. Now, ideally, we'll never have to deal with it.
Right, I don't want to deal with that.
I think it'd
for
be
the
the
record.
funniest thing in the world.
And then you could bring Fiona into the studio, which never happens around here.
Just so comfortable, by the way. To bring
But it
your dog
never
to work.
happens around here.
For the record, I've never brought Fiona into the
No, he's
studio.
never done that.
Yeah.
Because you're one of those people that cares about others.
Right, I believe in your dogs not being at work.
Which is, I mean, controversial. A little controversial. But yeah, that would be awful. I'd have no interest.
10 is despise.
10.
1 is love.
10.
Fiona.
10.
You don't, but you just said you don't hate her.
Well, but I know. Well, how do I phrase this? Like, I guess 10 would be like I would snap my fingers and it would be eliminated. I don't want that. I don't want to take away your joy. I find that animal disgusting.
If you were watching her for a weekend,
I wouldn't. I want to be so clear about that. I have no interest.
Is there any dog that you like?
Sure.
But if you were watching Fiona,
Like I grew up with labs. To me, I like dogs. Like not like
sometimes she acts like a dog. She'll dig in the dirt like once every couple of months. I'm like, you're being a dog. This
Look
is
at
crazy.
you're dogging it up.
If
what about Beagle?
If you
Like a
watched her
JB?
for like
She's barky.
a
Yappy.
weekend, 3 days, would you like get down on your hands and knees and play with her a little bit?
Not once. You can't play with that thing. You can't really. It's a little.
Would you do the dog voice?
No. It's at first that's embarrassing. You should never do it. It's the size of a sewer rat. Like that's that animal. It like makes no sense to me.
What's your dog voice?
You heard it.
What have you been thinking about?
That voice.
My dog voice.
Yeah.
It's Fiona's voice, man.
I gotta say, also, Grant did this a few weeks back, walking over to Nationals Park. I believe it was also a Frenchie that
It's only Frenchies get that voice.
It was a Frenchie just walking by, and he's like, "Did you? Am I making this up in my mind? I'm pretty
No,
sure
you're 100% right.
You stopped and you did the French bulldog voice, and
like a cute chick walking the dog, and I'm like, "What's your dog's name?" I forget what the dog's name is. I'm got down on like all fours, and I'm just like,
get right down there,
smooching the dog,
Get into
doing
it.
the voice.
I was even like, okay, I'm gonna step away from this one.
It's so
Larry kept
cringeworthy.
walking.
Yeah.
It's just fun. French bulldogs are so cute. So keep walking them in the Navy Yard. I'll come out and do the voice for you.
I'll figure it out.
I want to open up the phones for a little convo on Terry McLaurin next. 800-636-1067. McLaurin at odds with the Commanders. Are you buying that? Let's update our poll of the day, get some of the results as they trickle in. Are you concerned at all that a deal doesn't get done before the start of camp? This is The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Big news in the NFL today as Aaron Rodgers has notified the Steelers that he's going to fly into Pittsburgh tomorrow and sign a one-year contract with the Steelers ahead of mandatory minicamp next week. Terry McLaurin is reportedly frustrated with progress on a long-term deal that, according to Jordan Schultz, and the Ravens signed wide receiver Rashad Bateman to a 3-year extension. NBA Finals get underway tonight. Thunder and Pacers, Game 1 in Oklahoma City. That'll tip off at 8:30. And in hockey last night, the Stanley Cup Finals got underway. The Oilers winning Game 1 4-3 in overtime. Game 2 going to be tomorrow, also in Edmonton. In baseball tonight, rubber match for the Nationals and the Cubs. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 5-1 with a 3.93 ERA. Drew Pomeranz gets the start for the Cubs, likely as an opener, though. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. There's a lot of laughter. I don't know what's happening. There's a bit going on that I don't know about. Is this about a dog or something?
Yeah.
What is this?
No, this is a song that Toby discovered at Nats Park a couple of weeks back. I think it's while you were out, one of the shows where
No, this is the guy I like, though.
yeah,
it
Chris
sounds
Stapleton.
like.
Yeah, he's
Chris
so
Stapleton.
silly. Yeah, and we were just talking about the song, and I was like, I got to come back from break with this.
Well, it's just good.
You
It's a
heard
silly
this
song.
wonderful song in the 8th inning last night when Brad Lord came out for a scoreless frame in the 8th.
This is Lord's song. Okay. No, this
Okay.
is a banger. This is really good. I just looked up and everyone was like cracking up and staring at me, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do?
What am I doing? You just looked like, well, what is this song? So your reaction was
It
funny.
is like if I feel like you have a group of songs you rotate. So when something clearly, obviously not in that gets played, I feel like there's some kind of bit that I'm not in on, and or something weird happened, or you just played some really weird song that made me want to fall asleep from the Stone Temple Pilots or whoever those. What are they? The Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Yep, Chili Peppers.
I'll never forget that. Like every now and then at 6 p.m., Darius will just play this song where it's like, if you close your eyes, lay on your pillow, you'll stop listening to this radio show real quick. And I'm like, what in the hell are we playing here? And it's just like, whatever this song is, get it out of the rotation until the end of time. Now, we haven't played it in a while, in fairness.
I did end up deleting that from the file.
Which Chili Pepper song was it? Under the Bridge?
No, I think it was Snow, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, they have a couple of songs that are kind of probably not good for radio show intros.
That was a smash-ola. Sorry. Let me clarify.
Huh?
Not the
Red
song
Hot Chili
we're
Peppers
talking
song.
about.
Yeah.
The Chris Stapleton song, if I could say.
Gotcha.
Win. That's a win for everybody.
Just a silly Chris Stapleton.
I don't know
banger.
anything about that guy except that he did the national anthem and he kicked ass. And then for like 24 hours afterwards, I listened to a bunch of his songs on Alexa, and then I never thought about it again. But I was like all in on him for like 17 minutes. Same as that other guy, Luke Combs.
Combs.
I went to a Luke Combs concert. I'd never heard of him. He's a fat guy with a beard like me. I'm like, yeah, I'll go see him. He's at Northwest Stadium. Got a free ticket. Loved him. Great show. 24, 48 hours. I'm like, I drive a car. You drive a car. We all drive a car. I was all excited about the car.
Mhm.
And then I haven't thought about
You're
it.
just talking about a truck, man.
Yeah.
I love it.
No, it's a car. It was, the famous song.
Fast
was
car.
Fast.
Because you redid Tracy
I
Chapman's
got a
song.
fast car, and you got a fast car. And I was like, this guy's the best.
That's a pretty good rendition, by the way.
Thank you.
Multiple people have fast cars in the
Thank
song.
you. It's so many fast cars.
There's so many.
He should sing at all the NASCAR races.
I know, right?
He
You
should
have got a fast car.
He should have been here with William Byron. That would have been fun. But yeah, so far so good. I think on the music front, everybody's doing.
Yeah, I
great.
think we're fine.
Nats
right?
Park, they just play some hits. The one that I love over there is "Party Till We Die." Danny's a big fan of that song. Has anybody come up to? Didn't Nathaniel Lowe do a Pink Pony Club bit at one point, or was that somebody?
Josh
else?
Bell.
Josh Bell did that, but that came and went in like one homestand. That was with the quickness that was gone.
So at my 7-year-old's playoff game, and please know I'm using the biggest air quotes possible. Playoff game. It just means that hey, everybody gets like one more game. You know, whatever the rookie pitch is, everyone gets.
There's probably one guy in his car that got really mad about 7-year-olds having playoffs.
What do you mean playoffs?
But I think most of us are okay.
Yeah, everyone gets it, right? So one of the things we tried to do for the kids, and both managers did this. I thought it was awesome.
The Skippers did this?
Yeah, the Skippers did this. They organized. Because when you're the manager, the little league coach, you're a little bit of everything, right? You're one part child psychologist, one part like PA guy. So like we did a little Jerome Hureska bit. So we can't do PA, but we could do a little music. So people for one parent from either team brought one of those like portable speakers, and we hooked up a Spotify playlist, and we got the kids walk-up songs.
At 7?
At 7. And they were so excited about
That's really cool. That is a lot, I will say.
It was a lot.
Now, my son is only 4, but there's some 5-year-olds on his team. So that's closer to where we are than now. And we're still just tackling each other trying to get the ball.
Now,
so 7 with walk-up songs? I'm not judging. I'm happy about this.
Yeah,
this is a win.
It was really cool.
I just want whoever did that to know they went so above and beyond.
And that was the point.
Just having Capri Sun is a win at that age.
Yeah, and they're all excited about Prime. That's all they want is they're asking me when we get the Prime and what the score is. But everybody had
Prime.
It's the Gatorade alternative that your boys do.
No.
Yeah. Oh, the kids love it so much.
It's like it's one of the Paul brothers.
One of the Pauls
like
No.
made it.
Yeah, it's either
so
Chris
that's why it's
Paul
popular.
or
yeah.
But don't tell me that it's
Peter
like
Paul,
the new thing.
Oh, it's beyond the new thing. It's the most important thing in
Like
their
they're
lives.
going to make $1 billion.
Already have. It's the most important. Like if I could buy Stonk in it, I would.
Kids love it.
It's the most important thing in these kids' lives.
Is it Gatorade
ish
to them?
Basically,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's there for like what we thought of. Talking about my age of Gatorade when it first came out, when you could go buy either the red, the yellow, or the orange, or the best flavor of all time, citrus cooler, which is really just yellow and orange mixed together in a lab. When you could go get a Gatorade, it was the greatest treat in the history of mankind.
I'm crestfallen.
That's what these kids love so much. They love Prime.
Oh,
they love it.
Gosh.
They love it.
If it's Logan, I can deal because he's actually got some talent and skill. But back to you, Danny.
So the point of the dude's story, anyway, is one of the kids who was on the other team had your song.
Pink Pony Club?
No, the party.
Party till we die?
Song. That's what he came up to.
Oh, he has to be a Nats fan.
He was like, now batting, whatever his name is, like Jacob Stevens or whatever. And like the kid took his time.
No way.
Like he knew
But you
everyone
didn't
else
have a
kind of
Jerome
jogged up.
Hureska?
No.
So who said that part?
Oh, they record their team actually was a little ahead of us. They had someone record it as like part of the intro. I don't know how they did it. We just had like the kids' intro music. They had the kids record it, or the parent record it.
Darius is like looking at you like you're crazy. I need you to understand that you don't even understand how crazy this is.
It's so beyond.
My kid at T-ball, right, which is like 2 seasons away from that.
Mm-hmm.
They have 4 kids showing up this weekend because most people are going away on like the beach or whatever. And like the big deal is, are we going to be able to get some fruit roll-ups from someone to drop those off?
Right.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah. And I'm not telling you that it was good baseball or anything. Like, two kids cried, one kid left.
You're fine. Yeah, you're fine.
You know what I mean? Like we're still talking about 7-year-olds, but it was like, let's give them a really nice treat.
The coolest thing ever.
And it was awesome.
I think
I was
that's
really
amazing.
impressed with it. Yeah.
Party Till We Die should be played for every kid's at bat. I agree.
I don't know. That's it.
What did your guy walk up to?
A song by a dude named Livingston. Now you're going, who's that? Great question. I actually remember it now. The song is called Gravedigger by Livingston.
Okay. You can come back in.
He got steamed up for it.
With that when we return in honor of
Byron.
Byron, not Bill?
No.
Byron.
Bill's retired from the game.
That's true.
He fired his coach and retired. He hung him up.
Bill's a soccer player.
Hung him up a few years ago, yeah.
Well, not before he sent that coach packing.
Yeah, that's right.
He told him to pack his damn boxes.
To be clear, the order of operations wasn't retire, then fire. It was fire, then retire.
He stormed out of the owner's office, walked down and said, you enjoying your job? You're doing a pretty good job.
You're fired.
I want everything in that box, and I want you out the door.
I mean, he McMahon my ass big time.
And that was tough. Well, hey, at least you got an opportunity.
Yep.
You're back in the saddle.
That's right.
It's working out.
For now. I mean, I'm on probation.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We will give you the update on the poll. Are fans worried about McLaurin, or are they confident this deal gets done before camp? We'll give you the numbers next. Hey guys, it's Grant. It is time for the NBA Finals, and it's time for you to get on FanDuel. I love what FanDuel's doing. They're adding to the app all the time. Right now, you don't have to leave the app. You don't have to toggle away to get numbers, to get stats, to get some data, some intel that's going to help you make better bets. You want to check consistency, shot attempts, how somebody's doing defensively, offensively. It's all available for you in the app. Maybe you can see who's flirting with the triple-double of late, who's on a nice stretch before you make your bets. Combine all of your bets for parlays if you want to do that. You can do live bets in-game as well with a same-game parlay. Bet $5 and win. Get $200 in bonus bets if you're new to FanDuel. Gonna get started. $5 bet. Hit $200 bonus bets from FanDuel. FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21. Present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. 1-800-GAMBLER. This is his song.
It's my boy's walk-up song.
I like this.
I never heard of it. I don't know who this dude is. But there are a couple kids on the team that were all about it. This guy.
This is a great song.
Yeah.
I love this. That's my guy. This is how old? 7?
Yeah. There were
Okay.
3, either 2 or 3 songs by this dude as walk-up songs for the kids.
Isn't it the best kids' personalities?
Yeah.
How they just
But where'd you get this?
Just like grown-ups, but they're just tiny.
Yeah. Like my oldest is like, Dad, could you play some Metallica? I'm like, oh, okay, sure.
Why not?
I'll do that.
He's into Metallica?
Yeah.
You should have taken him to Northwest Stadium.
Actually investigated if we could do that.
You couldn't do that?
No, we couldn't get it done. Too many activities, too many things
A lot of
happen.
hurdles?
But yeah, a lot of
Gotcha.
Clints. Thank you.
That's a deep cut. A lot of people may not get that one. All right. 1067 The Fan. Vote on our Twitter poll right now. We're talking Terry McLaurin. And the poll of the day, which is presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades. Best in class service and experience is about your confidence that McLaurin gets a deal done with Washington before the start of training camp. Do you have any concern about a deal coming? Right now, 74% of Commanders fans are saying no, and just 26% have concern. 3-1.
Yeah.
Not worried at all. Deal's going to get done. Nothing to see here. Any kind of drama is overblown. This won't be a thing come training camp. I think I'm in that pile. I would vote no on that poll. I don't have any concerns. But today's report from Schultz saying that there's some animosity, that McLaurin is bothered by the lack of progress. He used some terminology that bothered you about he was expected to be, but then wasn't.
Yeah,
here this week.
unexpectedly walked out, which doesn't sound like everything's fine and he just took off.
And it's
right?
also different than unexpectedly no-showed.
Yeah.
Unexpectedly no-showed means I didn't call first, but I'm not there. Okay, who cares? You didn't tell them you weren't coming when you have a contract dispute. So what? Unexpectedly walked out means you came, you talked, and then even though they didn't think you were, you walked out. They didn't use stormed out,
right?
But it doesn't seem like you said, okay, high five, I'll be in the parking lot, and gave him a big hug, and then waited for your Uber.
Yeah, I mean, again, the turn of phrase here, and I'll read this directly from Schultz's tweet. As I previously reported, McLaurin unexpectedly left voluntary workouts after initially attending, and it remains to be seen whether he'll report for mandatory minicamp. That doesn't sound like the everything is okay alarm is going off. So this is always an interesting thing. I'm not like, if I still had to bet, we talk about things like this all the time when it comes to sports. If I had to bet on something, what would I bet on? Well, it's obvious. Extension. I bet that he signs a contract. I would bet that they come to an agreement and get it done. But to say that I have no concerns would also be wrong. Like, we talk about these sorts of things as they come up, and maybe it's a contract dispute or whether it's the stadium going in the city or otherwise. I ultimately think it happens. But anybody acting like, it's easy, it's getting done automatically, that's who I'm always kind of arguing against. Going, it's not that simple. I still bet it works out, but you guys are skipping to the end. And my point is there are some steps in between.
Let's go to Quentin in Gaithersburg on Grant and Danny. How are you, Quentin? Quentin, are you there, buddy? You will get nothing.
That's a no for me, dog.
And you will like it. I didn't think the point he made was okay, but it didn't really drive home what I expected it to.
You know what I mean? It left me wanting more or something.
You knew that he had more to give.
Yeah. It's like you got 10 points and you didn't make any of your 10.
Go vote. Poll today, 1067 The Fan Twitter
call,
account. Your Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. And if you do call us, let's make it better than that
You can
particular
talk.
call. The Nats are playing the Cubs tonight. Third game of a series. They're trying to take 2 out of 3. It would be their biggest series win since 2021 as they creep up on 500 at the end of a rebuild where it appears that they're turning a corner, winners of 11 of 16. Charlie Slows, who's on the call tonight of Nats Baseball here on The Fan, joins us next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local bank, local Main Street Bank. Big news in the NFL today. Aaron Rodgers has alerted the Steelers. He's going to fly into Pittsburgh tomorrow to sign a one-year contract to join their team ahead of mandatory minicamp next week. Other reports in the NFL today. Terry McLaurin is reportedly frustrated with no progress or lack of progress on a long-term deal. That according to Jordan Schultz. And the Ravens signed wide receiver Rashad Bateman to a 3-year extension today. NBA Finals get underway tonight. Game 1, Thunder and Pacers in Oklahoma City. That'll tip off at 8:30. Last night, the Stanley Cup Finals got underway with the Oilers winning Game 1 4-3 over the Panthers in overtime. Game 2 going to be tomorrow night. In baseball, rubber match tonight for the Nationals and the Cubs. Nats winning last night 2-0. A look to keep it going tonight. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 5-1 with a 3.93 ERA. Drew Pomeranz gets the start, likely just as an opener, though, for the Cubs. He's 2-0 on the season with a 0 ERA and 13 2/3 inning pitched. Last time, Ben Brown piggybacked after the opener, Drew Pomeranz. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We have no score of the game, and Ahmed Rosario leading off. First pitch swung on, hit in the air, down the right field line, deep toward the corner. Long run, this may go, and it's gone! Goodbye! Into the Nationals bullpen. A leadoff home run for Ahmed Rosario here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan, live from our Half Street Studios in the Navy Yard, just 4 blocks from the center field gate. Sponsored today and every day by our friends, the law firm Kondorian Murat. Estate planning, elder law, real estate, transactions, probate administration. They handle it all. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We're going to catch up with Charlie Slows in just a moment from over at the ballpark. He is getting ready to call Nationals Cubs tonight with Dave Jagler. You'll hear the game right here on the Fan. Pre-game at 6:15, a little over an hour away, and then first pitch at 6:45. Last night's Nationals win was one of their best of the season. Mackenzie Gore, 7 sparkling, 3-hit innings. He gave up hits to the first 3 batters of the game, loaded the bases, then got 2 strikeouts and a pop-out to get out of the first, and overall retired 21 of the final 23 batters he faced without giving up a hit.
Filth.
Over those 23 batters. The Nats win a shutout 4-hitter over the Cubs 2-0, and they have a chance to take 2 out of 3 from one of the best teams in the NL now.
One against the Marlins or the Pirates or the Rockies. That's the Cubs. That's a Cubs team. You might want to look them up. They're pretty good.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, too, where it's not just a game that we're overreacting to. This is on the heels of an awesome road trip. This is winners of 11 of 16 now. This is a team that, going back to 1 week into the big league season, has played over 500 wild card level baseball. Let's go to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. That's where Charlie Slows awaits. Chucko, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Very well.
Not as well as the Nats, or you and Dave getting to call real life, big league, quality, big boy baseball last night. It felt good. It was like you guys were back in the saddle in the 19 playoff run with huge moments late in the game against a good team. That was fun.
It was a lot of fun. There were a lot of good things in that game. A great pitching. I almost felt like it was a 1970s pitching matchup with the pitchers still in the game that far into the game, you know. I'm used to seeing Craig Counsell go to the bullpen early, and he had a starter that was dealing and let him go. And Mackenzie Gore, you know, he had a high pitch count early, and, you know, they were watching him closely over his final 3 innings. I asked Brad Lord if he'd ever warmed up 3 innings in a row, and that, of course, would be a no. But they just had him up in case the pitch count mounted quickly for Gore, and there were multiple men on base. They wanted to be ready, but Gore made sure that didn't happen. Retired 15 of the last 16, 21 of 23 batters after the 3 singles in the first inning to start the game.
Charlie, since this group lost 7 in a row and 8 of 9 at the end of that Cleveland series against St. Louis, and then in Atlanta, lost 3 out of 4 there in Atlanta. Since then, what's been the biggest difference? They're just playing better all around. It's easy to say that when more runs are scored, but what's been the biggest difference to you since then?
It's a lot of things. I mean, you basically are revamping your bullpen on the fly, giving young pitchers a chance. And more times than not, they've done okay. Ferreira settled into his role. Obviously, you're moving guys like Rutledge and Cole Henry, who've never been relief pitchers before this year, in the roles that they're in. Same for Brad Lord, who's gone both ways. Guy who had been a starter that they put in the bullpen, then stepped into the starting rotation when they needed him to, when Soroka was out, and now back in the bullpen. And of course, Finnegan for the most part has been nailed. So when you have a chance to win a game, they've been getting it done. They're winning despite some low batting averages for some guys like Lowe, who with a low batting average is still driven in 40 runs. And you could say he really hasn't even got hot yet. James Wood has carried. Abrams, once he came off the injured list, was on fire until the last 10 days or so has cooled off. But, it's been you can spread it around. Last night, you get the right-handed hitters in there and had a chance to play in 10 days, including switch hitting Nasim Nunez, who I'll say, have you ever seen a player improve as much as he has when he doesn't get to play very much at all?
No.
I mean, last year was like a redshirt year for him, really only getting to play consistently the last week of the season when C.J. Abrams was sent down. And, he just brings fire. He brings speed, great defense, speed on the bases, and just a lot of energy. It's fun to watch the game when he's involved like that.
Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler, our excellent broadcast team, has the call tonight of the Nats and the Cubs at 6:45 right here on the Fan. June, 3 games old now, has been surprisingly quiet for James Wood based on the unbelievable season he's having. And it's only 3 games and 8 at bats. He's 1 for 8. He got robbed of a hit. He hit a ball about 8,000 miles an hour to first base on a lineout last night. But I bring him up to say it's crazy how quickly this has happened, that he's become a superstar and one of the best players in baseball. 3 games where he doesn't do something at the plate, and it feels like it's been a month. You're like, oh, he's due for a home run. It's been 3 games. What a year. 16 homers, 9 steals. He's hitting over 280. That's about 40 points better than league average. He's got a 940 OPS. He's 22, Charlie, and he's going to be a guy in the offseason we're talking about as getting MVP votes next year, maybe, if they can improve this ball club.
And I don't think he has to worry about getting rest during the All-Star break this year. Do you? I don't think so.
He'll be on a plane.
He'll have somewhere to be.
He'll be a little. He'll be busy in Atlanta, but even the one hit in this series so far from the other night in the 6th inning, when he made contact, Pete Crow Armstrong, who may cover more ground in the outfield than any player in baseball, for a brief time, thought he had a chance to catch that 116-mile-an-hour laser beam that went over his head off the wall. Pretty impressive. And, teams are trying to manage around him now. I mean, he has the only 2 intentional walks the Nationals have had this year, but they line up their bullpens. That's a very left-handed, but he's the guy. They're making a mark on their lineup cards saying, we're not letting that guy beat us. What's
sort of next for him at this stage? Because the numbers are already great. You do this for a full season. As Grant already said, you're an MVP candidate. But it still feels like, I know it's probably not fair to him, but it still feels like there's more coming. It still feels like I don't want to say scratching the surface and use that cliche, but it does. It feels like there's more depth to his game as he kind of continues to adjust and figure things out.
Oh, there's no question. He's going to get better in the outfield. We saw him throw out a runner on the last road trip with a terrific throw. He's getting more comfortable in left field, although it never looks like he's running all that hard, even when it's a sprint to get to the ball, because somebody else that would need like 15 strides to get there, he only needs like 8. He covers twice as much ground with half as many strides and steps, whether it's running the bases or in the outfield. Maybe he's going to be a 300 hitter too. Can he do that? He's at 283 right now, and you feel like he isn't doing much in the last few games.
Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler, right here on the Fan tonight. Charlie joining us to look at what is a chance to take 2 out of 3 from the Cubs. How about Mackenzie Gore last night? 7 3-hit innings. That's not an outing, Charlie, he could have had the last 2 years. That first inning, he doesn't get out of that bases loaded jam without giving up a run in the past. But he took a deep breath. He buckled down.
Might have been last year that might have been a 35 or 40 pitch inning. As it was 24. But he had to bear down, got 2 strikeouts and a foul pop. and then he cruised after that. I mean, that's what he did to finish his last outing in Seattle in the 6th inning. He needed to empty the tank to get out of a bases-loaded jam and did it. I mean, those are things that used to see Max Scherzer do because he's got the similar type stuff. And, if he finds that competitive fire that Scherzer has, I mean, he's a chance to be successful for a real long time.
How about the pitching matchup tonight? Jake Irvin gets the ball for Washington in his last home start, 8 scoreless innings. He goes up against Drew Pomeranz for the Cubs. This is a bullpen game. He is not allowed an earned run in 15 appearances out of the pen. But I'm guessing they'll go to Ben Brown, who went 6 innings of one-hit ball last week after Pomeranz pitched an inning. He's pretty nasty. He's just a 2-pitch guy, fastball, curveball, but he throws 96. I'm guessing that'll be the plan for the Cubs.
Well, actually, this would have been Colin Ray's start, and that's who we're hearing is going to be the guy to come in probably in the 2nd inning. So Davey Martinez had to decide how to make his lineup card out. If Pomeranz pitches 1 inning, you want your right-handed bats in there. So Rosario's getting the start at third base, but Garcia's getting the start at second base, going to bat him 8th because by that time you probably have the right-hander Ray in the game. So they're doing this now for Ray like they did for Ben Brown, so that Dave and I just listened to Craig Counsell say it. If he doesn't have to face the left-handed hitters, and maybe he will only face them once, he might not face them the 3rd time through the order. He said, they added the lefties in the bullpen with Cabrera, who's pitched twice in this series already, and Thielbar, and it was not only for this series, it's for their other series coming up that they're playing, where they are facing left-handed heavy-hitting teams, and he said the lefties are going to pitch.
Charlie, mentioning Jake Irvin here, this has been unusual. His fastball velocity is down. I understand that velocity isn't everything, certainly, but if you just look at some of the advanced numbers, his fastball last year was a +5 in terms of the value of the pitch. It's a -1.9 this year. It's getting hit harder and more often, but he's still been effective by mixing everything else. What are you seeing from him? How's he doing it?
Well, he's, they're more experienced in how to get out. Sometimes get them out on weak contact. Now you're saying fastball has been hit harder. They've talked about it's a mechanical issue. When he flies open, he loses velocity on his fastball. And when he is able to correct that, he has more velo on the fastball like he did a couple of starts ago. So from start to start, that's been somewhat inconsistent. Last start, he gave up 6 runs and still won. It's one of those, anomalies in this game where you can pitch great, not give up any runs, and your team doesn't score. Last time they got a win. And overall, 5-1 in 12 starts. He'd probably like to have a better than a 3.93 ERA, but he's given up less hits than innings pitched. He has a 235 batting average against. He's holding righties to a 198 average against him. Not bad.
No, he's having a good season. And he's a guy that was drafted, developed by the Nationals. They got beat up a little bit last week by Ken Rosenthal, a big piece about their lengthy rebuild and the lack of, basically homegrown talent. But when you look at it, Charlie, the bullpen answer has been homegrown with Henry, Rutledge, Lord. In the rotation, you've got Irvin and Parker, who have both at times been terrific over the last couple of years. From a position standpoint, Lyle and Hassel look like they can help. We've talked over the last couple of years about Jacob Young and some of the others. Brady House is coming. I mean, it's not like they haven't done a better job developing over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, you're starting to see the fruits of that. I mean, sometimes it takes time, and then you guys try to figure out where they fit best. Guys who are starters becoming relievers, and now the makeup of your bullpen. It's funny. Andrew Chafin, been around a long time. He walks around the clubhouse. He came in yesterday with that shirt on again that said "failed starter" across his chest. That's he's wearing that as a badge of honor as a reliever. But in essence, that's how starters usually become relievers, because they get to a certain level and there are other starters who are better than them, but they still like the arm that these guys have and their stuff, and they become relievers. So, I mean, now you're developing a big league bullpen on the fly with a lot of young pitchers with some really good stuff, some good arms.
Charlie Slows with us here on G&D. C.J. Abrams got off to an unbelievable start, pretty reminiscent, honestly, of last year, and now he's kind of in one of those valleys, again, sort of similar to what he was in last year. What do you see when it's good versus when it's not, and how do we kind of shorten those valleys to kind of get him back to that all-star level?
It seems pretty simple, and, the Nats, the staff will say this for a lot of hitters. When he hits some home runs, if he gets a little pull happy, that's when he starts to go into a skid. If he keeps the ball up the middle and the other way, usually has more success. They'll say that about Luis Garcia Jr. They'll say it about C.J. Abrams. You can almost say that about everybody. The guys who are able to consistently hit the ball up the middle and the other way, have fewer valleys.
Cubs are really good, huh? They seem like they're a legit contender.
Yeah, maybe better than I thought they would be. I mean, Crow Armstrong now in the second season is a dominant player. 15 home runs, 15 doubles, 3 triples, and 21 steals. The fourth fastest player in big league history to reach 15 homers and 20 steals in a season. And he's pretty young, too, at 23. We're just scratching the surface with him. They play really good defense. You got 3 Gold Gloves with Ian Happ in left field. You got 2 Gold Gloves with their second baseman, or actually Dansby Swanson, their shortstop, and 1 for Nico Horner, who is a shortstop playing second. And a rookie now at third, Matt Shaw, is really kind of learning to play third. Out of University of Maryland, highest player ever drafted out of Maryland, is now the starting third baseman for the Cubs at 23 years old.
Yeah, 13th overall pick out of Maryland just a couple of years ago, moved quickly through the minors. Ultimately, I guess, I don't know what you guys think. I would say the Cubs end up needing arms maybe at the deadline, but their offense, because we haven't seen Tucker start. He had the at-bat at the end of the game last night, but has basically missed both of these games. He's an MVP candidate. But they rank second in the big leagues in average and runs and walks, third in on-base, stolen bases, fourth in OPS, fifth in homers. This is a championship-level offense, in my opinion.
Yeah, they're really good, and Tucker is in there tonight batting second behind Happ and in front of Suzuki, who moves back to the DH spot. So, you know, you've got some young veteran players, a guy like Swanson who's won a World Series. They have a chance to be really good. I mean, the Brewers got really hot. They cooled off just a touch now after their winning streak. They're 5 games back. The Cardinals, I think, probably playing over their heads. We're not sure if they'll sell at the deadline or add. They're not used to being in a rebuild, but they're in the hunt for a playoff spot as it looks right now. And Atlanta, blowing a big lead today, is now 7 games under 500, 11.5 back of first place in the NL East. We're not sure where they're going, but this can be interesting because, you know, you got 3 teams in the West, the Dodgers, Padres, Giants, and maybe the Diamondbacks if they turn things around. This could be a fight for these wild card spots, no question. Fight for some first place division titles, too.
Charlie, fun as always, my friend. I'll talk to you in a few hours for postgame.
All right. Talk to you then, Danny.
Sounds good, buddy.
Grant.
Charlie, thank you, buddy. Great catching up. There's Charlie Slows. Listen to him and Dave Jagler on the call. Love Nats baseball. 6:15 pregame in 1 hour, and then 6:45. The first pitch is thrown. Good atmosphere last night.
Yeah.
Was not a ton of people. It was actually pretty discouraging, I would say. Only 21,000 or so. And I get that maybe there's still some schools that are in, and it's a weekday game. But the Cubs bring out a lot of fans. I mean, there was plenty of blue in the stands, the visiting side, which it shouldn't be that way, but that's kind of how it is.
Right.
Above the visitors' dugout. Ton of Cubs fans. I would have thought this was like a 25, 26,000 night, but it wasn't. They were right around 20,000 last night. But it was loud. The energy was good. The people that were there were completely invested and engaged. And it felt like a bigger baseball game than we're normally used to.
Right. And nobody's sitting here telling you that what was that, June 4th, June 5th? I can't remember. Is that critically important in the scheme of things? But we're signing a little bit more value than your average bear for this one, right? Where you can kind of tell this is a really good team that's playing really good baseball. And how do the Nats match up? And last night was a good one.
A very popular fast food item is coming back to a drive-through near you. In honor of that, we're going to have ourselves a little fast food item draft on the Grant and Danny radio program next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball tonight, rubber match for the Nationals and the Cubs. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. Drew Pomeranz takes the hill for the Cubs, likely as an opener. Stanley Cup Finals got underway last night. The Oilers beating the Panthers 4-3 in Game 1 in overtime. NBA Finals get underway tonight. Thunder and Pacers in Oklahoma City. 8:30 tip-off for Game 1 tonight. Big news in the NFL today. Aaron Rodgers is going to sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers ahead of mandatory minicamp, which comes up next week. Going to be a one-year deal. He's going to fly to Pittsburgh to sign with the team tomorrow. Also, a report today from Jordan Schultz saying that Terry McLaurin is frustrated with the lack of progress on a long-term deal with the Commanders. And the Ravens signed wide receiver Rashad Bateman to a 3-year extension worth $36.75 million, $20 million guaranteed. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thank you, Toby. Welcome back. Grant and Danny on the Fan. The snack wrap has returned. Ryan's been walking around here like Vince McMahon, throwing his elbows around, all excited because he's going to go eat some snack wraps. I've never eaten one in my life. I didn't even know what it was. He had to tell me about it. Danny, you said you are out on the snack wrap?
Don't care about it at all. Like zero. Like nothing has ever moved me less.
It's a chicken strip with some lettuce and some ranch inside of a wrap.
And cheese as well, shredded cheese. And the cheese is amazing.
Sounds okay. It sounds like if I ranked 100 fast food items, it'd be 93.
Like if I had leftovers at home, it's what I would make. It just sounds unremarkable to me.
I would eat it, but
Sure.
there's presumably if they're making me that, there's other things they have back there where they can make me something else. And I would always order one of those things. But I'm happy that Ryan's happy. His snack wrap is back. But it got us to thinking, as some Portleys here on the Grant and Danny radio program, or in the case of some of us, former Portleys on the Grant and Danny radio program. Let's have ourselves a fast food item draft.
Here we go.
Snake draft style. You guys know the rules on the Grant and Danny draft season. The way we go about our operation here is I will randomize our 5 names. We will have a draft order. We will go in a snake draft. Now, a couple of clarifications. You guys can challenge on this if you'd like. I'm open to different interpretations. I think for the sake of keeping everything together, a fast food restaurant is a drive-through accessible food gets handed to you out of a window establishment. I don't know that we need to even overthink it. It's just that. But the fast casual stuff like a Chipotle or walking into a Five Guys.
Like a Shake Shack, a Chipotle.
That's called fast casual.
Yeah, it's fast casual, right?
So fast food, can I get it in my car? They hand me a bag through the window and I have to move the cup from last time out of my cup holder to put that cup in that cup holder spot. That's fast food.
Do desserts count?
Of course. Any fast food item.
Love it.
Whatever you want to do. I mean, you make the list. We'll let the people vote on who made the best list.
And it's singular item, not meals.
Very important clarification.
Yeah, good distinction. Thank you, Darius.
The snack wrap's not a meal. So I say this, we're honoring
It's a
the
snack.
wrap.
It's in the name, yeah.
So I think this is an item. This is just something that you can get on the menu at a fast food establishment. All right, I'll randomize 3 times. 1, 2, third time. The order for this snake draft. Danny Houtier, you've got the first pick.
Very well.
I will have the second pick. Ryan, you have the third pick. Dad, you pick 4th.
Dad.
And Toby, you get the snake. You will pick 5th and 6th coming back. If we can get through it, we got to try to get through 4 rounds because even numbers are fair. You do 3, somebody gets screwed.
Mm-hmm.
Toby, in this case, would get jobbed a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see what we can do in the span of one segment here. Danny, you can get us started. This is the first ever 2025 Grant and Danny fast food item draft.
Pick is in. McDonald's fries. Everyone shut up. Draft is over. Good night, everyone. Thanks so much for tuning in to Grant and Danny. Back tomorrow, too. You're welcome, America.
Number 1 on my board by a mile.
Yeah.
Number 1 with the bullet, by the way. I thought maybe there's a small chance. Maybe they fall to me at 2. And Danny does something stupid.
Yeah.
Gets cute.
Not this time.
But you know what you did, Danny? You just took the best player. On the board, you just said, there's a really good player. Why am I going to try to save a little money for the
Ryan
second
Leaf
round?
could be moving up to number 1. Nope. Manning.
Why are they so much better than all the other fries? Because they are.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
The cut is perfect. The preparation is perfect. The salt, the amount of salt. It used to be old school. It was like peanut oil or whatever kind of like specific kind of oil. They've now found a way to synthesize that like all across the country. So they recreate it. But still, yeah, it is the perfect French fry.
Okay, I will make the next pick. This is going to turn some heads in the draft community. I just want everyone to know that.
What are you doing?
We got a deep board.
What are you doing?
We've got a plan. We're going to get everything we need solved, so don't worry. With the number 2 pick in the 2025 Grant and Danny Fast Food Item Draft, we will be selecting McDonald's Fountain Coca-Cola Classic. I will be going with McDonald's Coca-Cola Classic.
Going under slot there?
To begin my meal. It's the best soda there's ever been. There's never been a better Coca-Cola. If you know, you know. Put that cup under the fountain. It's cold and it's perfect. McDonald's Coca-Cola Classic will be my number 1 selection.
We're thrilled with this pick. The pick is in. The original chicken sandwich from Popeyes. The best chicken sandwich in the game. That's what they're known for. It's the best. I don't like pickles. I like pickles on that sandwich because that sandwich is amazing. I feel like I just got the second best player in this year's draft.
The original, does that just mean it's not spicy, or what is that?
Yeah, just
entail?
the original chicken sandwich.
It's a great chicken sandwich.
It's amazing.
It's really good. I mean, Chick-fil-A was on the board too, but hey, to each their own. I'm happy for Ryan. Let's keep it moving. With the 4th pick in this fast food item draft, Dad is on the board.
Dad is also going to dabble in Popeyes, and we're going to take the best chicken tenders that there are out there. The Popeyes chicken tenders will be coming to Team Darius.
Danny, did you have 2 Popeyes items off?
I did not think. I thought in round 2 they would go.
I thought we'd have
round
a Popeyes run at some point,
Mhm.
but 4 players have been chosen and 2 played at LSU. You know
Well,
what I'm
there's
saying?
two McDonald's and 2 Popeyes right now. That's what happened so far in our
They're
draft.
out here shaking their ass. Everybody else is just watching them.
Did they meet in the Natty this year? Is that what happened?
What is going on? All right, Toby, round out round 1.
Pick is in. We're going back to McDonald's, and we're going with the best breakfast item there is. Give me the sausage McMuffin with egg.
That's a good fast food item.
And Darius, since we're on the snake here, give me another. The pick is in. We're going to make this a combo. Give me the McDonald's hash browns.
Oh, Toby's making himself a little brekkie. Little breakfast for Toby. He's got a junkie segment to call into. He's going to eat a hash brown and a little biscuit.
Okay.
All right, Tobes, I see you. Darius, right back on the clock. We got 4 McDonald's, 2 Popeyes.
That is correct. 4 McDonald's, 2 Popeyes through round 1.
And got the Chick-fil-A sandwich for me.
You said Popeyes sandwich, by the way, which I was so confused by because all you did was stand on the table yesterday for Chick-fil-A,
Yeah,
and then you get on here and say
By the way,
Popeyes.
I literally made fun of the fact that you didn't take a Chick-fil-A chicken. You said Popeyes chicken sandwich original.
100% said Popeyes.
You said Popeyes. I wrote it down.
Okay. I guess that's my pick then. I guess. I mean,
wait, are you the Minnesota Vikings? You picked the wrong guy?
I picked the wrong guy. Like I was looking at Popeyes here, and I guess I said Popeyes, but number 2 on my draft board was a Chick-fil-A sandwich. I mean, Darius said it himself. I was gassing it up the other day.
You and I always talk about how great Chick-fil-A is.
Exactly. So it was just a brain fart then. I had the Chick-fil-A sandwich.
Did you ask for the wrong Brooks and trade like Ernie Grunfeld did?
I guess I did.
Oh, sorry.
That is a egregious jamming error.
It's a bad mistake because
it's literally the biggest. They're rivals. It's like saying, Jaden Daniels plays for the Cowboys, right? You kind of what you just did.
The guy prefer Caleb Williams.
You can
what
ask
you just
Darius.
said.
I even said that the Chick-fil-A sandwich stinks.
I move that we give Ryan the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich if he wants it.
I think we need him to live in the mistake.
I think he also has to live in the mistake.
This is
Toby.
Sorry, man. You're going to have to live with it.
Oh, come on.
I also think Popeyes is better anyway, so.
That's not going to happen in the NFL draft. Like, you can't rescind the pick.
Well, I mean,
he made the pick.
Respectfully, that's amateur hour.
We want Dylan Brooks and trade. We'll take whoever.
This is big league stuff. I mean, this is the 2025 Grant and Danny fast food item draft.
Kettle and a wine mixer, bro.
This is real journalism we're being
I
done here.
bought. All right, fine. I get the Popeyes chicken sandwich.
I'm embarrassed for him. I mean, this is tough.
It's a really good chicken sandwich. You're fine.
All right, you are back on the clock,
No,
though.
I am.
Darius is.
That'll be me.
Oh, I thought you made a pick.
No, Darius ain't going to change because Ryan just declared that he wanted the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich too.
Okay, Darius, you are ready to go.
With our second round pick, oddly enough, we're going to take the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich.
Oh, I wonder why Darius was so adamant that Ryan didn't get the Chick-fil-A chicken
We
sandwich.
are thrilled that it made its way back around. To the
I think
second
it
round.
would.
Yeah.
Do you prefer that over the Popeyes one that somehow inexplicably went second? That
Well,
isn't
of
as
course
good?
I do. Yes,
Yeah.
because the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich.
Only Ryan likes a Popeyes chicken sandwich more than a Chick-fil-A.
It's the original chicken sandwich.
It is.
Not the Popeyes one.
I kind of like the Popeyes more.
A little bit of a kick. What do you like about it?
Crispy, crunchy, a
Yeah.
little bit more. I like it.
Okay. Are we back to your boy? I've got the Coca-Cola Classic.
No, I'm on the
No,
clock.
it's Ryan.
now. I'm on the clock, and the pick is in.
You're going to accidentally take the Arby's roast beef?
Thought about it.
Okay.
Chick-fil-A nuggets. I'm a Chick-fil-A guy. I want Chick-fil-A nuggets. I'm happy with this value in the second round here. I've got Popeyes. I've got Chick-fil-A. I guess I've got Popeyes, and yeah.
It's a heavy chicken focus in the middle of our draft right there for
Lot-
Ryan and Darius.
A lot of chicken.
Yeah.
Can I just say, though, because I think Ryan sometimes gets a raw deal. We beat him up too much. To take Chick-fil-A nuggets when McDonald's nuggets are waiting right there for you. I mean,
What do you
is
mean?
That is an outrage.
That is a crazy take from. I thought you were a Chick-fil-A guy.
I am a Chick-fil-A guy.
Clearly.
For chicken sandwiches. Their nuggets are fine. They are far inferior to the McDonald's chicken nugget, the king of all chicken nuggets. I'm ready to go. The pick is in. Need something to wash the old Coca-Cola down with, so I will add the quarter pounder with cheese. That is a quarter pounder with cheese. It's delicious when cooked perfectly. Little onion, ketchup, mustard, pickle. I don't ever even have to make substitutions. It's such a perfectly designed sandwich. They don't put anything stupid on it. There's no tomatoes. There's no lettuce. There's none of the crap weird sauce from the Big Mac. It's just ketchup, mustard, pickle, little onion, burger, cheese, bread. The perfect sandwich. Thank you. Danny, you're up.
Pick is in. The spicy chicken sandwich from Chick-fil-A is the perfect chicken sandwich. The fact that it lasted to the last pick of round 2 frankly shows that I'm dealing with a bunch of rank amateurs, and the first pick of round 3 now. I might not even take a round 4. I might just thumb my nose at you, clown shoes. The Frosty from Wendy's. Give me the original Frosty. And again, congratulations to me.
You have now.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
going to have to vote for you.
Mhm.
He has now sniped me 2 times.
Yeah.
Twice. I've literally written it down. I'm Adam Peters. I'm walking around in the draft room and I'm like, hey, Dan, we got your guy. And I'm like writing it on the card. The video will then show that the Eagles called him right before I did. A little frustrated by that.
Frustration.
What would be your Mel Kiper breakdown of the Frosty?
Original Frosty, obviously you're going to put salt in it. You could dip your fries in there, eat it straight. A lot of people want to use a spoon. Some people try to use a straw at first, get a little frustrated, go back into it, get yourself that longer spoon with the larger size Frosty. It used to come in multiple colors. Only real reason to go to Wendy's, get a burger that's a square, end up out of there with a 99-cent chili, not the best. Wash it down with that Frosty. You don't even need a regular soda, boom.
What does John Gruden think about the Frosty?
Tell you something, man. You get yourself a Frosty, you got yourself a hell of a time, man. Tell you something. I had 10 Frosties in one sitting, man. I couldn't even finish watching film.
I'm a little bit scrambled here in the war room, bud.
It seems as though Grant Paulson is thrown by the fact that old Fannie Mouillet snatched deliciousness right from the jaws of Paulson. He's trying to Google a different fast food item, but his internet's not working. He's frustrated. Back to you, Boom.
Now, I've got 2 options that I really, really like here. I'm going to go with an Old Faithful. I will be taking the debate. We're walking the cart up to the podium and we still don't know what we're going to yell. Okay, I will be taking the McDonald's chicken nugget. I will be taking the McDonald's chicken nuggets, adding them to the quarter pounder and the McDonald's Coca-Cola Classic. There's a little bit of a theme developing here, boys.
I was going to say, there's a
Them
theme.
golden arches know what they're doing.
We got a theme, man.
You don't look like this guy if you don't know your way around the drive-thru with those big yellow arches. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Who's up?
I'm up, and I'm happy with this pick.
Double check. Make sure you're picking the right thing.
This one is a great one. The
Okay.
Dairy Queen Blizzard. It's so good.
Doesn't have a drive-thru, does
I don't
it?
think that's a drive-through.
Yes, it does. No, I've 100% been on one down Interstate 95. I've 100% been on one. Look it up.
I will accept your terms. That is a technicality. That hurts. 'Cause It's a hell of a pick.
Toby knows it as well. Toby knows
But you're saying there's a drive-through. Are there many or is there a?
So Google says many Dairy Queen locations have a drive-through.
Okay, Larry wins.
I got the Dairy Queen Blizzard right there.
That's a hell of a pick.
That's a great pick.
I don't know if it saves your bacon from before, but it helps you out a lot.
Now, did you mean the Frosty?
I did want the Frosty. The Frosty was number one on my board, but I'm very happy taking the
Blizzard. Yeah, Blizzard's good value there, round 3.
Well played. Good pick there. I think the Blizzard probably ends up starting earlier than we think. They're going to try to sit it for 2 years. It's going to be on the field next year.
You can't keep them on the field.
Week 11. They're going to see it in practice. When the players know, the coaches have to make the decision.
The pick is in for Team Darius. We want to get ourselves a side to go with our mini chicken items that we have in our draft so far.
Do you have any chicken yet?
Yeah, I have plenty of chicken. We're going to go with Checkers fries. That'll be Checkers fries are going to be added to the squad.
What a boy. Checkers getting a little love. That's a Maryland guy over there.
Something like that, yeah. I'm the one Maryland representative here.
We don't have the Checkers everywhere like you guys do.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, we have some.
All right.
I think that's more of a Maryland thing.
Okay. Well, yeah, they have pretty good fries. They're not McDonald's, but I would say they're one on that next tier.
Is this the end of round 3 here?
That's the end of round 3.
We need Toby's round
right,
3.
But that'll be the final pick of round 3. All right, so here's what we do. We get Toby to end round 3, and then we'll give you a 4th round just to make everything fair before we post the 4 rounds for people to vote on to see who had the best draft for the fast food 2025 item draft for Grant and Danny. All right, Toby, final pick of round 3.
Now, I know Grant hasn't had this because he doesn't like good food, but give me the steak quesarito, which is discontinued from Taco Bell.
Ooh.
Well, it's discontinued.
It's a discontinued item.
Okay, fine. Then give me the steak grilled cheese burrito, which is the same thing without the extra.
Oh, Toby just came for you guys. He already had that ready. He's like, they're going to give me some crap. I will deal with it, and then I will come back to them with the fury of 1,000
Yeah,
suns.
he knew what he was about. I mean, that's an outstanding item.
So just to be clear, chicken sandwich is gone from Popeyes and from Chick-fil-A.
Correct.
Both varieties, the regular, the original, and the spicy.
Right. And chicken strips are gone anywhere or no?
The Popeyes chicken strips are gone. Yes.
Okay. But KFC's still available.
They are.
Is KFC still open?
Could be one of the best on the board for somebody. We will give you round 4 next. We'll probably do something sports related too. Don't worry. Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is looking like we're going to be broadcasting live on Monday from out by the fountains in Georgetown, where TJ Oshie went for a swim, as he makes a very special announcement. The Caps haven't said this. I don't think this is official, but it certainly sounds like it'll be a retirement announcement for one of the most important Capitals in history, one of the most beloved DC athletes ever. We will be on the scene on Monday if things are trending in the right direction and continue to, and the weather holds up. So I'm excited about that. And we'll get to sit down and hang with Oshie, which will be awesome.
That'll be cool. One of the, I mean, you could see how hockey works, right? Where this whole kerfuffle about Ovechkin retiring, not retiring, whatever's, kind of leaking out or not. And you see why Capitals PR is trying to work so hard to sort of say, no, nothing's been decided yet. This is what they want to do for their legends, right? For guys that, and with all respect to Oshie, doesn't approach what Ovechkin did in his career, but you still see this is what they want to be able to have, guys to be able to walk out and leave on their own terms, if it is indeed a retirement announcement.
All right, the draft continues. Darius, I want a quick recap of all 4 teams, please. We have one final round here, so it'll go in this order from 5 to 1. Toby, Dad, Ryan, myself, and then Danny. Then we'll all have a total of 4 items at that point here in round 4.
All right. Danny has the McDonald's fries, the Chick-fil-A spicy chicken sandwich, and the Wendy's Frosty. Team Grant has the McDonald's Coca-Cola Classic, the McDonald's quarter pounder with cheese, and then the McDonald's chicken nuggets. There is a theme on that team. Ryan has the Popeyes chicken sandwich, the Chick-fil-A nuggets, and the Dairy Queen Blizzard. Team Darius has the Popeyes chicken tenders, the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich, and the Checkers fries. And then Team Toby, who will be coming up here next, has the McDonald's sausage egg McMuffin, and the McDonald's hash brown, as well as the what was this? The Taco Bell steak grilled burrito? Yeah, steak and cheese grilled burrito.
Okay, very good.
It's a grilled cheese burrito.
It's grilled cheese
burrito.
burrito.
I knew that. I said that.
Yeah,
I
grilled
said
cheese
that.
burrito.
If you're looking for like a balanced meal with something like the wash it down and then a entree with a side, Danny crushed it. Those 3 rounds for you, you checked some boxes.
Feel pretty good there.
You've got a D lineman, you got a linebacker, you got a DB. But if you're just looking for fun, I got a side of nuggets with a burger. That's not bad.
You can do a lot worse, by the way.
You ever gotten a burger and gotten a side of nuggets and had a cola to wash it down?
Yeah, I
And then
have, actually.
Toby's the only one of us, and this was brilliant. This is going to, I think, really play to some of the voters in America here, some of the constituents in certain areas. He went straight breakfast.
Double breakfast items. 2.
His side is the hash brown from McDonald's, which is so good.
It's so good.
All right, let's get after it. Toby, final pick.
Pick us in. So it hurts my heart because my favorite fast food joint is Culver's, but that's Midwest, that's Wisconsin Tobe, so we'll leave all those off. I'm torn here between a couple, but I'm going to go with the dessert option here. One of my favorites. I like an Arby's Jamocha Shake. Probably not popular. I know I'm probably going to get joned on a little bit, but an Arby's Jamocha Shake is good.
I don't know if you're making an item up. This is a Mr. Irrelevant. You just drafted a guy from such an obscure D3 school that I didn't even send a scout to see him
Bill
once.
Belichick would be thrilled with my pick here.
That's right.
Dude,
Do you
by the
know
way,
what he's talking about?
I do. It's delicious. But
What
people
is it?
sleep on Culver's. It's like kind of a coffee flavored caramel sort of cream type
Nubs.
milkshake. Grant would never have it, so you're out. But you could have gone Culver's, dude. People don't know.
Yeah, Culver's is
That
the real
place
deal.
rules.
It's the best. It's the best.
I've only ever gone in. Do they do drive-through windows and
They
stuff?
do.
Oh, yeah. So good.
That was the first time you had it. Was like recently, I remember. Dan,
Yeah,
right?
I'd never been.
few
Where
months ago.
was I? God, it was like one of my dude trips. Maybe it was Phoenix somewhere, but I went to a Rodney Culver's and had a grand old time.
It's a wonderful place. Okay, that means that Darius gets to make his final pick.
Pretty sure we found out CJ Abrams was a big Culver's guy in one of our interviews we did with him last year. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I will round out my team with a dessert, and it'll be the dessert of desserts. I'm dipping back in McDonald's. Well, we're going Oreo McFlurry from McDonald's.
It's a good choice.
As long as the machine ain't broken.
You just got to
That's
keep
the one problem. Yeah.
keep your fingers crossed and pray.
But if you can get it,
I mean,
it's great.
There's a 39% chance you're going to get your McFlurry, depending on which one you go to. But damn, it's going to be good when you get it. My son came down the steps one night, got home later than normal. Kids are already asleep, plopped down to watch the Nats, grabbed a McFlurry on the way home. And he sits next to me and he's like, "What is that?" And I'm like, "It's a McDonald's McFlurry." He's like, "What is that?" I'm like, "It's ice cream." And so he goes and gets a spoon and, gets all queued up next to me. And he starts digging into my McFlurry. And we ate the thing together, which basically meant he ripped it away and ate it. And when it was done, he goes, "This is the best thing I've ever had." He loved it. And we've not had one since. But that was
you can't major in those things,
yeah.
but man, is it
My
good.
wife would have screamed at me because it was like, you're supposed to be in bed,
Yeah.
What are we doing here? All right. Final round. Toby has solidified his team. Dad's roster is fortified. Ryan, your last pick.
The pick is in. We're going to go with the glazed donut and Krispy Kreme.
Damn it. I'm getting sniped from my left.
I know.
I'm getting sniped from my right.
Get me a blizzard. Give me a donut. I'll dunk my donut into the blizzard. That is a silly fast food draft.
I mean, how many times can a guy have a pick ready to turn in and then have to go back to the well?
It's a terrible
go
feeling.
ahead. Talk for a bit while I get.
You got to. Now, Grant's reeling. He's doing research. He's scrolling up and down.
I have 50 things written down. This is my draft.
Oh, you got the board? Okay.
Yeah, I got a board, but when you have your mind made up,
Yeah.
you got to scurry a little
When
bit.
that light goes on, even if you're lying to me, it's still appealing. You know what I mean? Like they could just turn the light on even if they're not fresh. Doesn't matter. I would still go in there and make my presence known. That Krispy Kreme original glazed is the most asbestos.
All right, whatever. I'll just do what I got to do. Pick is in. We're going with the Popeyes biscuit. We're going to go with the Popeyes biscuit.
Proud of you, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I will go Popeyes biscuit to give me a little side. Thought about fries. Thought about Wendy's fries. Didn't do it.
Right.
So I've got a meat. I've got a chicken. I've got a biscuit. And I've got a cola. I'm not going to get an ice cream. Danny screwed me.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get a donut. Clary screwed me. The good people at Copair will be proud of me. Although the whole
Yeah, right. I was going to say.
I don't know about the rest of it.
The Coca-Cola.
But at least I didn't get ice cream or a donut, thanks to my friends.
So this is really hard here. Sometimes the best thing may not be best for your team. Like if you have an all-pro left tackle, there's a left tackle that's highest on your board. Is that who you draft? I don't know. This is a tough one for me. The pick is in. Give me the double-double from In-N-Out Burger.
Okay.
The double-double from In-N-Out Burger. My other option was the original recipe KFC chicken, which is you can get through the drive-thru, you get a big old bucket of chicken. I've already got chicken. So I'm trying to round out my football team, my squad I needed. So I went the double-double. I'm getting mine animal style, BTW.
That was a consideration for sure. No Whopper, no Wendy's burger taken. I think Wendy's makes a good burger. Any surprise, Danny, that a lot of the breakfast items, McDonald's, Burger King, otherwise, didn't get chosen?
Didn't make it. I mean, after the sausage McMuffin with egg, I thought for sure you were going a biscuit breakfast.
I was going to go sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit and Audible for sure. Chick-fil-A does a really good breakfast as well.
Fantastic.
Or if you ask
breakfast.
Ryan, Popeyes probably.
Right. Yeah.
He likes Popeyes better. But yeah, a lot of surprises in this draft. So Darius, you'll post all the results at our Facebook page, the Grant and Danny Facebook operation, but also we will post those to the station Twitter, and you guys can weigh in on who had the best draft. This is all in honor of the snack wrap being back.
And Ryan didn't take it, by the way. Snack wrap. The whole point is he loves snack wrap so much, and he couldn't stop talking about it. Didn't take it.
That's a great point.
Think about it. I'm not going to lie, I did.
He's been walking around here for 3 days yelling about the snack wrap. That's
He's
the
like,
only
it
reason
is the biggest thing.
we
the
did that
snack wrap.
segment.
They didn't take it.
Luke McCaffrey spoke out about the season ahead for him at the wide receiver position. I want to look at the Commanders' wide receiver room, and we'll hit the leadoff ahead of Nats Cubs next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Big news in the NFL today. Aaron Rodgers is going to play this season. He alerted the Steelers that he's going to fly to Pittsburgh tomorrow and will sign his contract to play for the Steelers ahead of their mandatory minicamp, which starts next week. Also today in the NFL, a report from Jordan Schultz saying that Terry McLaurin is frustrated with the lack of progress on a long-term deal, and the Ravens signed wide receiver Rashad Bateman to a 3-year extension. NBA Finals get underway tonight. Thunder and Pacers, OKC. Game 1 for that one tips off at 8:30. In hockey, last night's Stanley Cup Finals, the Oilers beat the Panthers in Game 1, 4-3 in overtime. Take a 1-0 series lead. Game 2 going to be tomorrow night. In baseball last night, the Nationals shut out the Cubs to win 2-0. Rubber match of the Nats-Cubs series at Nats Park. It's underway in about 45 minutes. 6:45 first pitch right here on The Fan with Nats on deck starting after G&D right here on The Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 5-1 with a 3.93 ERA. He'll take on Drew Pomeranz, likely serving as an opener for the Cubs. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny brought to you by our friends, the law firm Condori & Murad. They will take care of all of the important needs that you've got, including elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration, estate planning, whatever it is. Schedule a consultation with them today. KMLawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, get a discount. KMLawyers.com. Stretch run on The Fan ahead of Nats pregame at 6:15 and their game with the Cubs tonight right here at 6:45. We've talked a lot about the Commanders' receiver position today through the lens of Terry McLaurin, who is at odds with the team and a little frustrated, not getting a contract. Jordan Schultz reporting that they're not close to a deal and that right now it's not particularly good. In fact, Albert Breer confirmed that. He came on with us, and he's very much pro a deal's going to get done. He is reporting that the two sides are going to figure this out. But he said right now it isn't good, which is different than saying they're not close. Like, it isn't good tells me, Danny, that there is frustration, there is annoyance. And I can't help but think about Champ Bailey, who was the bee's knees here on his way to the Hall of Fame and 5 years into his career, like that kind of start. And I think he played 81 games over 5 seasons, 16 per at the time, and had watched all these guys come in here and get paid. Mark Carrier and Deion Sanders, you name it, right? And then it was his turn, and they just kept dragging it out, and dragging it out, and dragging it out. And different situation, different ownership. I don't think this Terry McLaurin situation will get there. But eventually, Champ Bailey was just over it.
Yeah.
And he was like, I want out. Now, I don't think we get here with Terry, but really good, likable guys that don't have a unprofessional bone in their body can get miffed. I'll bet you Trey Hendrickson's not a bad guy. I'll bet you he's a really good teammate. I'll bet you he's a true pro. He is lighting fire to the Bengals every chance he gets publicly right now because it gets personal. When millions of dollars are involved and you feel slighted, things can change like that. So I don't want this McLaurin thing to keep lingering.
Yeah, I think that's well put, right? And I understand, this is one of those rare times where I understand everybody's perspective, right? Where I go, I get what Terry's saying. He's like, look around. Look, I've never been more productive. I'm the dude that you use as kind of your example to young players. Like I am the guy, right? And I'm sure his agent is saying those kind of things in negotiating rooms. And from the team's perspective, and he deserves a raise, from the team's perspective, this is probably not a great idea for us to pay $35 million and make it up a number for somebody that's about to turn 30, right? But at a certain point, I'm okay overpaying in this window that we're in right now, which is a Jaden Daniels. I almost called him a McDaniels because we had so much McDonald's on the brain. But a Jaden Daniels rookie salary window for the next handful of seasons. If I've got to pay a premium, give up an extra draft pick to go get Hendrickson, or pay a little bit more to keep Terry McLaurin, or do whatever I've got to maybe overinvest at this point before I have to start paying Jaden Daniels $75-80 million a year, I'm going to do that. And I'm going to keep this group together right now and try to keep Terry happy, even if it means I have to spend a little bit more than I want to. But again, I understand not wanting to just hand out cap space willy-nilly.
The other wide receiver who's been in the news the last couple of days is Luke McCaffrey, because now a sophomore, the second year vet, talked about how much more comfortable he looks and Fields yesterday out at OTAs and how the game is slowing down and he expects a lot more out of himself. And you don't know it as a rookie, but looking back basically now he's going, it's amazing. You can kind of walk and chew gum at the same time when you're so green and you just don't really know what you don't know. The rhetoric made me think Luke McCaffrey thinks he's going to be a lot better this year. He thinks he's going to play a lot better. I don't know if he's going to be blocked very much by Jalen Lane or not. I know that Deebo Samuel being added is going to take opportunities away from him because it's McLaurin and it's Deebo, your starting wide receivers. Noah Brown, presumably, will still be on the field a bunch. Jalen Lane's interesting as a slot option. He's mostly going to be a specialist, I think, early on. But what is the role for McCaffrey? That's my question. Because those are the five guys. They've got other veterans. KJ Osborne, the former Viking and Patriot. Michael Gallup, who they signed from the Cowboys. I have no expectations for him at all. I know a lot of people are excited about that signing. That's just because you've heard of him. And he played for the Cowboys and he played against Washington. And he had a couple of good seasons. But he's been hurt a lot and he hasn't been that productive in a long time. He might be on the team. He's probably like a Noah Brownish type guy. And he may end up catching 25, 30 balls if Brown doesn't. Those two guys can battle for the same reps. But this is about McLaurin, Deebo, and then next in terms of importance for me is McCaffrey or Lane, whoever separates themselves. But I think that's the battle.
So the interesting discussion here is analytic numbers for McCaffrey's openness were very kind to him. And this was a matter of targets and a matter of opportunity that wasn't there. If you go back and you're doing a self-scout, you could go, hey, you know who was open on this look pretty consistently? It sounds like Luke McCaffrey, a guy that was able to separate at a really high rate, was finding soft spots. And it always turns out, or seems to turn out, the ball was either slid to go elsewhere, whether it was timing, first read, second read, etc., or coverage dictated it, or pressure dictated it, or Jayden Daniels did something else with the football. It wasn't like the offense wasn't moving the ball, right? If you're scoring, 12 points a game, managing, more penalty yards than offensive yards, and you got a guy open every down, we'd be screaming about it. This is more anecdotal where you go, hey, isn't that interesting? This guy seemed to be open a pretty decent amount. I'm not bullish on the production, but at the same time, it's hard to ignore that one data point that, again, basically everything we know says that dude was open a lot.
Who catches more balls this season, McCaffrey or Lane?
I think it's Lane. I just think he's more dynamic, more explosive. And I think they're going to use him more.
You could convince me that Lane will become a more impactful player soon, like 2 years, 3 years from now, that he's the guy, not McCaffrey, that is a fixture. I could totally believe that because I actually think he's going to be the Deebo replacement. If Deebo doesn't get an extension after this year, he's your gadget guy, your bubble jet guy that you do a lot of things in the backfield with and move all over the formation. But in the same way last year that it just took a while for McCaffrey. I know he was newer to the position, making the transition to your point from quarterback, but it's just not an easy thing to do. The really good special ones can do it. When you're drafted high, when you're, Marvin Harrison Jr. or Malik Neighbors or one of these Brian Thomas Jr. type receivers from a year ago, sure, go out there, be a route running technician, make people miss, run away from people, put up 1,100 yards. I get it. For the normal receiver, for everybody else, that's a hard transition. And when you're drafted in the 4th, 5th round like Lane was, you got some holes in your game. To me, I hope he makes plays on teams, which I think he will, kick returner, punt returner, and let him focus on that. Don't put a lot on his plate at wide receiver right away. Just let him help you win games that way. If he's a legitimate weapon in that area, that's a game-changing presence that they haven't really had. So I would do that, and then like they did at the end of the year with Luke. Remember when he became their primary kick returner, basically disappeared at receiver. It was almost like they said, focus on this other thing. That's how I would operate with Lane.
That's a good point.
And then McCaffrey could do more of the receiving stuff. And if he doesn't step forward, then go to Lane. But you got to give these guys a shot. He needs more runway. He needs more ops. That's targets. That's routes run. Like, people want to tell me what Ben Sinnott is before we've ever seen Ben Sinnott be given one chance to actually be a pass-catching tight end. You need to get a chance to show what you got before we decide you can't do it. I don't think McCaffrey has.
I think that's fair. I mean, to me, I see that speed, and there are two things that I'm going to do with Jalen Lane. I think your point about returns, by the way, is a really good one. I don't have a great counter to that. Early on for Jalen Lane, I'm going to say, you're my gadget Gary, opposite, Deebo Samuel. Maybe the action will look one way, and I'm flipping a little bubble screen to you or something behind line of scrimmage, the pop pass, whatever. I'm using your speed to do that, and you're going to run some track. You run some 9 balls, some go routes. I'm going to see how fast and how far you can go, and we'll throw it there once every couple of games or so, just to keep defenses honest and keep them off the stuff that we really like to do.
Let's talk a little Nats baseball and get you the leadoff ahead of tonight's game with the Cubs. Final game of this series, Rangers in town starting tomorrow. By the way, Natasha Bedingfield is performing live at Nationals Park tomorrow night. I know about Unwritten. That's a smashola. I don't know any of her other songs.
I couldn't name another song.
She a one-hit wonder? Or, I mean, she's probably got a bunch of jams that people love that know her. Like, for me, Unwritten, awesome, belt it out wherever you're at, scream it in the bar kind of song. It's really good. I just don't know anything else. But I'm sure there's some good ones that people will be singing to. That'll be a good concert.
Pocket Full of Sunshine. That charted.
Oh, yeah, hell yeah. It did.
Yeah, that's the only one I can come up with.
Patrick Corbin's going to be pitching for the Rangers tomorrow.
And nowhere is that weird.
At Nats Park. And he's actually pitched well this year. We could talk more about that tomorrow because it's pretty comical. But it is time for the leadoff, brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free and home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Behind Jake Irvin, leading off playing shortstop seat. Jake Abrams batting second and third base. That's Ahmed Rosario batting third, playing left field. James Wood, he's batting fourth. He's playing first. Nathaniel Lowe, batting fifth, doing the catch. And K. Ruiz batting sixth, your designated hitter. Josh Bell batting seventh in right field. Alex Call hitting eighth at second base. Luis Garcia Jr. and hitting ninth in center field. That's Robert Hassel the third.
Robert Hassel getting a little opportunity here to play every single day. I kept thinking they're going to spell him. They're going to give him a day off. They had the lefty yesterday. They sat Lyle. Right back.
I like that.
To Robert Hassel today, back-to-back games and just playing every day since he's been called up. And I thought even with the quality of the at-bats diminishing a little bit, maybe he'd sit. But I just love giving guys a chance to play, especially in the situation they're in right now. Little under 500. There's no reason to let Call play 4 times a week and Lyle and Hassel sit a bunch. They're in the big leagues for right now. We don't know what's going to happen when Cruz comes back. Play him as much as you can. Get the best look you can so you can make the best decision possible when it's time.
I do like it when that happens, by the way. It drives me crazy when you are not a first division club just yet and you start doing matchups and giving guys spells. No, thank you. Let them play.
Fun show. If you missed Albert Breer or Charlie Slows today on the line with us, you can podcast when we're done at thefandc.com. Big thanks to everyone who checked it out. We're back at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.